This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Well, after 40 preliminary matches, we are into the sudden death cricket here in Wimbledon. We have 8 teams, and one of these 8 teams, they're going to win 3 in a row, and they will win this series. So get ready, get set, because it's do or die as we get to quarterfinals Thursday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series England Wimbledon, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 9 is quarterfinals day. Quarterfinals Thursday coming your way. Just the 4 matches today, but they're high stakes because if you win, you go through to finals tomorrow, but if you lose, you are out of this European cricket series. So we're going to start the day with the first quarterfinal. We'll see East Molesey, who finished 2nd in Group A, taking on London County Cricket, who were 3rd in Group B. A little bit earlier, we had Tyrone Peters and the coin. Let's see what happened in the coin toss.
East Molesey is the home team, they will toss the coin. London County is the away team, they will call.
Head.
Head is the call. Tails it is.
We'll have a bowl first.
East Molesey are going to have a bowl.
So East Molesey have won the toss in the first QF and they have elected to bowl first. Has been a little bit of a trend towards chasing teams getting wins, and so you can understand that East Molesey, they will want to know exactly what they have to do here. I mean, Tom Cullen, we saw him once in the group stage right at the very end. He is in the side once again, and I think he could be a bit of a difference maker. Very, very good cricketer from Australia originally, but I think that he certainly just kind of tilts the balance a little bit towards East Molesey, who did finish higher, I suppose, in their group compared to LCC. And also he's a guy with some professional county experience and first-class experience. For LCC, though, I mean, all eyes on Usman Ghani. Remember the way that he started on opening day of their campaign with 150. He's got a little bit off the boil, but obviously big game. You expect the big players to step up, and yeah, it's too close to call. I'll be very interested to see what the supercomputer thinks about this. LCC, they did kind of fade a little bit towards the end as a team as well, so they didn't finish in the top 2. They're the lower ranked side going into this one, but again, a danger side. I don't think they're a side that anyone would want to play. Let's talk weather today. We've got some traditional London drizzle, so that's nice as well, but at the moment, it's not too bad at all. I don't think we should have any interruptions, and hopefully we don't, because this is going to be a big day of play. Currently, it's around about 16 degrees. I think we're expecting 21 or 22 degrees here to start the day off. Well, Tina Goff, she's been very, very busy. She's been a bit of a social butterfly, and that can take its toll on your voice, I can tell you that much. But, you know, she's going to battle through with me today. Big thanks to Jason Berendorf, who was my special guest commentator yesterday. But Tina, she is back, and she is amped. Let's get ready for quarterfinal number 1 as we get ready for the first ball. East Molesey, who finished 2nd in Group A, taking on LCC, who are 3rd in Group B. East Molesey winning the toss, bowling first. Let's get ready. Action, do or die. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Yes, thank you very much, Vinny. Jason Berendorf in the tent yesterday. One left-arm tall bowler replaces another, as I'm back to take you through this. And well, it's been a great week and a half so far, with action-packed cricket coming your way. And of course, the stakes are higher than ever today as we go into the quarterfinals. It's do or die, but first let's take a look at how we got here. Yesterday, LCC, of course, the side that we'll be seeing this morning, they fell to Wimbledon. Wimbledon chasing down probably below par total in 9 overs, thanks to a 47 from Tim Lloyd, an unbeaten 34 from Tom Wilkins. 4 wickets as well for Joe Baldwin. So Wimbledon looking like a force to be reckoned with, as we, of course, will see them later on in the day. Into the second match of the day then, and it was LCC once more. And, well, this is why they're certainly a force to be reckoned with. Maybe with the bat, they've still got some room to grow, especially with Usman Ghani coming back in. But it was enough to brush aside Creative Sports, who got to 98 but never really threatened, losing by 41 runs. Taha Mohammed, he's been useful for LCC with the bat. When Usman Ghani doesn't fire, then he's always chipping in with a few runs here and there. Wimbledon then came back, the host. They had the long day yesterday, games 1, 3 and 5, and they put on an impressive 155. It was a good day for Tim Lloyd. He scored a half century and was again ably supported by Tom Wilkins and Joe Baldwin in the wickets once more. Aya Kadaka, his 79, pretty much a one-man standing situation there, wasn't enough to get his side over the line. They got to 120 CFS, but it was never likely to be enough. Creative Sports then, they came back against CFS, and this was a high-scoring thriller. Creative 164 on the board, and well, this was the one where Jason came in. We thought we might have a tingle. CFS, they got to 162, took it all the way to the final over, just weren't able to get over the line. Prab Singh, his impressive 79, just not enough when he felt. Looked like CFS were always going to be up against it. Creative then came back in what was another high-scoring game, 171 on the board. Akshay Solanki scoring 67 off just 20 deliveries. In response, Wimbledon, well, they knew they were more or less through already. It was just a question of whether they could top the group, despite William Sewell's at 73, unable to get over the line. But they did get over the line in terms of finishing top of their group. That's why we'll see the hosts in the final game of the day against Weybridge. But the first two games will be between the sides that finished third and second in their groups, respectively. East Molesey, LCC, that's the first one. Then we see Creative Sports against Spencer, of course, a side that got to the final last year. Showed a lot of promise, have had a bit of a hit and miss series so far. Interesting to see if they bring in some reinforcements. And then we have the two games to finish the game against the sides that finished first and fourth. But let's turn our attention to the first game off the rank, and that's East Molesey against London County Cricket. It's an interesting one, actually, with East Molesey bringing 4 players in, especially Sam Burge, Jack Crowther haven't featured yet. Michael Sheen, of course, he is a big player for them. He comes back in, as does Toby Porter. For LCC, Aki Mahmood and Noher Uddin are there. And, of course, importantly for them, Usman Ghani, the captain. He'll be leading the charge with the bat. But as Vinny was saying, you don't want to be underestimating either of these sides. Interestingly, East Molesey, they finished second in their group. That was Group A, but they had an equal record, won 4, lost 4. Whereas LCC, they finished their group third place. They actually won more games. They won 5 of their 8 games. So certainly it's in the balance here. I wouldn't want to call this one. I do imagine, though, LCC relying very heavily on their captain, Usman Ghani. When he gets runs, he can absolutely take a game away from a side. East Molesey, though, they want to chase, so it will be, you'd imagine, Usman Ghani walking out there, familiar figure with his red helmet, as the East Molesey men in maroon walk out. And, well, I said I didn't want to call it, and it doesn't look like the win predictor wants to either. Very much in that Goldilocks zone, 55% to East Molesey. But just keep an eye on the skipper of LCC. If he's out early, I'd pretty much go along with that win predictor. But if he gets going, blink and you miss it, this game could go away and could unravel for East Molesey very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the East Molesey bowlers, though. They've got Toby Crowther, the tall seamer. They've also got the likes of Archie Houghton. He picks up wickets at very important intervals for his side. Of course, the skipper, Clyde Reeves-Fortune. Let's not forget him. Haven't maybe seen as much of him as we might have expected for, of course, an ex-South African Test cricketer. But he's there mid-off, just a few choice words for his opening bowler, Toby Crowther. It'll be interesting then to see if he has a bowl at some point. It will be Usman Ghani to face up, and he's joined out there in the middle by Noher Uddin. And I'm joined in the commentary igloo. Well, it's not quite the igloo, it's the tent, but the rain has stopped and Vinny has come into the box.
Yeah, nothing like some London drizzle. We've had a little bit of it this morning. But yeah, Tina, great to have you back. Let's get into it. Ghani faces up. Quarterfinals day. It's going to start with a wide down the leg side. Quite an amazing array of players that we're going to see today as well. And it's almost like, feels like the Abergold best hits album. It just, you know, teams are going to bring their best. It's going to be a compilation of the best players that these teams can get together, because each team is 3 matches away from the trophy, 3 wins away from the trophy. Ghani, well, we know how good he is. He started with 150 on opening day of their campaign, and he gets a short, fairly innocuous delivery, and he puts over the leg side boundary. Maximal, first one of the day.
Well, I was just saying how Usman Ghani is a key wicket, and I don't think early on you want to serve him an absolute pie, and that's what Toby's done there. Just a bit back of a length, going into the right-hander from the left arm around bowler, and he just works his way into that one, 6 runs.
Yeah, Ghani was Certainly not too tested. Looks like he's beefed up his taped number 7 as well. It's a slightly fancier font. And, have a look at that. It's a good number 7, isn't it? It's really upped their tape game for the finals campaign, LCC.
Yeah, I think they've splashed out for quarterfinals day. Let's hope for their sake it's not just going to be a one use. They can send it probably back to the shops.
And they've even got new... Oh, I think they might be... They actually got numbers now.
They do.
I just realised this is one for the traditionalists. So they're playing 1 to 11 here. Just notice this on the numbers. They've got traditional football fans.
Clearly the sponsors came on.
1 to 11. One should have to wear the goalkeeper's jersey.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is Muhardin. He's going to clip this one away to one of the 2 outfielders out on the leg side. That's where they are.
Usman Ghani, number 7. I think that suits him.
Yeah.
Cristiano
Bobby
Ronaldo.
Charlton.
Maverick vibes, yeah.
Yeah. 1 to 11. It's been a while since I've seen that.
I think we should enforce it.
You think so? Well,
none of this 81 nonsense, Toby Crowther. Come on.
Don't think we're in a position to be choosy. We're happy with the players have numbers. Ghani gets the strike back. Do you think it's interesting as well, the crowd that's gone straight to around the wicket, so it's slightly different angle. Maybe that's planned against Ghani. Typically, he would start over the wicket, at least try and swing the ball a little bit down the line. Yeah,
I mean, it's one of those where if it goes wrong, like it did in the second ball of the day, or the first legal ball of the day, it's just going to go. But if he just gets it to nibble outside off stump, especially with a bit of moisture around, he's just looking for that one magic delivery. Just need to keep it.
In the air, just going to creep over. Bit of a hairy moment for Muhardin. Crowther, luckless. We'll concede another 4 runs.
I'm not sure if I mean, speaking as a left armour, I don't know. Expert, yeah. I mean, not quite Jason Behrendorff territory, but we'll take it. I'd go over. I don't know. I'd just cut it across the right-hander.
I just think you're opening up more wicket-taking options.
Yeah.
I mean, here, if you're going to roll your fingers on them and roll and straighten down the line, it's not a tactic you typically associate with the first over when the ball's new. I suppose maybe he's trying to cramp him, a little bit like that. They're thinking it too, but I don't think it's a good one. Oh, close. If he's made it, he's lightning. That's actually a good effort from Muhar to get there, but I just don't think this is a necessary risk. Let's check it out. Oh, it's tight. He's just home. Wow, Usain Bolt's called. He's might want to challenge Muhar because he thought he could make it. And you know what? He was right. Into the first over. And it's 16 without loss. Just have a look at some of the numbers. I mean, Sunil Gavaskar scored about that many runs in Test cricket. It took him a bit longer than 8 days. But we're over 10,000 runs in this series. I got a feeling we're going to end up at... I'm all for 1,000 Maximos. I just got a feeling we'll end up around there. So 14.3 runs and over the average. We are seeing 5.7 wickets per 10 overs. So over 400 wickets for 10,000 runs. Wow. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
The funny thing is also the highest and lowest score batting first, same team. And you're looking at them. This is up and over the top. Maximo to start the second over as Porter comes on and disappears. London CC grabbed the lead early in this one. Interesting
that the average score has actually gone down. I think we were about 150, 155. Let's take a look at this again.
It's average batting first, 139. I will say, but look, 25 out of 40 matches won by the teams chasing. High successful chase, 153. A little bit surprised. Feel like we'll have a big... That's my big call. Mr. Maximo's big call, MMBC. We'll get a 160 plus chase in the finals. Sitting up, third highest of the season, run rate wise. That's a cracking shot. If you can cut, then you're going to be pretty difficult to bowl to in ECN cricket, where a lot of bowlers are trying to bowl width to you. It's rarely protected the best of times, especially in the power play. It's a bit of swashbuckle about that, and it almost goes for 6.
I think almost it's a bird as well.
Let's does it?
See how close.
Oh. Have you seen the baseball pitch? It was Randy Johnson once threw one into a bird.
Well, I think there's been one on the cricket pitch as well.
My old headmaster got bowled by Greg Chappell in Shield cricket off a bird. And you know what? Spirit of the game. They recalled him.
Did it? I assume it deviated.
Yeah, got bowled off a bird. I wouldn't have recalled him. Spirit of the game. Well,
it was almost spirit of the bird here.
What species of bird is this? Oh, gee, that was close. Oh, it was almost an early brunch. Anyway, whacked. Fortune. Great fielding. gets to his knees but can't manufacture a throw without contorting himself. Wow, high quality. Afghanistan versus South Africa, we're seeing it all. Great fielding though. Clyde, he's a good fielder in any conditions. I think he was appreciating the challenge of going out there in slightly greasy conditions and testing his fielding skills. He's certainly up to it. No one's going to stop this. This is a protect the equipment. Jesus. Wow. Well, we're okay, folks. That was I just knew that was going to do something, and it did in the end. That'll be a really good comcam if you got it, Alex. And the only reason we still got a comcam, because me.
That was a front slap.
It was. The Karate Kid. Like this. Yeah, get out of my house. Bang.
I heard the slap through my headset there.
It went. If that had gone a little bit that way, we were toast. Oh, good start. Place to pay attention.
Yeah, the comcam almost went the way of the bird.
You didn't quite see me slap because literally it was right next to the camera. Anyway, everyone's fine. Porter, try not to go magical. Oh, and he hits Garney. Wow. So, wins that blow. Garney looks like it didn't hurt him one bit. He's on the charge. Bang, where's it? It's Nextville, USA, and that's the end of the over. It's 32 without loss after 2. What a start.
We almost had 3 deaths. The bird, the camera, and Usman Ghani, all in one.
Jeez.
The classic threefer.
Group A, you mentioned this. East Molesey actually won one less game, but they are the higher ranked team going into this quarterfinal. You can see 2nd, 3rd and 4th all had the 4-4 record. Bonus points important. East Molesey picked up a couple along the way and held their own when they did lose. Twickenham, of course, the side that missed out. I mean, I suppose played some good games along the way, but someone had to miss out.
Yeah, I think Carlos Nunes, the captain of Twickenham, can count himself a little bit unlucky that, well, he personally didn't get through because he put in some great performances, but Twickenham, they certainly weren't a side that felt like they were adrift at the bottom of the table. I think Group A in particular, and that's by virtue of the fact as well that East Molesey finished 2nd. Everyone beat everyone.
Yeah.
They came 2nd and they had an equal record, 4-4.
It was good to see that. All right. Houghton gets ball. And first ball up in the air. And, oh, great effort. I think it's 6. He slapped it into the field of play via... I saw this corner of my eye that it's bounced over the rope. But let's have a look. How about this for a bit of athleticism? And he's learnt from the best.
Yeah, I think he just envisaged the comcam in front of him and he slapped it. But, yeah, puff of dust and the ball lands over the rope.
It's been a slappy kind of morning. Put it that way. So that's Sam Burge who's come into the lineup. That's a great effort. And he wasn't blessed, let's say, with the height of someone like a Jason Berendorf or a Tina Golf, but we made a great play on that. Feel the impact. Maximo, though. Muha to 18. They had a few options, didn't they, at top of the order to partner Ghani. I think Ghani was always going to open. Well, they obviously feel Muha. It was actually listed at 7 in the lineup. They just must have had a feeling about it and said, go out there. As Madonna once said, express yourself. And that's exactly what Ghani does, as he's going to lift this one up and over the leg side. Maximo turning into a very good start for LCC.
Still very much in the Goldilocks zone, but I feel that this could go one of 2 ways. Funny enough, could go one of 2 ways. I think if Ghani gets on a heater here, it could be a very, very big chase. But if they get a wicket, possibly 2, East Molesey will certainly feel they're still in this.
Do you feel that the formalisation of the squad numbers has just knitted this team together a little bit more closely? It's having a bit of an effect.
It was the missing piece, I feel. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed that they're not in batting order. I think that would have been...
Well said.
But, you can't have it all.
That's good length from Houghton this time. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, you look at East Molesey's batting lineup, you'd feel like they're capable of chasing almost anything if they get going. So they'll know exactly what they have to do. So both these teams have batted better than they've bowled in the tournament. Houghton getting a couple of wins. I know that in the Western Shield, something Corey was saying is, and the bowlers were saying, look, if you can just give me 2 non-boundary balls and over, I'm fine with that. Yeah, this one is up in the end. It's a catching opportunity. Reece Fortune's a good fielder, and he will take it. Oh, ice cream cone is right at the end of the fingers, but Clyde risks the digits, but he comes up with the goods. Ghani will go last ball of the power play, and London County Cricket 45 for 1.
Massive wicket. And I did say Archie Houghton has that knack of getting wickets at the right times. He's always been the one that they've turned to, and he gets one. It's the perfect time to take a wicket. And Usman Ghani, well, they do get him early, especially for his standards. He departs for 24. It was a big old catch, wasn't it? It was in the air for a long, long time. The captain already had his digits tested earlier in the piece, and this time, well...
That's one time you've got to be careful with the high fives after a catch like that. Almost popped out, didn't it? But Ghani's got to take a seat. He's out for 24, 45 for 1. You feel it's a real momentum shifter. And good reward for Houghton, who got a couple of little wins, didn't he? Kind of banked them up, dot with the Yorker. Obviously, Ghani's always going to go for that last ball of the power play. Fortune. He's a good field. He wouldn't think he'd drop it, but he went pretty close to letting that one slip away.
Oh, it was a big old swirler, wasn't it? Usman Ghani, he hits it, and he hits it hard as we enter the super Goldilocks zone as well. And I thought, well, that wicket could swing things. Be interesting to see how Hamid Ahmadzai comes out here. Obviously, he's at the non-strikers.
We also know with London County Cricket, there have been certain times in the series that they're completely blown up. A couple of nights ago would be a good example of that. I think they were all at 45. Anyway, Sridevi is an interesting bowler. He's going to come on in over number 4. Muha on strike. Again, drops in the block hole. Sridevi is a genuine wrist spinner. Could see variety of bowling. Obviously, in this format, there's many ways you can have success. That's a good start.
Yeah, East Molesey more than most go to spin quite a lot. So they've got Archie Houghton, and they've got Sridevi. And they did do a lot of damage through the group stage, and they've paired together here as well.
What comeback? I mean, there's no score now, 5 balls in a row, and obviously the wicket of Ghani in there. So it's a brilliant little mini run, momentum buster for East Molesey. Pitched up a bit. There's protection there. We'll field it. That's going to be important today as well. Some teams will field it better than others, obviously, but quite often it's the difference when you get two really evenly matched teams with the bat and the ball.
If you're going into a quarterfinal like this, would you rather be the team that played in Group A and had a rest, or the team that was in Group B but is on a bit of a run?
Tale as old as time, Tina. There's no easy answer to that. And your good friend and colleague, Nish, who you did Hornchurch with, he taught me the rest versus rust conundrum. Sometimes, I think I've thought about it a lot, and in the end, it probably evens out. But I think it really depends how you're feeling physically. So if you've got a few injuries, and this is ACL and ECC, it becomes a huge thing. Kind of the first group, you might get a couple of weeks off versus going literally next day in. And I've seen teams get on heaters that win the last groups, continue on, and I've seen it backfire. So I've seen both. But I think it depends, how's your team physically? If you're feeling physically good, I think you want to just keep going. But you come getting into group and you're starting to get tired, or you've got a few niggles, then probably you need the rest, and it's an advantage. Oh, wow. Tortuga time. This is almost impossible to field. And that'll be 4 runs. Blasted through cover. One that LCC needed as they're just fading away. Brings up the 50 as well for London.
I'm glad he wasn't on the line of that. He throws up the hand of apology in the covers, but if he got in the way of that, that wouldn't have been stopped with the hand. Maybe the face.
The ground should be apologising for that, really, because that was laced. Sridevi's still a very good over. He's only gone for 7. I'd love to keep this on the field and make it a single-digit over. Pitched up, and he won't. It's a good shot. Very good shot, technically. Well, I'm glad I don't have to fire that one, because that's in the woods. Maximo. Clyde, don't you worry, buddy. You just walk straight back onto the field. End of the over. And it's 58 for 1. That was like reminded me of my golf, watching that one just disappear straight into the trees. Looking at the run rate graph, well, it's been an interesting first 4 overs. Obviously, the Ghani wicket is huge. You feel it. It tilts the balance to East Molesey, even though they do concede 58 in that power play. He's the one that you would fancy. He's capable of getting a big 100 or a really big score. More spin with Sheen, the left armour. And he's going to slide this one in, but it's going to go all the way. Well hit. It's Hamid Ahmadzai. He frees the hands and cracks it over fine leg for 6.
Muha's just been a bit starved of the strike since the wicket. He's actually going well. We'll always talk about Usman Ghani when he's out there. 30 off 12. Hamidou Madzai hits his second ball for 6 runs. Michael Sheen just starting with a bit of a filthy one down leg side. And East Molesey at the moment just being their own worst enemies, not quite hitting their lines on every delivery, especially if you're left arm around and you've got pretty much everyone out on the boundary straight. You can't afford to just drop one short, lift it away, 6 runs.
Well, false shot and taken. Jack Crowther into the side, into the action, and Sheen will get a 6 and out. It's a good trade-off for East Molesey. Just kind of put that one a little bit above the eye line, I think, and tempted him into that shot. Maybe a little bit of hint to turn for Sheen there as well. The leading edge is taken. I mean, it was slower, maybe not above the eye line, but certainly tempted him into the stroke. And Jack, with the flight, takes a good catch. So a couple of chances offered, a couple of chances taken. 64 for 2.
If we had the percentage of wickets taken by spin, I think East Molesey would be right at the top. Archie Houghton has picked up wickets, Michael Sheen, and he's a very tall left armer as well. We love a tall left arm spinner, and he gets it just right on the line where really the batter's playing for the angle, and it's always just going to straighten up. It's the left arm cheat code, and it's taken well.
Just being a left armer itself is a bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, not in life, but in cricket.
Yeah, if I try and cut a piece of paper, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, Azizullah comes out. And he's going to go straight up in the air straight away. Well, Sheen's going to go himself, I think. Oh, and he can't get there. Cost himself a step. Looked around, just saw nothing but meadow. And he realised the outfielders weren't going to get there. But he does make the distance in the end. Look, he said, me. That one step was basically what he was short of a comfortable catch in the end. So first one that goes down, really, not an easy one. Azizullah should have been gone first ball. Muha will get the strike back. A genuine bouncer hits him in the head. Well, this is ECS cricket, and Sheen suddenly has gone full Mitchell Stark, and he's littered him. Whew.
That wasn't just a quicker one for a spinner, that was a quicker one for a seamer. Clonked in the face.
Well, that one was going to check into eye socket central if there was no helmet. Again, do you want to know why I think it's important to wear helmets against all bowling, not just quote-unquote pace bowlers? I think you saw it just there. I mean, in ICC cricket still you can wear a cap, and that would have ended very, very differently. What? I mean, where did that come from? Do you do that one? Look at this.
Oh, we were talking about his height, weren't we? And that one, again, that pitch is mostly okay, but just off a length a few times in the last couple of days.
Speed guns come in. It's 92 miles an hour. 4 steps. Yeah, well, okay. Well, good thing is that, on all seriousness, Muha's all right. And he's only all right because of that helmet. Otherwise, his day's over. Oh, yeah. Mr. Sheen. With a clean blow. Glad he's okay, though. Concussion protocol is activated. Well, this is a sign of what's to come. I'm probably lucky it's only 4 games. We'll be beside ourselves. So, yeah. 2 to come in the over. Sheen's only... That'll be the 1 for the over as well, because it'll be a genuine bouncer. Whew. And this one is appreciably slower and... driven for 1. So, yeah, I mean, you never want to see anyone actually hurt. We can have a tongue-in-cheek about it because he was wearing the lid. And all kids out there, get used to it early.
That came from nowhere as well, didn't it? Sheen's just been tossing it up and suddenly right up in his grill.
Let's just say he harnessed the element of surprise. As we get to the end of the 5th over, and it's 67 for 2. Hey, let's welcome you into the Comedy Rocks. Plenty to talk about already here on quarterfinals. Dave, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max. I've got Tina off back with me. Tina, you're a trooper. I know you've actually now part-time commentator in this series because you were playing you were captaining MCC last week. You were playing the Content Creators Cup Monday. Tuesday, because you had a late finish. Yeah, Faulty Towers, socialite. Wednesday, brunch.
Yeah.
Came back, did 1 game. Jason came in. But how are you feeling, honestly? Are you ready for a big finish?
I'm ready, and I'm looking forward to quarterfinals. I think the knockout format is going to see me through. I've got my husky voice on, and I'm a victim of my own ambition, aren't I, really? So I'm playing the world's tiniest violin.
We're actually considering an ECN hotline where people can ring in and just listen to you talk in your husky tones.
Pay good money for that.
Yeah. So let's get ready. Same as when Tyrone was on the commentary, we had some few requests as well. Anyway, here's Houghton coming back. Batted, walks, and he's going to get 4 here. Actually turned that from probably a Yorker into a low full toss. Pretty good hands by Azizullah to just kind of go inside out, finds the gap, finds the boundary.
I suggest just never having me in my current form and Tyrone on at the same time.
No,
it's
too dangerous.
Too much.
Too dangerous.
We wouldn't be able to harness that kind of power.
We don't want to have to change the rating of the broadcast. Okay, we want everyone to be able to enjoy it.
We're a family show.
Yeah, we try. Well, we are an ECN family. Houghton. Oh, edge 4. Unlucky. He's bowled really well here, Houghton. Just puts the pace on. Wasn't quite Sheen bouncer pace, but definitely tries to bowl a dart. But a little bit short of the Yorker, and that edge flies away for 4.
LCC just need to be a little careful here, because we've seen that they can be skittled and a few opportunities have come and gone.
In the air and 6. Where's Saeed? That's his zone. He dropped the catch yesterday. For 9 days he's been wanting to take a catch. As he's all like, remember, he's dropped first ball. Wasn't an easy one for Sheen. That'll be 6 runs. Yeah, so comment here from Adnan reminds me, speaking of the grill, I went to All You Can Eat Brazilian. We haven't had a chance to talk about Faulty Tales. Haven't had a chance to talk about food chat, but we will if we get a chance today.
Well, yesterday.
All right, it's high. Good luck. All right, well, Bird just called it. Oh, he's gone. That was in the air for about 10 seconds, and Bird, I reckon this almost sneaks out as well. But he's shown himself to be a very capable fielder. And when it came down to it, Sam, we had time to probably, almost needed to shave again. Almost had 2 birthdays while this was in the air. I'd love a real-time replay, Alex, because I want to know how long this was in the air, but it will be the end. And it will be the 3rd wicket down, 81 for 3. As he's all gone for 16, so he gets dropped on 0. 16's what it costs East Molesey.
Oh, EM have had their high catches
3,
tested.
4, 5, 6, 7. When you get above 6 seconds in the air, it's ridiculous. And that was a 7 and a clock. That's 7.5. Because
there's another half second because he's not the tallest either, so it has to drop a bit more.
Another fraction. Well, I'm pro Burge. So far, we saw him contort himself and almost save a 6 earlier. And that, let's just say, he gave himself a chance. And in the end, he held on to it. He's got more work here. Which the boundary does. Iqbal comes out at number 5. It'll be a good game so far.
Well, LCC only bat one way, don't they? So they're just going to keep going. I was going to say that they need to be a bit careful that they don't just throw away their wickets. Muhai's still there, though, 31 off 14.
Hasn't had a lot of the strike recently. Yorker. I actually liked Houghton's spell. Ooh, has to hustle. Gets there. So Houghton will finish 2 for 29. A couple of big poles in there. And at the end of 6, it's 83 for 3. Yeah, I've got to ask you then. So when Jason was here yesterday, I know that you were quite happy to rest your voice, but we saw you doing a few things around the ground. We saw you hunting for a few grizzlies with your stick.
Yeah, I think half my trousers are still in the bushes.
Is that right?
They didn't have a slit in them, they do now.
Say no more. Enjoy hanging around with the blue crew and seeing
absolutely.
what they get up to.
How the magic happens over there. I mean, they've been bunched together now because of that tent incident the other day.
Yeah,
tent
they've
gate.
gone through a trauma.
But they're all still alive and kicking.
Yeah. No, it was great to have Jason yesterday. And we haven't really had a chance to talk about anything this morning because the cricket's been so insane. But, Jason, he said, "Well, you're going for Cruden, and can I come too?" He came out. He was awesome yesterday.
He's lovely. Such a lovely human being.
Yeah. So would you say your stance on Australian cricket has softened a bit now you've met Jason and he's a lovely human being?
Well, I think, he's an exception to the rule, isn't he? But
because I'm kind of stateless, so people don't think of me as Australian, which I take as a compliment.
Yeah, I guess so. but he doesn't fit the mould of angry fast bowler, does he?
I used to say,
a delight.
I'm going to have to give you some sledging lessons. Edged and gone. So Jack Crowther comes in. He's had a couple of big moments so far. Took a clutch catch. And that one really, Iqbal, lazy kind of shot, trying to take it from outside the off stump and go over the leg side. Regulation catch. Dom Millard behind the stumps. And LCC, I think they're well behind in this game now. It's 84 for 4.
Well, the wickets just keep on falling, don't they? And again, it's this little spell that definitely goes Molesey's way. It's 4 deliveries, 5 even. Go for 3 runs, pick up 2 wickets either end as well. And that was just another decent length delivery, but a rash shot there. Mohuddin is still there, but at the moment he's running out of partners to just stick around with him. Taha Mohammed, he can score runs. He's in at 6.
It's always a worry when the scoreboard update every few minutes is 3 wickets behind at the moment. So it's not a great shot really. It's great if you hit it, I suppose. Taha, he's pretty quick to get to the crease this time. He copped a 5-run penalty for a clock violation yesterday. Crowther, an early wicket. Oh, a little feel shot here. Hey, I haven't had too much of a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello firstly to all our spanners that are at the ground. I know that they're in the spanner stand. Ian Smullen is one of them. He's also in the chat. Hello to Gregor Gorway, to Saeed Faradine as well. Dave B's in there. Who else is saying hi? Hello to Graham Martin saying up the Moles. He was a big East Molesey supporter. Another swing and a miss, and what an over so far by Crowther. Still a couple of balls to go. He's only conceded 1 though. Hello to Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. There's the Spanish squad. And I don't know if they can see us over there, but look, there's some high-level conversations. We got signs over there yesterday. I honestly love that we get some of our super fans here. I know a lot would love to be here, but the ones that are here, I think they're having a great time. Slower ball, and Taha will get bat on this, but only 1. Hello to Lincoln as well. I think Alan's in there. Anyone I've missed? I know a lot of people. John Gray. Adore. Hello, Adore. I am Vinny. He always says, hello, Vinny. I'm Adore. So that's our thing. Hello to Panday, and thank you for your kind words. Let's get on with the last ball. This over now. It's good over. That one kicks down. I mean, in a high-scoring tournament, I mean, that is a brilliant performance from Crowther. Doesn't miss a beat coming into the attack. Takes 1 for 2. We haven't had a boundary for an over and a half, and it's 85 for 4. Quick look, of course. Now, Croatia is now in progress, and a score check from over there. I think Cyprus were off to a pretty good start. I mean, 2 teams I think are going to be pretty evenly matched at the start of the tournament. Cyprus put 213 on the board, and Croatia not quite run a ball pace after the power play. So I think Cyprus looking pretty good shape over there. Your G-Force partner over there with my traditional partner, Rico Full.
Yeah, saw a bit of the action this morning. Had it all, didn't it, over in Croatia. Looks like it's nice and sunny. Not quite so sunny here. There was talk of a heat wave here in London, a mini heat wave. Was it so mini?
Was that when it hit 23?
for 2 minutes.
No, we've been pretty lucky with weather, I think, for the most part.
Well, considering last year.
Last year, there was a lot of sideways rain. I don't think this tent would have been in great shape.
And the mini heat wave's coming Sunday onwards, so that's great for us.
Just when we leave. Oh, no, you're fine. You're still here. How long are you in England for? Until the World Cup qualifiers?
Yeah, so till the 18th of August. Another 11 days, and then over to Rotterdam. This one is up in the air. And who wants it?
Sheen. Both of them. They've caught well for the most part. Sheen, he's the only one that put one down. It was a bit of a tough one. But this is one that probably Clyde Reeves Fortune can get to as well. But Sheen, he calls, and Clyde respects the calls. That's what you'd expect from people that have played a good level of the game. And he gives a little wink, says, sorry, I called it. So once I call it, legally it's mine. Taha has a bit of a shocker, 1 off 6. And LCC, their tournament's on the line now. They are certainly well behind in this game. Quarter of the innings to go. They're 85 for 5. Bahrami comes out. Ismail Bahrami at number 7.
All the catches that East Molesey have taken have been absolute steeplers. And they've looked pretty comfortable underneath them. That one probably the most regulation of them all, but there was just a moment where Clyde and Michael seemed to just look at each other. In the end, Michael goes for it and takes it.
Oh, big wide. I still think that one that Burge took, it's the highest ball I've seen in a while. Because I did my whole thing, and there was 2 seconds after my Burge, and then it felt longer than reasonable. And speaking of highest balls I've seen in a while, I think that is up there as well from Porter. Just be a wide, 1 for the over. Find that goes back interesting, because that is the bouncer. You can't bowl another one. Pitches up, and it's hit straight. Fielder comes around and drops it. As luck would have it, Afshar stops it with his trailing leg. So he does save the boundary. So in a way, it's a good result. But it's a rare blemish on the scorecard. And a bit of ECN here. He's going to get replaced. The traditional ECN penalty for dropping a catch. Look at fielded by his feet, though.
He's gone into the proverbial sin bin there.
He's actually been moved twice on the one ball.
Off he trots there. You can see him going across your screen.
Yeah.
It's the jog of shame.
The jog of shame. So you got the finger of doom, the jog of shame. Hit very hard into the gap. That's going to be 4. That's travelling. It's a long chase for whoever has to get that, but a fraction short. Pounded across the line. Muhardin kind of the forgotten man in this innings because he's had hardly any of the strike. He's faced, what is that? He's faced 18 balls out of the 47 in this innings. But when he has faced, he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, he's just watched most of the carnage unfold from the non-strikers. He's going at over 200s. He opened the batting. Usman Ghani kind of always steals the headlines when he's out there in the middle, but he fell early on. Muhardin's just plugging away.
117 expected, looks a bit thin on the ground. Even your best case scenario here, a couple of magicals, 131, something. Still not above, is it? But this will help as it's a thick outside half of the bat job. In fact, it's got all the way. Maximo as Porter will disappear for 6. And it will take us to the end of the 8th over. LCC 97 for 5.
Well, the thing for East Molesey as well, and for all the chasing sides, is that there's no bonus point. It's just a straight shootout. So I think if we see the toss being won, a lot of sides will be quite comfortable to chase here, I reckon, just knowing what they have to get. But I think see there that the momentum for LCC has just been halted by the fact that they keep on losing wickets. There
you go.
A wicket in the last 4 overs.
Exactly, and 5 in the last 6. So they just can't get a partnership going. And East Molesey, I think they recognise as well. I say that when it comes to finals, it's bat for show, bowl for dough. You got your bowlers have to step up. And it's not glamorous, and you're probably going to get a bit of pain, but I think they've battled really well in this innings. Slower ball makes it hard to ramp. He's still good enough to do it. Had to create a bit of speed on that. Baharami, he'll get 4 runs. Brings up the 100 for London.
Doesn't matter how they get the runs at the moment. LCC, they just need something to bowl at, given that win predictor up at 75%. We were in the super Goldilocks zone. That one would have been a wide, almost off the pitch. As Baharami had to keep on shuffling and shuffling, crabbed over to the offside and scooped it away.
See, I mean, this is a shot that you don't normally even have to swing. You just deflect. That's why it's called a ramp. Moving ramp's quite dangerous. But when it's slow ball, you kind of need to give it a bit more, and he did well. Wants to go again. Picks out the field. A bit unlucky there, Baharami. A lot of love in the chat, Tina. A lot of love for both of us. Really, we're really touched by the positivity.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we've got to give a special shout out to the Spanners as well. Been here all week.
Spanners.
They've been
great.
Bringing us treats.
Oh, yeah. Muffins.
Yeah, and Sarah Dawson's homemade cake.
Yeah.
Toblerone from John.
Slow ball. Oh, Tortuga. Good keeping, actually. It's been called a wide. Julian and Sarah, I know they were planning to be here, but unfortunately, had a bit of a family situation. A bit of a relative that isn't so well, so they won't be making the trip. But he did actually send me a message, Julian, say, listening, wished he could be here. Say hello to you guys. Well, it's over the stumps, I think. So, in Carruthers, it's almost playing his poker with the cards face up, isn't he? Saying, I'm going to give you slow balls. What are you going to do with it? And then he's saying, I'm going to ramp, and he's going to say, okay, good luck. That's all unspoken conversation. Baharami. You can try it again. Finding's back. He plays a more traditional shot and dig it out. Jeez, it's been a good holding job, hasn't it, from East Molesey here. Yeah, a little bit of chat in the comment section about the England-India 2-2. Great test series.
Yeah, we were watching it in the Derbyshire County Cricket home dressing room because of the rain delay on Monday. We had it on the big screen.
Hit hard, but hit to the sweeper. Srinavi will clean up. What was the general feeling like there? And was there a kind of split loyalties?
It was very much split loyalties. And when Chris Wokes came out, I don't know how you felt about that. I felt like.
I think I would like to see him batting with 2 arms under his jumper and see what he would have done then.
Or just at some point he's like, I'm not injured, surprise. Brings out his arm.
Reveal. Oh, this is going to be up over the top. This will run away for 4. So Bahrami slices it away. End of the 9th, 108 for 5. But what a good performance from Jack Crowther coming into the side. Finishes with figures of 1 for 13. Left armers, hey? I'm going to love them. Yeah, I mean, it's drama, isn't it? We're talking 40 years after Malcolm Marshall batted one-handed in a test in England. Hit a 4 as well. I mean, we've had one-armed players on the network. We've had one-armed, and I'm literally, you know, quite amazing human beings. So it's something, again, normally when I see something that is quite unusual and people go, wow, have you ever seen that before? I'm normally like,
yep.
10 times. Very brave though. In the air, won't carry. Cullen has been caught into action down there. Muha have to settle for the single.
It's a shame we never actually got to see him face up because it was his left arm as well, so he would have had to have gone left-handed.
I would have honestly had like a full mattress under my jumper. Do you know what I mean? I was like what kind of protection's he got under there? Yeah, I would have got like the full, Michelin man or ice hockey goalkeeper kind of style.
He was in so much agony though, even when he was just running. I just thought, is your career worth it? Well, this one's high up in the air and it's got the distance, I think, despite, again, it's that man Sam Burge under it and almost goes into the pram.
Well, Burge is going to have to go to a neck specialist at the end of today because he's craned his neck up to the sky several times. There's another steepler. This one comes down the other side of the boundary. And watch the young ones. Bahrami to 16. 4 balls remaining, 115. Hit hard, and that'll go around the field as well. Square leg was up in the circle. Probably not the length to bowl, given the field positions. And straight boundaries more protected. Bahrami finds something here in the 10th. But I mean, Test cricket's great, and that's why I'm pro no substitutions. Okay, concussion, I think there's a very rational reason behind that, but already we've seen that rule probably abused a little bit or stretched. But, you know, you pick your 11 and you see who's still standing at the end of 5 days. Low full toss. Sheen does well. Keeps it to 1, and that's all they get. Yeah, so Test cricket's great. I remember Graham Smith batting when he could only use one hand to try and save a test for South Africa against Australia. You know, that's part of the drama, I think. Muha searching for a 50. In the air. And again, have to settle for 1. Probably wants to come back for 2. But it'll be a run out. There's no way to do it. And probably if he'd run, he would have been run out. So I think Bahrami will pay the price. We'll have a new batter to face the last ball, 121 for 6. You can see here, he probably didn't run the first one very hard. Would it have helped him? Probably not. The ball came in to the keeper reasonably quickly, even though it was on the bounce. And yeah, Bahrami doing the right thing there, I think, looking to try and get Muha back on strike. Looks like Muha will be stranded in the 40s forever. And Bahrami with a handy little cameo. I wonder if it'll be enough, but this is ECN, it's finals, and anything can happen. 1 ball remaining, London CC, 121 for 6, and it will be number 6, Ali Raza, to face the last ball.
I always find it funny when you get into the 10th over and suddenly there's a sense of urgency. When Muha has been absolutely starved of the strike the last 9 overs, and then suddenly it's like, we've got to get him on strike.
It's quite strategic though, isn't it? All right, won't get above the ground. Cullen, probably go to the keeper's end here. Any sort of throw should create a run out. It will be. Runs it back in. So another 1 and done. And London County Cricket will finish 122 for 7. A golden 1 for Ali Raza. And experienced stuff from Cullen there. Just knew, get it back to the keeper quickly. And there'll be an easy run out there. So 122. It's probably 20 under Tina. You look at this East Molesey lineup. I think they're big favourites. There's 4 times out of 5 they win from here. But there's always that one time. And it can change, and so I suppose London CC, there are no tomorrows if they don't win this one, and they'll be working really hard to remove some of those danger banners at the top and give themselves a shot here in quarterfinal number 1. It was lights, camera, action. And well, the sky would be tested several times in this first innings of the day, but early Ghani always a threat at the top of the order for London CC.
Yeah, we thought Ghani, he's on one. When that brutal cut shot came out, we thought, well, the bird's in trouble, we're in trouble. But then it was just East Molesey who, well, we were under attack. That was that wild over.
Rule 1, baby. Rule 1. That's what we're about. And Birds, well, he always pulled off an amazing stop there. Obviously learnt the slap tactic from the best. But Clyde Reeves Fortune is a good player. That was it. Well, I thought to that point it was the highest ball hit. There'd be even higher to come. But in London CC, I suppose once they started losing wickets, they just seemed to lose them at regular intervals. And they couldn't really get that partnership that could settle. And that's credit to East Molesey thing. For the most part, they held their chances. That was surprise tactic as well. Sheen litting Muhardeen in there. But I think, look, for East Molesey, as is usual, not everything went their way, but I think they they took a few chances. I thought their defensive bowling skills were kind of on point. That was a real rain bringer, wasn't it? That Bird was able to hold on to. But yeah, just some of that class in the bowling attack, some of that variety, I think, shone for East Molesey, and that puts them on top in this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. East Molesey, I think they've got one of the most balanced bowling lineups that we've seen across both groups. They've got the combination of seam and spin and surprise seam from the spinners as well. But LCC, they always bat one way, and that's with a bit of invention and a lot of power, so they were able to put on a little bit of a flurry towards the end. But Muhardeen, it's not common that someone opens the batting, only faces the 22 deliveries, and just is a bit starved of the strike. At the end, it was all just panic stations trying to get him back on strike, and well, final ball adds to another wicket, so they end up 7 down. And Muhardeen actually finishes not out on 46, just didn't get enough of the strike.
It reminds me, actually, here's a bizarre record. Least balls faced to bat through the 10 overs, 15. So he's above that. But yeah, definitely nowhere near half the balls. And Muhardeen kind of got left carrying the baby, didn't he, at the top of the order? I mean, he went through 7 different partners while he was there. They came and went. He was still there. But he ended up with 46 off 22. 24 for Ghani, the next best score, but he was gone a little bit too soon as far as London County Cricket would have hoped for. Ended up going off the last ball of the power play. And little cameo there from Bahrami, Ismail Bahrami towards the end. 21 for him. Azizullah was dropped on 0, ended up with 16. Bowling-wise, pretty good team effort, like I said. I mean, when you consider that it's around 14.3, let's say 14.5 is the average run rate in the series, nobody went above that. And I think that just shows you of the 6 bowlers used, they all worked well as a unit. 2 wickets for Houghton, the left-arm spinner, 1 for Porter. Thought Sheen bowled got over 1 for 9, but didn't get a second, and 1 wicket also for Jack Crowther, who only conceded 13. In fact, he was the most economical of the bowlers. We will take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. 123 for East Molesey. Well, looks easy on paper, but this game ain't played on paper. It's played on grass, and anything is possible. When we return, we'll see who will be the first team through to finals day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Golf, and we'll see you after the break live from London. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome to Rains Park as we get ready for the second half of quarter final number one. East Molesey, second in Group A, taking on London County Cricket, who were third in Group B. Having said that, LCC had one more win in the group stage. Funny old game this. But East Molesey done a pretty good holding job on London in the first half of this quarter-final, keeping them to 122 for 7. So East Molesey, 123 will be their target. And if they were able to achieve that, they'll be the first team through to quarter-finals tomorrow. Now, of course, no bonus point in play because this is a straight knockout game. So it's basically win or go home. And East Molesey, for me, pretty heavy favourites. London County Cricket, though, they're a very talented side. And they won't say die, but I think they really do need some wickets pretty quickly and try and get the East Molesey side on the back foot in the power play. Especially if you can win the power play, maybe you can get that rate to kind of 14 to 15 and over. And that is more or less a par rate. And if you can do that, probably give yourself a more realistic chance, maybe a kind of 40 to 50% chance. I think they start about 20%, if that, in this second innings. Fahim Bahrami's bowled with good wheels during this tournament, and he is going to open the bowling, and a pretty classy opening pair as well, with Michael Sheen to come out, left-hander, along with two-test player Clyde Reeves-Fortune, the East Molesey captain. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. It's been great. Great day already. We're only just getting started. Almost ready to go. 1, 2, 3. It's as simple as that for East Molesey. London CC with 22 feet and a heartbeat to get ready for the second innings. There we go, 80-20. Let's roll. Sheen, happy to keep the first one out. I suppose if you're chasing, you do have that knowledge of exactly what you need. And I suppose at a level where, players have played a good level of cricket and they've got good cricket brains, they're able to kind of manage their risk in a way which is optimum. I don't think you'll see teams going uber conservative chasing these lower targets, but it does mean that they'll know, I suppose, how many risks they need to take and how many kind of how many balls they can look after themselves. Well, that would have been out. I mean, that's a half chance at best normally when you're trying to defend these kind of totals. They're the kind of chances you want going your way. And imagine if that hits, London CC are up and about. They're all over each other. But Sheen gets off the mark. Only just. Here's Clyde. Bahrami, good challenge for him. Again, the opportunities for these players to play against someone like a Clyde Reese Fortune. Very good. First class player rewarded with 2 tests for South Africa not too long ago. Oh, no ball called. It's good wheels, really good wheels, but let's just check the foot here. Not quite anything behind the line. On the lines, no good. Needs to land with something behind the line. Doesn't have to be grounded, but I think the umpire gets that one exactly right. So, I mean, let's see what Clyde tries here. Will he go to deflect or will he try and hit through the line of the ball? Kind of the 2 options. Free hit. A bit of an opportunity for East Molesey early. And he does hit stands. Not quite out of the middle, but it will be 4 runs, 1 bounce. And Clyde off the mark. Probably good because you do want to get yourself going and maybe practice the kind of shot you're looking to hit generally. You know, you could go ramp there, but I feel he gets more value, or more implied odds, if you like, if he tries to hit sight screen, basically. It's exactly what he does. Bahrami, bit of a self-inflicted one. The question is, would Clyde have played that shot if it wasn't a free hit? Maybe, but he had the immunity cloak. Long on goes back now. So deep square, long on there, your 2 outfielders. Pitched up, long on. Should come into play here. And that's Ismail Bahrami, just a single. Bahrami wears the ball, doesn't look too happy. The throw comes whistling in. A lot of adrenaline out there. Yeah, Jules, hello to you. Hello to Tommy. John Gray watching from France. Cloudy day. But hopefully the rain stays away. Little patches of drizzle so far in the morning, but nothing that's really ever threatened to stop us from getting on with the game. Left-hander Sheen on strike. 5-4 field, deep square back. He goes up and over the offside, and that one will go all the way. Maximo! Mr. Sheen keeping it clean. Bahrami challenges him outside the off stump, and he's up to the challenge. Stays very still, Michael Sheen. Hits through the line of the ball. Just clears the rope. Again, with this field, I think Sheen's encouraged to hit through the line of the ball. Deep third back, deep square back. Pretty good Yorker. He digs it out and will retain the strike. So they get what they need out of the first over, East Molesey. They are 14 without loss. When you sound to hear Mr. Maximo, Tina Goff rejoins me. And well, Tina, somehow on our watch, that golden ball counter has ticked into triple digits for the first time in a while. I think it's time. Let's get a golden ball before we leave England.
I agree. I mean, how has that happened? 107 matches. Krefeld was only a couple of weeks ago. And here we are.
Comes so quickly.
And they're not helping us over in Croatia either, T20s.
I think it was the 16th of July, the last golden ball. And now today is the 7th of August. So what's that, 3 weeks? Basically.
Yeah.
3 weeks, 107 matches. I did my bit in Gibraltar on the weekend to get it up.
You're working against us.
We had a pretty close call. We had a tied game, swing and a miss. Keeper threw the ball into and hit the batter running down the middle of the pitch because that's the line he chose that decided the game. But that could have been a golden ball. Rash could have had it. All right, here we go with Garney getting a bowl. First one's a bit of a loosener, and Sheen cashes in. Maximo to start the second.
Just can't afford too many looseners, can they, here, LCC? East Molesey, you'd say normally a pretty conservative start, going 14 off the first, but that's more than what they need. Run rate now with that big 6 down below 12 and a A long old march into the bushes there as well for Yash Tiagi. Just about falls short of going into the deep undergrowth, but it's a long old walk there. Does it go in? Oh, yeah, it does. Hop, skip and a jump. And in fact, Yash is saying, look, sorry, can't find it.
Does he have the stump? We're out of spare stumps. I still think it's a Category 1 retrieval, but we know Riker was put out of the series with extreme itchiness after one went wrong. Let's have a look.
I can't believe that's gone more than about a centimetre in. You can still see it there.
Could be a bear trap for all you know. And you go there, you're gone. More to the left, says Alex. Well, Alex is welcome to take a break from pushing the buttons and walking the 200 to 300 metres across to where that ball is. And
Paolo.
We'll even give you a stump, Alex.
Paolo is going along with his trusty stump. I reckon it'll take him less than 10 seconds to find that. I'm not saying the Yash Tiagi was an alibi effort, but I'm not saying he put his back into it, really.
What about a stump with Grizzly finding technology?
Beep, 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 beep.
Like a Grizzly detector. There's $1 million idea. It's not as good as Rico's electric rope or Zinger rope idea for the boundary rope, which get this. What are scientists doing if they're not working on the Zinger rope? That's when you touch it. Pretty good shot, finds the gap. Good start this for East Molesey. 4 more to Sheen.
I just feel like on the Zinger rope, my limited knowledge of electronics, just one little circuit breaker and it's all gone.
Oh, then you think you get away with touches.
Yeah.
I also think someone from the other team would be like sneaking the other side of the field trying to touch it. Yeah, who knows? Or what could you do? You could put like French Open style clay, so then you could see if there's a footprint on it or something like that. If you get someone over there and they look.
Everyone's got to stop, stand still. Nobody move.
Do you'd probably know this actually. You've played a lot of cricket in continental Europe. Garney gets hit to the leg side, and that's away from the fielder as well. One bounce 4, got it in front of square. That was the key. Cuatro carreras más. Yes, I was going to say, quite often in Europe, when there's just cones and no rope, they'll take the catch and they will stand there and literally won't move. They won't move their feet, and the umpire will come and judge. And basically, and so that started happening even in early ECN days. Players were in that habit. Even if there's a line there, they're there, and then the umpires will come, almost like when they come down from the chair in the French Open.
You need like a triple jump
and we're like,
judge with a red flag and a green flag.
Yeah, literally. Anyway, Sheen off to a flyer. But he has been a little bit selective at times, and he'll take the one there. He started 80%, already 94 on the back of just not even 2 overs. 10 balls in.
And Michael Sheen, he's had a few big innings as well in this series so far. He's had 57 not out and 80 not out. That came off just 18 deliveries.
It's a 2-for-1 Sheen, isn't he?
Yeah.
Good spin bowler and batter. Maybe a 3-for-1 because he's a fast bowler judging by his bouncer. That's frightening. Uh-oh. Bad news, Bears. Wicketkeeper gets done by the batter movement, and he just misses it. And that's going to be 5 wides. And pretty much everything that could have gone wrong so far has gone wrong. He gets blinded by the batter, but you got to choose a side there. And you got to know it's probably going leg side. He does it. He's just too late to move there. Ahmed Zait's keeping error. I've got to say it, even though the ball is a wide in the first place, but it should have only been 1, not 5.
There's already a lot of double teapots going on as Mangani at the top of his mark. Just maybe bereft of a few ideas here.
But you see, he kind of gets frozen behind. See, he's looking offside, and he gets surprised when it comes leg side. So maybe it's forgivable in a way. Well, tight one here. That would have been out. Clyde was in jeopardy there. Underarm came in 1 stump to aim at, but these half chances haven't been snaffled so far. This is one. See, look at his head. See, his head's outside the off stump, and so he gets quite surprised. It just shows you how much he lost the side of that ball. So I mean, it's understandable, but more often than not, when that happens, the ball goes behind the batter or it hits the batter. But cold comfort now. Garney, it's gone magical. Make that 27 off the over. That hurts as Sheen is doing Some heavy lifting in the power play. It's the end of the second over. 41 without loss.
It's the dream start for East Molesey here. Clyde Reeves' fortune that the skipper hasn't had to do much, just face the 4 deliveries. He's deferred to Michael Sheen.
Bit of triple jump chat, which we don't get too often. Jules saying 30 years ago, Jonathan Edwards broke the triple jump world record twice in 20 minutes. And it's one of the few records still stands, 18.29 metres. Did you ever do triple jump?
At school, I think.
School?
I mean, the thing about a triple jump, how many of those meters is just the preamble?
So I'll give you this. I'm a left-footed triple jumper. I don't do too many things left side dominant.
Is that when you launch off your left foot?
So I jumped twice off my left. I found that more natural because I wanted my third jump to be off my preferred foot, really.
Right.
But here's the thing. True story. Not often I get to say something I've never said before in 5,500 games of commentary. I don't want to brag about my athletic career.
Please do.
But I will. This one's going to test the fielder, but he's ready for the test. 1 run to Clyde. I represented my school as a 9-year-old in the in-school athletics carnival. Stick clock. I hate to interrupt this triple jump story. That's a good strategy.
Plank's got a lot of girth.
You did a lot of this yesterday. Is he doing well, or?
He's going foot dominant, and he's got quite a wide plank there as well, which I think will help the
wide
cause.
stance a little bit of a risky stance, though?
He's also short-sleeved, and ask Tyrone Peters, he looked like he'd had a round with a tiger.
A little bit of noise there, but I don't think it's bad. So anyway.
You're 9 years old.
9 years old. I won't tell I was bad at it, but the reason is I was the only one that could do it.
Coordination-wise.
Everyone no-jumped in this school. Carnival, I got first. Just because they couldn't. They were all taken. They were just either running. Oh, yeah. Well done. He should get to keep that.
He's like, do I throw it back on the
pitch?
pitch?
Looks like a ball boy at Wimbledon as well. Well, bowled by
Ismail
Baharami.
He's going back in for seconds. Oh, God, he's gone for the big
I think as soon as we bring in the aluminium can style rebate for Grizzlies, that we'll get more of this. It's a very good find. Oh, he's got another one. Giddy up. But Tyrone Peters just given him the player of the match in advance.
With flip-flops, might I add.
A double ball find.
Sign him up. Sign him up.
Yeah, like this is the second one. Just when you thought it was safe to go into the woods. Well done, sir. He's now he's like a coach of the Grizzly Finders, and he's double fisting it.
I'll tell you what, he's made a mockery of Paolo and yours with their stump.
You were sitting there like early settlers just pointing at you. Watch it. Oh, that was a weird one at the edge of the pitch.
He's basically done it barefooted as well.
He set the standard. He's like the WG Grace. He's changed the game. He's developed a technique which will be now used as a model for generations to come.
Like you and your 9-year-old self in the triple jump.
Triple jump. No one else could do it. And I was like, so I win just because I literally can go left, right.
Is that the law?
Yeah. Well, watch out. This is coming to you, Tina. I thought you might go for it, but
I didn't know if you were going for it.
No. Well, there's communication in the box. But anyway, good news is no one's hurt, but it will be 6 runs. So scoreboard hurts a bit here for London Ceasing. We've had plenty of the ball this morning. Just covers. I said yours, and then.
Well, just you said yours, and then you put your hand out to it.
No, but that's when you started ducking.
Stewart's inquiry.
Yeah, well, I pointed, but then I saw you. Oh, hello. We got to the T20 figures.
Dig in. Oh.
It's going over there. So I pointed saying yours. I'm not blaming you because you did the right thing, I think. I said yours, and then I was scared that you weren't going to get out of the way, but you did.
If I'm fully fit, I'm going for that. But
so you're saying because you've got a sore throat?
Yeah.
If I'm fully fit.
Oh, that's my excuse.
If I didn't have a sniffle, diving for that one. Anyway, they're flying here. 49 after the power play. Long way across. Garney's brought himself back. Maybe stubbornness more than anything. Let's have a look at this one. Pitches outside, probably hitting outside and missing. So it's more of it. Peel in hope, I think, from Garni. But I mean, his natural competitiveness is on show here. He went for 27 first time. Said, come on. I'm going to grab the ball again. I'm going to try and sort this out. 50 partnership up, by the way, for East Molesey. I actually thought that would fade a bit more towards you, actually. It just and then it didn't. Up in the air. Fielder goes back. Well, some say he's still running.
He doesn't even go for it. He just backpedals.
He needed to decide whether to go cricket zombie back with a flight or run backwards. He chose the latter. But in the end...
does he lose sight of it?
He just knows he's not going to get it. And by then he was too late to turn around.
Oh, dear.
Well, Michael Jackson just called. He wants his moves back.
Has there been any mavericks in triple jump? Yeah. Just keeps going and going.
And like,
some say he's still going.
Yeah. Puts his hands up like, well... I had a strategy and it didn't work. Now, would he have got it if he turned around? Probably not. I think it was fairly comfortably over him. Well, still got 72 runs to play with, but you're kind of relying on a collapse now. I think if you're London CC 3%. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, but triple jump. They've got quite springy individuals. The reason, can I say the most common thing that people did wrong in my year 4 triple jump is they go one foot, then the other foot. But the whole thing is you've got to go the same foot twice and then the other one. So you go left, left, right, or you go right, right, left. But they all went either left, right, or right, left.
I'm going to have to try it in the break.
Hey, you got a sore throat. Yeah, I actually forbid it. 6 runs, thanks for coming. Garni hasn't been able to get this breakthrough. That one's got some hang time. Maximo! Sheen stepping up. I know you asked me earlier, would you rather be Group A or Group B? And I said it's probably pros and cons to both. But East Molesey, probably one of the best games they played with the bat and the ball so far. So showing no signs the break's done them any harm at all.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had a week to recuperate, recover. Take a look at Group B, and they've come back firing here. Michael Sheen leading the charge. 36 off 15.
Graham asking, did the Bush bloke go for the hat trick? I don't know, but I hope he does. How about Egan as well? Nice to see you, Egan. Tries around the wicket, Sheen. Off the front foot. This one does get fielded. More body than anything else from Shabazz Azizullah. So Egan was playing for Sloggers in the Gibraltar 13 last week. Also has played for Costa del Sol. I've actually played in the game he's captained. Bat change here for Clyde. So hello Egan, hopefully you're well. And yeah, I think someone gifted an ECN membership and it's random where it goes, and Egan's received a green crown. So Egan, always a pleasure, and I'm sure I'll see you during the ECC and the Cartama window in September, October. Still celebrating Sloggers, I'm pretty sure. It was 5 days ago, but it looked like they were just getting started on Sunday night. Cool trophy ceremony though, when they lift the trophy and you've got the Rock of Gibraltar in the background. So it's a really, really special kind of a place. Garni in the dirty 30s, trying to stay out of the naughty 40s. Last ball of the 4th. And it's hit very well. Going, and gone. Maximo! That one was your side, Tina. Protect the equipment. Everyone's fine. End of the 4th over, and it's 66 without loss. Tina does have a sore throat, so she did the right thing and just panicked. And we're 4 overs in, and then miles ahead of the rate. Let me get your pillow here. This will be a good Comcam if you got it.
Oh dear.
I got to admit, when I saw it was going to hit the table low down and I couldn't do anything about it, I was a little bit worried. Oh.
I will admit, I just turned my back on that one. I absolved myself of any responsibility. I'm off.
Yours. Yours. I'm kind of a bit of an acceptance about what will happen now. Ever since the tent almost crushed us to death.
You're already in overtime.
You were here for that.
I was, yeah.
Where I kind of felt like in Final Destination, one of the 7 or 8 or 9 movies, as Tina just puts her desk back together, where I said, you know what? This is my time. It's my time.
If it's going to come, it might as well be a gazebo to the head.
Oh boy, this is turning into a bit of a belting, isn't it? as Sheen hammers that one over, cover for 4. East Molesey 71 and counting. Or maybe East Molesey are the smartest team because they'll have their work done by lunchtime. They'll be out of here.
Please, just don't hit us again. I'm already feeling very fragile.
I mean, you're in form though, captaining MCC last Wednesday. For me, you were my player of the tournament of the Content Creators Cup on Monday. And I'm expecting you to step up.
Yeah, what can I say? I've used all of my abilities.
You're exhausted, aren't you?
Running on fumes.
I can feel that you're exhausted.
I'm living for the knockout cricket though. It's like an elixir of life. Is knockout cricket.
Just end it.
Come on, East Molesey. Let's do this. Oh, hello.
Oh, geez, that's taken off.
Did that hit something? He was ready to appeal there.
Well, there's no pre-signal. I wonder if it was an edge. It was an edge, so put that down as well. Yeah, it takes a little splinter, but again, it's just maybe he's closed, but burst through his hands. Hamid Ahmadzai has had a rough time so far.
It's just that one spot on the pitch where it seems to just take off. It's pretty much on a length. It's not short at all.
Artificial pitch too. Steps across and clips it over the leg side, over the fielder. Maximo. Well, not often you see a Test cricketer playing second fiddle, but Clyde hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far. But just reminds us how good he is. He's got those magic hands, doesn't he, as he wrists it over the leg side for 6.
These two threatening to finish the game, finish it quickly, and potentially not even denting their wickets. CRF trying to catch up with Michael Sheen here. 26 off 10. Baharami, well, unlucky not to get a wicket, but pummeled away next ball.
Right, it's belted as well. That's brutal, isn't it, from Clyde. Up into the 30s now. And the writing's on the wall in pretty big letters, Tina. I don't think there's any way back from this for London CC.
Yeah, East Molesey, remember they won the toss, they wanted to chase, and this is exactly why. They backed themselves first with the ball, with that nicely balanced bowling lineup, bit of seam, bit of spin. And that's just Michael Sheen. He's come out here, come out firing. Now it's pretty much just a runner ball. Remember, bonus point, absolutely irrelevant going into the knockout stages. It's just about getting it over the line, but you'd maybe even back them from here to get it before that 7th over mark.
Yeah.
That's a long old chase again.
Gee, is it ever. I was saying that, Jason, yesterday. I mean, they've got rows and rows of crowd and fences to stop this, but I don't think they ever have to chase the ball about 150 metres past the boundary line, which you would get on a field like this. It's got a lot of open space.
There's no summer camp either today, so...
Yeah, luckily, probably. Safety reasons.
Needs something here to LCC. Slower ball. It's just knocked away, and Taha Mohammed on the 45 just watching, but we've got our WG Grace of ball retrieval. He's back, but
here's a hat trick.
He's done an about turn because he's realised he needs his plank.
Yeah,
here he goes.
Not going in without the stick, is he? That's for safety reasons. Right, another 4. I would back him, actually. I would back him to find it. He's like, and I like he warns Taha Mohammed off and says, this is my domain. You stay out, I'll find it. If he goes 3 balls retrieved in innings, that is definitely a new record.
Oh,
he's got it. He's got it too.
Got it.
What a performance. He wants a 4th. Last ball the 5th. Oh, wow. Jumps all over. It's an extraordinary shot, really. It's a jump pull that it looks like he hit it down, but it still went for 6. So that'll be the end of the over. And East Molesey, they are flying. How about this? 2 feet off. Watch. What a shot.
It's like a laser beam, wasn't it? Flat.
What
hard.
a shot. Line drive Maximo, end of the 5th, 94 without loss.
This is just a procession now.
He's got 2. This guy...
Does he have some kind of grizzly...
I think he's a genie. There's a famous advertisement for Tim Tam's famous Australian chocolate biscuit that the genie says, I want to... Someone wishes... that I want a packet of Tim Tams that never run out. Well, I think they're pretty keen. They've already prepared the prepare the program tomorrow. That's the sign.
Yeah.
When the people behind the scenes
They know.
see the supercomputer go, they say, you know what, let's write them in. I mean, you probably, if there was a mercy rule, you probably would enforce it right now. Anyway, Yash Chagi, good left arm spinner. See if he can make a bit of a difference. Well, maybe, maybe not, because that's going to go up and out of the ground. Well, about time they got one. That's actually right in the Tyrone zone. If he'd seen it earlier, it would have been redemption 24 hours later. But Sheen, he'll help himself to another 6, knocking on the door of a half century.
I wonder if the ball retriever has some kind of Grizzly loyalty scheme. If he gets 5, on the 6th he gets a free coffee. The way they're going now, just over 20 runs needed. Partnership goes over 100 as well, 101 on the board as Sheen just 1 away from his half century, but Reeves Fortune, he's put his foot on the gas now as well. He's just 2 hits away, 42 off 13, having pretty much deferred to Sheen in the opening few overs. He's in a bit of a hurry now, trying to get his side over the line.
Pretty well bowled. Takes a bit off it. Clyde wants that sweep. Bit of extra bounce. Yeah, Egan saying it was really nice playing Gibraltar and it was great fun playing for Sloggers. So yeah, congratulations, Egan. Hopefully you keep enjoying your cricket. I know you love it. Puts a lot of work behind the scenes as well. That one's hit very hard as well. Well, everyone's been in danger today. That'll be a maximal 6 more. And Alan's actually saying, what's the record number of balls ending up in commentators' tent one day? Couldn't tell you, but it's pretty rare you get 3 in a game.
It's game
3 genuine, and not like little rollers either. We've had 3 potential Rule 1 violations. That's pretty well bowled. All you can do is try and win the little battles at the moment. I think London CC know they're going out here, but I'd love maybe a wicket or 2 consolation to take him out. Well, Clyde Reeves Fortune might win the race to 50. That one hit hard. We'll have twin 49s, but Clyde will retain the strike and we'll get the first opportunity. Not a bad over from Chagi at all. Has a couple of small wins, but East Molesey 108 for no loss after 6.
It does seem like it will be a win for Group A. Pretty scorecard there for East Molesey. Nice statement of intent as well if they get over the line without losing a single wicket. But we were speculating about the relative strength of these 2 groups, Group A, Group B. I think it's not going to be one-way traffic for sure.
Yeah, well, maybe the Group B figures flattered in a way in that Guildford really struggled for one reason or another. I mean, they had some talented players, but it just never happened on a young side. But there were never any what would you call one-way obvious one-way matches in Group A. Right now, it's going to be 50 for Clyde Reeves Fortune. We catches up quickly. 7th Maximo for Clyde. And that takes them up to 114. Captain stepping up.
Yeah, well, a slowish start for his standards. He pretty much let Michael Sheen do his thing, but he gets there now quicker than Michael Sheen at the other end. And you can see the smile on his face as well. It's not been a tournament that's gone his way entirely. We've seen little flashes, but he's come good when it matters.
He's so nice.
Yeah.
He just said, here's the one. Probably, he's genius, Clyde. He probably knows Sheen's on 49. He's calculated that, not just counting his own runs. So now Sheen will get the opportunity. And let's be honest, Sheen kind of broke the back in the power play. He's played a really good range of strokes. Don't forget, the occasional one they've just blocked. He's been a little bit selective as well. He's also been destructive. As that will be in the end, it will be 50 to Michael Sheen, and he brings it up with a boundary. So really, East Molesey, they're cruising to victory. Great knock from Sheen. 21 balls for his half century, and now 1 more boundary, and that will be it. We'll know our first semi-finalist.
Well, if you're going to get to the semi-final, you do it with both openers getting a half century. And, well, potentially not losing a wicket along the way now with just 1 hit away. 4 will do it. Michael Sheen. Well, they go the sensible route, just knocks it into a gap, and well, they might get 2 here if they put their skates on. Michael Sheen wants to get it.
They'd walk it. I was going to say, Now Sheen returns the favour and says, okay, you can hit the winning runs. And when you're doing that, you know you're very comfortable, as it was. Just a stationary ball getting misfielded. And Sheen will get this opportunity, 2 to win. Probably looking at what would have been a 4-pointer if you had a bonus point situation. Mahmood. Now he'll get 1 here, so this will tie the scores, and Clyde can finish things off with any score. So a bit of a one-sided match, I suppose, in the end, but certainly no shortage of action in this first quarterfinal team.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had it all, and that's just been in our commentary tent. But East Molesey saying down a bit of a statement here. Well, they might get there with a fumble, which kind of sums up the LCC innings with the ball, to be honest. It's not been their best show, and unfortunately for them, they've had a bit of a stinker in the field just when it matters most, because that will be their last action of this series as it goes through for byes, and East Molesey do get over the line without losing a single wicket. So a statement of intent for them going into semi-finals. And you certainly won't want to come up against them with the likes of Michael Sheen and Clyde Reeves Fortune getting themselves into a bit of form. As for LCC, well, they've been an up and down side throughout this series. That will be the last we see of them. I think that they've been happy to get through to the quarterfinals, and unfortunately they've got the numbers on the back. It's bye-bye for them now. Congratulations to East Molesey, who we'll see on finals day tomorrow.
They outplayed them in the end. And London CC, I don't know if that's a bit of a fatigue factor from them, but it just seemed like a bit of an off performance. I think you've got to give all credit to East Molesey, though. I think they started it with the ball. They bowled well as a team. No one went above a par run rate in their entire 6-bowler lineup. And obviously, that was a destructive opening partnership. Kind of nice as well, in a way, poetic, that both openers finish on the same score, 56 not out, as East Molesey cruised to victory in 7 overs. So they are the first, this is official now, they are the first side into the semi-finals. They're playing semi-final number 2 against the winner of the last game today. So they've got a bit of a break, basically 24-hour break before they will play tomorrow. But East Molesey certainly didn't really put a foot wrong in the field, obviously with the ball and even with the bat. I mean, you can't really do it more comprehensively than that. For London CC, well, I mean, remember, they did provide the highest and the lowest score of this ECS. Obviously, watching Garney was brilliant to see him close up. And again, they'll learn a lot, I'm sure, no matter whether they're experienced or less experienced. They're a side that I really enjoyed watching during this European Cricket Series. Wish them all the best in the next steps of their cricket journey. But with 123 required, it would not take long to 7 overs as Sheen just made some good choices. I thought we had the mystery ball retriever who actually, I think, gets 4 in the innings. But I also think the good batting was one thing, but in the field they weren't quite there, were they? I mean, a couple of that one sums it up really. He just kind of backing back like Homer Simpson into the hedge. But there was a catch miss behind, a couple of half chance run outs. So I think if you're trying to defend 120, you'd want them to be hitting the stumps, but they just couldn't make one stick, could they, Tina? And in the end, 3 overs to spare. East Molesey pull off the chase.
And you have to say, well, player of the match, either Michael Sheen, Clyde Reeves Fortune, or WG Grace of ball retrieval. Going again, I think ball number 4. You have to say the 2 batters didn't really give many opportunities either. That's why LCC just looking a little shell-shocked. I think at the halfway stage they knew Tyrone Peters there looking shell-shocked himself. I think at the halfway stage they knew that there was going to be an uphill battle. And in the end, Clyde Reeves Fortune and Michael Sheen both getting to their milestones, smiles all around for them. And it was up to Michael Sheen to then hit the winning runs, and East Molesey march through LCC. Well, they've got the new shirts. Maybe they can put them back into the packaging, send them back to the factory, because it'll be the one and only outing for them. You have to say, though, sometimes in these knockout games, the better side doesn't get through. I think on this occasion, it's a fair result.
Yeah, I think so. And East Molesey, they just looked up for the fight, didn't they? They were raring to go all the way through. So 56s apiece for Sheen and Clyde Reeves Fortune in the chase. And similar strike rates there as well. But it was a good combination. They complemented each other nicely. I like the left-hand, right-hand combination. I know they've got lots of options they could go to. We didn't even see Birch, who's into the side. Obviously, Tom Cullen's a very experienced player, high-level player as well. But bowling-wise, I mean, they battled, but no one was able to get a wicket, and that was always going to be tough. It just wasn't to be for London County Cricket. But obviously, plenty of of positives for them to take out of their first European cricket series. So that's the tail of the tape. 122 doesn't stand up. This is what's coming up. Creative Sports 11 versus Spencer. So yes, Troy Johnson obviously back, missed the last game for Spencer in the group stage, and he'll lead the side. Imagine he would be at the top of the order. Freddie Haller had a pretty good group stage as well. So Spencer, we haven't seen them for a while. Creative Sports 11, they finished second, and we saw them push to second with a win last night. They're 5-3. And the news from the toss, Spencer winning the toss, electing to bat. So against the grain, I think that Trojo, he feels good. I think we'll see him out there pretty quickly. And Zakirul Oraikil, he was the original ball retriever. He went 3 layers deep in Group A. He is back in the side for Spencer after missing 3 games with itchiness. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in about half an hour with the second quarter final. Don't forget Croatia is in play as well today. But for London, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you as it'll be another do or die clash, quarterfinal 2, when we return to the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. It is quarterfinals day here in London at this Wimbledon edition of the European Cricket Series. But don't forget also we have T20 international action in Zagreb, Croatia right now, with Cyprus making a pretty strong start to that series. Best of 4 over there. Rico and Phil standing by, but right here it is time for the second quarter-final, and we'll see the second team in Group B, Creative Sports 11, who are going to take on Spencer, who were third in Group A. Well, Spencer were 4-4 in their group stage, narrowly missing out on a top 2 spot, but they are last year's finalists, and they obviously have some very good players. Troy Johnson comes back into the lineup, who will lead the side, and I can tell you he won the toss a little while ago, and he decided to bat. So different sort of strategy. We did see 25 of the 40 games in the group stage won by teams chasing. But obviously Trojo thinks it's time to go. I think he'll be out there early. And if he goes well, I think Spencer are trying to add some of that scoreboard pressure. Creative, though, we saw them get into the top 2 with a big win over Wimbledon last night. So they've got that recent experience. But you just wonder whether that fatigue might be a bit of a factor. But I will say they've got momentum on their side. They had a very good finish to their group campaign. That's the reason that they finished in second place. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Tina Goff standing by, and I know that she's as excited as anyone to get this one going. Spencer winning the toss, electing to bat in quarterfinal number 2. Time to find another finalist. Over to you in the commentary box, and watch out for those Grizzlies.
Thanks very much, Vinny. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's quarterfinal number 2, Creative Sports 11, who we've seen the last few days against Spencer, who we haven't seen in just over a week. Spencer make 4 changes. Trojo comes back in to captain the side. Cameron Kerr, George Kerr and Zakirullah Oriakil. We saw all of them earlier in the series. They're all back for the men in blue. As for Creative Sports, Aftab Afridi, Kritik Hanagavadi and Pratik Balarao all come back in for Navjot Sidhu's side. And as Vinny said, Spencer won the toss, elected to bat. We were speculating earlier in the day that maybe sides would like to chase in this knockout format, but Spencer, they back themselves to get runs on the board, and it will be Jens Wagstaff going out there into the middle with Freddie Haller to get their side up and running. Another one that's very much sitting in that just right Goldilocks zone. Actually, Creative Sports ahead with 57%. Spencer, well, they've been a bit of a hot and cold Jekyll and Hyde side so far in this series. Remember, way back last week on the first day of the tournament, they actually lost both of their opening games and didn't pick up a single point. It was the octopus, but the wrong end of it for Spencer. But then they came back, won 3 games in a row, then lost another couple before finishing it off with a crushing defeat against Weybridge by 114 runs to finish their group stage campaign. So it's very much a question of which Spencer side we'll see out there in the middle. As for Creative Sports, well, we know exactly what they're capable of. They've managed to get some big wins on the board throughout the group stages, not more so than against the hosts and, well, maybe Group B favourites Wimbledon yesterday, putting 171 runs on the board. Wimbledon got close, got to 150, but weren't able to get past the Creative total, and that was thanks to 67 off 20 deliveries by Akshay Solanki, who is in the side today. But first, they have a job with the ball as Aftab Afridi bowls the first one to Jens Wagstaff. It's a big swing and a miss first up for the opening batter of Spencer, who are looking to recapture some of that form that got them all the way to the final last year. Of course, losing out to NCCA by 5 wickets. But certainly a team with pedigree, and the kind of side that are able to turn it on when it matters most, and certainly today is one of those days. It's knockout cricket, anything could happen. Just ask London County Cricket this morning, who were absolutely blown away in the end by East Molesey. Crushing defeat by 10 wickets. On that occasion it was LCC who put runs on the board, just not enough of them. And it was easy work in the end for the East Molesey openers, as Clyde Reeves Fortune and of course Michael Sheen both scoring unbeaten half centuries to see East Molesey through to finals day tomorrow. Of course, Peacock Friday as well. It's all going to happen tomorrow. So 4 sides will do battle for that illustrious ECS trophy. Of course, both of these sides out there in the middle, hoping that their name will be in the hat. Ted Landray is also going to be one to feature for Spencer. He's carded at 6. You know, he's can bat and bowl, but first it'll be... Well, I do believe it is... Yeah, it is Tad Landry out there in the middle, actually. Freddie Haller has the number 25 on his shirt, and Tad Landry has the manufactured 125. Sold me the dummy there. I think we need to go back to the LCC numbers 1 to 11. Cut out all of this high number nonsense. It is then Wagstaff and Landry opening up for Spencer. Freddie Haller, though, still waiting in the wings. He's a explosive batter. Can do some damage with the ball as well. So Spencer, looks like they have rolled out the big guns going into these knockout stages. Well, that's a full toss. It has been caught. We're going to have to check this for height, though. Celebrations for Creative Sports, but at the moment, the Spencer batter, he's going nowhere. Let's take a look how high this one. It was certainly dipping, and he might just get away with that one. It's one of those 50-50 ones. I think it is on the way down. If he does go, it's an absolutely horrible way to go for Ted Landray. Big call here to make for the TV umpire. Certainly Creative think they've got their man. They're high-fiving all around, and well, we'll go to live, see what the decision is here, and the finger of doom is raised. So Ted Landray has to depart. It's one of those where if he had his time again, that one would be absolutely out of the park. He just almost gets surprised by the full bunger there from Aftab Afridi. It's a smart catch at mid-wicket by Ibra Shahid. Tad Landray will be kicking himself that he has to go. Still in the first over here. Spencer lose their first 3 for 1. Been a brilliant start actually for Creative Sports. Aftab Afridi just giving away a handful of singles, and you could see there Tad Landray just almost stops in his tracks there. And the man in black duly raises his finger. I think the right call there, certainly on the way down. Aftab Afridi, not sure he quite meant it, but he'll take the wicket nonetheless. Spencer lose their first, and it will be the skipper Trojo who comes out at 3, the MVP from last year. Got a big task on his hands here, and he chips that one. It will be a bump ball. A direct hit here would have certainly been interesting. Jens Wagstaff was scrambling to the striker's end here. Curious one as it hits right into the AstroTurf, balloons up. It's well collected by the field. A throw comes in. I think Jens Wagstaff was just about safe as Trojo just having a word with his partner. It is the end of the first as well. 4 for 1. A brilliant start here for Creative Sports. So we take a look at what's happening over in Croatia. First match has finished, but we've got 4 games to bring you between today and tomorrow with my good friend and G-Force better half, Phil G, on the mic over there with Rico. And of course, it was great to share the tent with over the last week or two as he moves on to, I'm sure, sunnier shores over in Croatia. As we go into the second over here, it'll be bowled by Kritik Hanagavadi once he does eventually bowl the ball. The Creative Sports couldn't have asked for a better start there from Aftab Afridi. Not conceding a single boundary, just the 4 singles plus the wicket. And they've hit their straps right away here, have Creative Sports again. It's the age-old question of just being able to use the momentum versus Spencer, of course, who we haven't seen in a good week. And they are a side that tends to blow a little hot and cold. That will be the first boundary, though, as Kritik just loses his line. Hands on head moment. He thinks he was very close to getting his man. There's a shuffle across the stumps there. In fact, it would have been well done leg side, but Jens Wagstaff just helps it on its way. It will be the first boundary for Spencer in this quarter-final. Reminder there that Spencer They did win the toss. They wanted to bat, so they wanted to get runs on the board. Hasn't exactly started well for them here. Critic bowling with a good pace. He only goes off about 3 or 4 paces. Fires that one in, and Jens just almost fends it away for a single. We know Wagstaff's got runs in him. 56 off just 18 deliveries. That was in the win against East Molesey. And of course, we saw an imperious form this morning. And Spencer batters, well, I assume they have played a bit of cricket between when we saw them last and this morning. Just haven't been able to find the middle of the bat so far. And they're in danger of seeing another over come and go and pass them by without really being able to impact the score. Was critic Hannah Gavadi. We saw him in that Hornchurch series earlier this year. Played just the one game for the Old Brentwoods. Didn't pick up a wicket in his 2 overs. Oh, there's a bit of funkiness. Maybe that's what gets Spencer's innings up and running here. It's gone rolling into the jungle. I don't know where our ball collector friend is, but he's nowhere to be seen. Tyrone Peters out like a flash to provide a new Grizzly. It's Jens Wagstaff. Finally just gets up and running. It's his second boundary of the over and of the innings. Nicely played away. He goes again. This time ties himself in knots. It's an eventful dot ball to finish the over. 15 for 1, Spencer. Outstanding start here for Creative Sports. Just not allowed Wagstaff or Johnson to get away from them. As the win predictor has them well ahead for now. Taking a look quickly at the standings. This is why Spencer are playing the second quarterfinal. Same as East Molesey, really. Equal record. Played 8, won 4, lost 4. East Molesey, of course, showed us exactly what they're made of this morning. But Spencer, well, the fact that they actually finished the group with a negative net run rate kind of shows you that they didn't exactly light up Group A, but they've got themselves into the quarterfinal. Just need to try to get something going here. As Aftab Afridi, unsurprisingly, comes back for his second over, and Vinny joins me back in the 10. It's been some start here for Creative.
It's kind of out-muscled them, haven't they? Obviously, it just feels like Spencer can't quite get on the tempo of the game. They've still got time, but 2 overs have crept by. Spencer had a bit of a shocker first day, you mentioned that. And Johnson, he's the guy that can change things very, very quickly. He was the MVP of last year's series, very experienced player. Played at a high level of cricket. He's got a Freedy at the other end. That's going to be off the leg. Great piece of fielding. In fact, might create a run out. Goes back to the bowler, and it's missed. Oh, almost point blank. There's a great bit of keeping in the first place from Shamsul Islam, who went one glove and then goes, I think, glove on because he didn't have time to get it off, and just hurls it. And smart. Goes to the bowler. Bowler only had a quick look, but that really should have been run out. What drama.
Wow. And he'd pretty much given up at the non-strikers end. Had Jens. He knew he was a goner. Somehow, from probably about a metre, Afridi misses it, and he's got cramp for his efforts as well, by the looks of it.
Afridi 10. That's a famous combination, isn't it? Running in. Gets it up in the block hole. Spencer still just can't do too much with this power play. You've got to give credit to the bowling, though.
This is actually what we saw from Spencer throughout Group 8. When they're good, they're great, and when they're bad, they're just, I don't know, bereft of ideas. They were on the receiving end of some thumping defeats. Those two on the first day, they were bowled out for 80 against Twickenham, and remember, that's a Twickenham side that finished rock bottom. And they lost to Banstead within 5 overs. They lost to East Molesey by 8 wickets. So they are certainly capable of getting absolutely brushed aside, but maybe Jens Wagstaff just trying to provide a bit of impetus here, because when they're good, they're excellent. They beat Weybridge by more than 100 runs. They sneak past Banstead on the final ball. They beat East Molesey by a pretty comfortable 10 runs as well. Didn't quite reflect how dominant that win was, so they can do it all. But Spencer just need to find a way of scratching together something here, because the power play is almost come and gone here.
True. Just haven't been able to get a run on here at all. Again, kind of Yorks himself there. I feel they could turn the corner any time, but they want it to be soon, Spencer, last year's finalists. Let's see if Johnson can get this away. He's 4 off 6. Certain players, I'd say, are unretire-outable, and Johnson's one of them. I just think he's too quality. He could turn it on at any minute. Last ball, the third. Again, attempted Yorker, but this one is worked away. Well, maybe that one can get Trojo going. It will be 4 off the pans, and that's the end of the third over. Brilliant power play, though, from Creative, continuing their momentum into this knockout match, and it's 25 for 1.
2 outstanding overs as well from Aftab Afridi. Even with those 2 boundaries he concedes in the final 3 deliveries, 1 for 14, his figures for both overs in the power play. You take that all day long. Spencer 25 for 1. The end of 3. It's a similar situation here to what LCC found themselves in this morning, which is just you've got to try and scramble up to something that you feel like you can defend. Expected score 120. I think Spencer, they've got to look at 130, 140 if they can. Keeping out a Creative sports side who has some firepower as well. At the top of the order, Ashraful Islam, Ajinkya Patil, both more than capable of scoring big runs. Ashraful Islam, remember, he scored a unbeaten 139 against Hornchurch, the hosts, for Raynham, just a couple of months ago in that ECS at Hornchurch. Creative, they've got batters who've proven that they can score runs in this format.
I think with Creative, Alan Jones doesn't make the 11. This guy's got 160 top score. Well, this one almost takes out the bowler. Freedy should handle it. He does. It's a very diveable surface here. Even though you get the odd bad bounce. That's good work. Yeah, I mean, someone like Jones, I suppose, just not really in form at the moment. Doesn't matter where they bat him. Even when he batted the 10, probably wasn't convincing. And again, shows you that the ups and downs, the unpredictability of the T10 format. And he hasn't quite made it into the team. It's not a bad reserve to have, assuming if they do get the win here. Bowled. And for Johnson, just never happens in this second quarter final. Ballarat comes on. Little inside edge, I think, cleans up the stumps. And Spencer lose their skipper, 26 for 2.
Well, the power play was not a great one for Spencer, and over number 4 hasn't started much better. Gets a bit of a nick on that one, actually, does Trojo. Might have been lucky and missed the off stump had he not got a feather on it, but it will be the second wicket to fall. Just a runner ball 8 for him. And this is the danger that Spencer find themselves in. Not only are they're not really scoring at a rate, but they're starting to lose wickets here. As the skipper goes with the shake of the head as well. It is Freddie Haller then, who I thought was maybe opening. He is out here now. Number 4 for Spencer. Jens Wagstaff, I suppose he's still there. He's showing at least flickers of life. A couple of funky 4s. He's 17 off 10, and it looks like our ball retriever has got a friend.
It's Saeed. I didn't realise because it's so far away, but it's Saeed.
Oh, is it?
Who's gone from trying to take a crowd catch to just becoming a full-time ball retriever. He's found his niche.
And he's found a buddy as well. Maybe it's an apprentice.
Amazing.
Oh, is that Adam?
Adam's over there with him.
Oh. Adam and Saeed.
The fact that, I mean, look, that's a dangerous kind of, what do you call it? A wormhole to go through. He's going to end up in another dimension. But yeah, he's come down to the cricket. He's decided to spend his day looking for the balls in the bushes. Have we got the most committed spectators in the world? I think so. Freddie Haller gets a chance at number 4, but well, if this innings was a slightly underwhelming Matthew McConaughey movie, it'd be failure to launch at the moment. No signs of Sarah Jessica Parker, but we do have Freddie. He's going to work away a 1. Know where the boundary's going to come from here. Ballarat wheeling and dealing with his left armers.
Yeah, some good points made in the chat. Croom, congratulations, member for 28 months.
Oh, well done, Croom.
Silver Spanner. And he says, yeah, Group B teams have the advantage of playing on Astro more recently, whereas Group A, maybe in the meantime, if they've played on a bit of turf, if they played some club games, maybe they have to readjust. Well, no readjustment needed there. So Jens Wagstaff, he seems to hold the key here for Spencer, launches that one for 6 runs.
Bad ball, though, rare bad ball. I mean, take your point, Kroon, but tell that to East Molsey. They came out and they smashed 120 in 7 overs. And I just think I'd file it under one of those things. I don't necessarily think it's the conditions being unfamiliar for Spencer. I just think haven't been able to time a ball really so far. That was an exception. Wagstaff will get 6. And Ballarat still a very good over, only going for 8. Last ball, the 4th coming up. Well, kept down a little bit actually. They will get the single, and Wagstaff will get the strike. Ballarat does a good job. Goes 1 for 9 in the 4th, and Spencer 34 for 2.
Yeah, Tom in the chat, I think it's Tom Weston playing devil's advocate, saying Group A have known their fixture for a week though, so maybe they should have had time to get what they think their strongest side is out. But
It's a strong side.
yeah.
If you know cricket, and if you've played a lot of cricket, you'll know that some days it's your day and some it isn't. It's a bit different. Like tennis is similar in a way, but in a way, tennis, you got phases of the game where you might hit it well and then maybe not so well. But in cricket, because you only get 1 innings, it's kind of brutal. And speaking of brutal, that is up and out of the ground. Maximal. Still time for Spencer to turn the corner, and they've got some very big hitters at the crease there right now.
They do, and they have the benefit of a relatively deep batting lineup as well. They've got Cameron Kerr, Rufus is carded at 5 as well. Elliot Deeks, the wicketkeeper, he can hit a long ball. Between them, there's still a few runs in there.
That one's hit very hard as well, but it should be a 1-hopper down to Gaurav Kumar. What did he had yesterday? But I think it's a bit of both here. We talked about the rest versus rust. Spencer looked like the rest hasn't done him much good. They look a bit out of touch, but creative just on a heater yesterday, and they've kept it up. Although Spencer fighting back now. This is right back to the line, but over the top. Maximal, first one for Freddie Hawler. And that's Nick Smith, by the way, who played for Oeiras, the Portuguese winning club that made it to the ECL. Good friend of Paolo's over there as well. He's also got his youngster with him today, and he protects the baby. I will say that is an exception to Rule 1. Protect the equipment, protect the baby. Then protect the equipment.
Babies rank higher.
Then other humans. But anyway, this will bring up the 50. This one kind of like a chop cut here. Have a look at it. Get that back foot back and across. The outside half of the bat. The run's starting to flow for Spencer here in the 5th.
I'll tell you what, Saeed is such a good ball retriever that he's found a plus-sized grizzly. If we can get the camera on him.
Is he really?
Adam's there, and Saeed is holding the ball that he's found like a proud father protecting his baby.
Oh, little Nick this time. 3rd's pretty fine, but not fine enough, and that'll be 4 more. As Spencer desperately trying to get on the pace here in the 5th. Look at this. I think kind of placed for it. I don't think he meant to get it that fine, but still a nice bit of touch there from Hawler.
There you go.
There's a plus-size grizzly. Yeah, it's nice. He's exchanging ball retrieving tips for catching tips. That's what it looks like. So were you here? You don't think you were here when he dropped one, and then the camera kept going to him, and for hours afterwards he was kind of motioning on how he should have taken the catch. Saeed, could get one there still. Cut away, and that'll beat the fielder. So Sidhu. He was brilliant yesterday, but has a tough over there. 25 come off that. A magical 5th, and Spencer still got time, but not that much time. Will take us to the end of the over. And the score is 59 for 2. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff with me. Tina, do or die cricket. The cream rises to the top. One of these 8 teams that have made the quarters will have a perfect run of 3. Only one and they will win the trophy tomorrow night.
There can only be one, and East Molesey, well, they've got off to the perfect start for the quarterfinals. Don't lose a wicket on their way to finals day. They'll be full of confidence. Spencer, they're trying to fight their way back into this one, aren't they? Creative Sports, well, it just backfired. The captain putting himself on to the 5th over.
Yeah.
Didn't work, but he's turned to a bit of seam here going into the 6th.
Hey, don't forget that something's hatching. Well, after this ball, we might have time now, actually. Keeper's still getting his gloves on. Something new's hatching. We're only 4 days away from the full picture. What do you think? What do you think it is? Any ideas?
Couldn't possibly even fathom a guess. Looks like he's going diving, though. Those flippers.
Yeah. Flippers are clear. Is it a dolphin? 6 over. It's going to start with a wide. Yeah, a lot of chat. But, yeah, let us know in the chat if you think.
Going into the 6th then, Gaurav Kumar to bowl it. He's another one that we've seen before on the network. Played for the East Londoners. And Creative Sports kind of just, talking of cream of the crop, they've handpicked the cream of the crop from that Hornchurch series, and Gaurav Kumar, he scored 61. Actually against CFS, who of course we've seen over the last few days, was more of a batter featuring in that series than a bowler, but picked up 2 wickets. Got the chance here. Bowled 3 excellent deliveries first up.
Yeah, definitely. He caught a bit of a golden arm last night. He's just been brilliant, and he's got quite a good skill set. He's got a bit of a quicker ball as well. You talk about slower balls. This time he gets the batter reaching, but Wagstaff is up to the challenge. Finds the gap, finds the boundary, 4 runs.
Gaurav put in that outstanding stop on the boundary, didn't he? Right, it was right in front of the scorer's tent, as Jason was on the mic last night. The one-handed effort.
Yeah.
It was very casual.
Yeah.
Not quite as casual now as tournament cricket requires serious business. East Molesey, they were all business this morning. But Spencer working their way up to something like an average total here. Zanuck on the screen there, making some adjustments to the offside.
Wagstaff 35 off 17. It's interesting here, the trend that the rate's actually gone down, scoring rate going down towards the end is pretty rare. It's going to be a no ball, I think. Look pretty high, and it's going to disappear. More work for Saeed. That'll be a no ball +4. Looks pretty high. Well, check it out in the replay. Always worth a look to confirm, but he's in his crease. It's kind of up at the numbers, as they say in baseball. Does well actually to get something on that, and of course it was always going to fly away to the boundary, so a free hit, another opportunity for Spencer, and Wagstaff in particular. He's got a good quicker one, actually. That might have been it. Digs it in, miss hit. Probably will be caught, won't matter. But that's something I know Dennis Lilly talked about, that, you know, he's one of the players, I suppose, that was playing when there was more and more 50-over cricket played and bowling at the end of the innings, and I suppose developing these skill sets. And he said, you know, a change of pace is good, but if you even got one that's a little bit quicker, that obviously can surprise the batter as well. And is catching the batter slightly in front of the stump. Now Hauler will scramble through for a leg bye. Just look, maybe this one was angling down the leg side. So Kumar, I mean, despite the minimo, still not going for too many in the over. That's going to be dug in, and that will be the end of the over. So the score is 71 for 2 after 6. Not quite to a ball pace, 128 expected. Spencer hanging in there, but still playing from behind here in the second quarter final.
Still, I suppose, a slightly more productive 2 overs from them, going for 37 runs. Gaurav Kumar really providing a bit of assistance there. Wild over, including 5 no balls. Did get away with the free hit, though. Also a wide in there. They've got 2 batters now at the crease, Spencer, who have, you'd say, seen enough balls to try and go big here, especially Jens Wagstaff. If he can maybe even almost double his score from here, he's 40 off 20. He gives his side something to bowl at. As Pratik comes back in, and well, there's a big appeal, and it will be the end of Freddie Horler, he departs for 19. Smart grab there behind the stumps by Shamshul Islam. Zipped through underneath the bat. I think it was a bit of an under edge on it. And it's the third wicket to fall for Spencer.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, not a bad innings really. I suppose look at his scoring rate, 19 off 8, acceptable. But he would have probably liked to have stayed a bit longer. I think you're right. I think in the end, it kind of slides in with the arm and just cramps him a little bit. Gets him high up on the bat, maybe just flicking the glove on the way through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think outside edge in the end, but still well picked. There's obviously enough on it that the umpire was in no doubt. The keeper and the bowler went up straight away. There was really nothing else it could have been. Everything else away from the body. Yeah, it might have just been a bit of a top of the bat, bit of glove on the way through. Well held. Gets his hands together and his legs together. Goes straight up. He knows he's got his man. Spencer lose their third at the start of the 7th. So Elliot Deeks, the wicket keeper, comes in for Spencer.
All right, new batter. Drives on the up first up. Tests the fielder. Most of the ground field have been pretty good in the outfield, considering there's a few unpredictable bounces out there. Wagstaff 40, searching for a half century. Oh, little delay, but it doesn't catch Wagstaff. Napping, Spanner squad activated. Saeed, I did tell him to play from behind. I thought it was his best bet, but he wasn't able to protect the Spanners. It might have been Ian that stepped down to the chair to be the hero. Well done, Ian. Uh-oh, that's not a good ball. Ballarat's just had a couple get away, and Wagstaff, who's battling, isn't he? He's trying to keep his team in the contest. He brings up his 50 off 22 balls, and he's giving Spencer a shot.
Yeah, we thought he'd be the key. He's opened up here for Spencer. Seen.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Is that the Vitality dog back?
Yeah, that is even I know the Vitality dog.
It's good advertising, isn't it?
It's
Well done,
very UK.
Vitality.
Hello. And that's how we'll celebrate the 50, with some dog watch.
We'll say the dog isn't on our pitch. He's on a pitch, but not our pitch.
We have had dogs interrupt games over from occasion. Our good friend Danny Hudacek has 2 wonderful dogs. One is pretty used to the cricket and was sitting on the table, and he got a new one. And he did bring him to work. People love the dogs. Long off fielders didn't really love the dogs because every time the ball got hit anywhere near, the dog would bolt. Down the ground this time from Wagstaff and have to settle for one. And there was some bargain. Once Danny was physically pulled out of the commentary box. And fortunately now, the dogs have to enjoy the game from more of a distance. Last ball the over. Wants to ramp and actually gets a good bit of contact here. Just going with the angle, and Deeks will pick up his first boundary. It'll be the end of the 7th over, and it's 89 for 3.
My expected score is pretty much consistent. He stayed in the 120s. If Jens couldn't stay there, maybe even looking at 130, 140 as a bird swoops in there. We're very much on bird watch this morning, dog watch as well, and 2025 calendar watch. Croatia.
Double screening.
Yeah, always.
Get into it.
And, of course, Germany, sad times, missing out on that one.
I'm so disappointed that
So
you.
am
I mean,
I.
I'm happy for you because you made the next round of World Cup qualifiers. And you don't really stop mentioning that. No, you're very humble about that, of course. But we're going to pretty much an hour from where Tina lives. But Tina's a World Cup qualifier, so she can't be there. But Rico will be there with me, and I'll probably be carrying it to the end, probably by myself by the end, because he'll already be in Romania. That's how it's going to work in Kiel. And then Shoban, you haven't met him, but he's great, actually. He'll be on with Rico in Romania. And hopefully we don't have the weather issues that plagued us in the earlier series in the year. I'm glad they get another go.
The long...
Oh, hello. This is where we need the reverse camera.
She...
Can't milk a dog. What's that movie? One of my favourite movies, Meet the Parents, where he says that you can milk a cat. I won't go into the exact quote, but if you know it, you know it.
Well, there we go.
There you go. That's better. Where are we going with this?
Oh,
Oh, hello.
nice little sideways roll.
Good feet there. We had the you'd seen the nutmeg yesterday. You were in for
Yeah,
that. That
yeah.
was really good. The meg. Good movement down leg side from the keeper. It will be called a wide.
I've rarely seen a dog less interested in a ball than that one.
I heard German dogs are pretty uninterested or disinterested in balls. Is that a thing?
Dogs in Germany or like German Shepherds?
No, it's like dogs in Germany.
Dogs in Germany, I don't know.
That's what I've heard. I heard that from Daniel Weston, ECM founder. Says that dogs there not really just look at you quizzically. I suppose some that are brought up with it. You a dog person?
I am.
Hmm.
Oh, I've never had a dog. I think my mum.
I'm a bit like that. I like dogs, but I don't think I can't have my own.
Well, this is the thing. I've tried to lobby for my own dog, but I get told, well, stop leaving the house for 3 months at a time.
Yeah, if it's like a Tamagotchi or something. Oh,
Whoa.
skills.
Hello.
Oh, there you go. Bounce the top edge, flying. And, well, the dog's flying, the Grizzlies flying. I'd say the score's flying, but it's edging up there. 4 more takes it up to 96. Not a bad bouncer, actually, but threw the hands on it, did Wagstaff. With one for the over, no doubt.
Maybe I get one of those handbag dogs that just come with me.
Saeed. And he's back in his catching position now. I actually think the fielders have gone over and above. How about that, though?
Whoa.
Look at that.
Whoa.
I wouldn't be teasing the dog too much. I like dog got it in the end. Some people have said that my mouth should be strapped together like that. Do you think
That's been done to me with cake.
Did they not give it to you the first 2 times
Yeah.
and the third time? All right, Kumar, 2 to go on his spell. He's got good pace, doesn't he? It's kind of working against him. This has bounced just inside the rope, and one ball goes out of the bushes, another one goes in. Oh, yin and yang, the circle of life of the Grizzly ball. 100 comes up for Spencer.
Well, Saeed is back with the Spanish squad, who almost apparently got very damaged by that ball that flew towards him. But Saeed needs to get back in those bushes, back to where he belongs, because clearly it's taken 2 creative players in the bushes now, and neither of them come out with the ball.
So Kumar, 21, still a decent effort. Backs away, slashes. This one, you can see there, bounces maybe metre inside.
100 is up for Spencer as well with that flash to the boundary. And 62 off 27.
Hello to Sandy Willow, fairly new to the chat. Sandy, great to see you. And remind me, Sandy, where are you watching from? And I know Adion's in there, Tesserande as well. He's watching from Malta. He's recently made the move from North America to Malta. All right, last ball of the 8th. Pitches up, hit down the ground, but won't be hit hard enough to get past the field. But it does mean Wagstaff will retain the strike. We'll go to the 9th. He's on 63, and Spencer 101 for 3.
Suddenly looking like being able to post a decent score here. 2 magical overs would take them somewhere near to that 150. Just been able to put on a nice little acceleration here in the back end, led by Jens Wagstaff. If he can face the majority of these remaining 12 deliveries, then Spencer can get themselves somewhere defendable. And it will be Jens on strike here, as the all-important 9th will be bowled by Navjot Sidhu. So the skipper brings himself back on, given that he went for 25 in the first. I assume it'd be critic Hannah Vagadi to bowl the last. He went for just 11.
Wise man once told me it all happens in the 9th. Let's find out. Navjot gets brought back. And he's going to get smashed out of the ground first up. Well, Saeed! Oh, well, he had a try at it. No one else showed any interest. They know. He blames people that literally didn't move. But Saeed, that was a real hanger. Gave him the chance to maybe pull off a crowd catch. He's been wanting one all week. And that one just gets away from him. 6 runs, though. Good start to the over for Spencer.
The man in the white hoodie went into the brace position. I don't know if that was for the incoming Grizzly or the incoming Saeed. Could have been a pretty spectacular collision. Gets one through to the keeper, though. Second up, good comeback there from the skipper, who was probably feeling the worst, having gone for 25 off his first over, and then a big Maximo to start the second. And that one just sneaks over the wide line.
Good location. Made him play away from his body. 132 expected. Bowled. Gets it up in the block hole. Bowler not able to make the stop, but Single does take the set batter away from the strike. Looks like slightly more than we had in the first game. Still a bit of time to go. Deeks gets one that's in the hole. Tests the deep mid-wicket, but does well there. Rajesh Sharma keeps it to another single.
Probably not the worst single though. Gets Jens Wagstaff back on strike. He's 70 off 31. He's got 2 balls here to try and do the damage.
Just gets away a little bit too much. That's great keeping. And sometimes talk about this, trying to get your eyes behind the ball. So you see he's making it his best effort to get his head as far over there as he can. Don't worry about the stumping. First thing is stop the ball. Even though he takes them away from the stumps. It was really well done. That was a big swing and a miss. Not sure if there's any bat in there. If there was, he had took it away from the gloves. Whacks Shamsul Islam in the chest. He's kept very well so far in this game. Have a look if there's any bat in this. I thought I heard something. I feel like there might have been an edge, but it's not a genuine chance if it was. Make the block. That's what they do. Last ball of the ninth then. And that one is smashed over long off. Maximal. Wagstaff to 76. If he gets his strike back, he's smoking his chance of 100 here in what's been a tough innings for Spencer. But we will go to the 10th, and it's 116 for 3.
Given the way they started, which was slow to say the least, and Troy Johnson departing at the start of the 4th, 26 for 2, they've made a good comeback here. Spencer, Jens Wagstaff leading the charge as Navjot Sidhu brings up an unwelcome 40. Second over doesn't quite go magical. Goes for 15 though. As it will be pretty certain critic Hannah Gavadi to bowl the last here. Just the 5 bowlers used then for Creative Sports. Sticking to plan A, even though it didn't really go to plan, especially for the skipper. Go into the final over here, and it gets a bit funky, does Elliot Deeks. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, and he gets enough of it though to get past the despairing dive. I suppose it was a bit of a win-win situation there for Elliot. If it only got the single, it would have got Jens back on strike. As it is though, he gets the boundary. Perfect start to the final over, and Spencer moved to 120.
Yeah, sure is, and not an easy shot to pull off. I mean, by definition, you're kind of playing across the line there, so you've got to judge it just right. I suppose it's not a shot you're really trying to swing hard, so you really, when you're not swinging, I think you're watching the ball harder. That's why typically, block is considered a safe shot, because you're not really swinging the bat. There's less moving parts. 6 to 10. Still, it's been such a fast pace of action today. We haven't really had a chance to get into food chat. We haven't really had the chance to get into our faulty towers review. We went a couple of nights ago.
Only 4 games as well. Oof.
Well, no ball. That's a bit of a lifeline for Spencer here. It's actually a really good shot by Deeks to get his hands through this. And it will be a 7-up. Siete carreras. Look at the yellow square in the advertising. It's going to head straight for that. Bang. But Deeks, it's actually very good reactions to get that away.
He stars it out nicely with the pivot as well. Flat 6. Goes all the way. 7 up. And suddenly, Spencer getting a bit of momentum back. Win Predictor sneaks back into the Goldilocks zone for a while. Gave Spencer not a chance in hell, but now with this nice little partnership building up between the two, it's worth 49 now. They've got the chance to add to it here.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's always a chance.
Deeks. Handy little cameo here. Yeah, Saeed had to do a bit of work to get that catch in the crowd, but the one, I think it was yesterday, was pretty much straight to him. I'm sure he's still replaying it. I mean, no one's perfect though. I mean, Tyrone put one down yesterday. I know he's still thinking about that. 5 to calm. This is hit. But straight to the fielder. Afridi will clean up, and Wagstaff will take over. 3 balls to go. Spencer have just crept up into the Goldilocks zone. Not sure if they'll stay there after that ball, but giving themselves a chance. So, let's see if Jens can take him home. Of course, I think we had the no ball there, right? So it's still 4 to come. You know what that means? 4 sixes. Bring up the ton. Seen it before.
What's the longest streak of sixes to bring up a ton? We've had 5 in a row?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I think we might have had 5 in a row. I think Musa Ahmed did that in the Netherlands in the European Cricket Series in 2022. He went from 70 to 100. Probably one of my most memorable ones. I'll tell you in a minute. Backs away. Probably not the play, you know. Just gives the bowler more room to wiggle. Good change of speed there as well from Hanagavati. He's been impressive. He makes this very hard to hit. Can't reach it. Literally can't reach it. Gulam Dastagir. I needed 13 to win off 3 balls. He was on 82. 6. Game's tied. 1 to win. 6. Brings up the 100. Baraka Prato. They're going to run here. And they're going to get away with it. So, again, feel like he kind of stayed a bit too leg side of the ball there. And the bowler locates it perfectly. He does. And yeah, credit to Deeks. He hustles through for the single.
Yeah, Deeks has played a nice little hand here. Just happy to defer to Jens Wagstaff, but when the chances have come, he's hit some big shots as well.
Well, probably just take the 1 this time unless there's a fumble. So Wagstaff will get 1 more opportunity. So look, they're going to be up in the 130s. It's competitive. It's probably not enough for them to be ahead in the game. But you know, 2 teams got a bat. And Creative have been a bit hot and cold, even though they're coming to this game pretty hot. This one ain't over. Last ball coming up. No, not. It's going to be a wide, and no need to try for run out here. So 132 plus this.
Just been a little sloppy in the last couple of overs, Creative Sports, with their lengths. So the 5th wide in just 3 overs. And well, the bonus ball is then hit away. It won't go all the way, but it will be 4 runs. So again, Spencer certainly wagging, and it's thanks to Wagstaff. He moves to 80, so he finishes unbeaten on 80 off 36. Spencer, 136. It's a good comeback from them. The expected score pretty much throughout the innings was in the 120s. And they've managed a little flourish towards the end as that final over does go magical. Costly few extras there from Kritik as he bowls a couple of wides. That's 7 up as well. He did actually get away with the free hit, but still a magical over to end for Spencer, who, well, maybe still feel a little disappointed given the strength of their batting lineup, but they also started relatively slowly with those 2 wickets to fall in the opening 4 overs. First, Ted Landry went as the finger of doom was raised, and then Trojo just never really got going. Did the Spencer skipper, went for a runner ball 8, as this one was a brilliant piece of wicket keeping. Not so great there from the bowler as he misses.
Never going to go for 4 overthrows off the bowler's throw. 1 positive there, but yeah, probably not going to see him in the professional darts game anytime soon after Bafridi. But yeah, it was just a bit of an underwhelming start, really. And even though they played a bit of catch-up, they only ended up really maybe half a dozen below par. Just felt that they left a few runs left on the table there. And for Spencer, they've got a bit of an uphill battle to pull this one off with the big defence. Saeed became a bit of a specialist in the trees today. I think you got to hand it to Creative Sports 11. They started the series a bit more inconsistent, but they've been really good in the last 24 hours, and they're hoping to continue that on.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to use the momentum of those Group B sides who have knocked themselves into a bit of form. The Dog didn't get it first time, didn't get it the second time, did get it on the 3rd occasion, as Jens Wagstaff was really the anchor to the innings here, hitting 6 sixes and 8 fours on his way to that unbeaten 80. And it was first Freddie Horler and then Elliot Deeks who provided some support at the other end. As it was getting a bit funky there, that one raced away despite the efforts there, the tumbling fielder. And I suppose one thing for Creative Sports, that maybe feel like they gave away 1 or 2 runs too many in those final couple of overs. Just a couple of no balls and those 5 wides just meant that, well, Spencer, they didn't certainly get away from them, but allowed them about 20 runs more than maybe Creative Sports would have hoped for, especially after that blistering start with both the opener and Troy Johnson in the shed relatively early on. But it's Jens Wagstaff who opened up for Spencer and remains unbeaten at the end, carrying his bat all the way through. And Freddie Horler, Elliot Deeks, both just facing the 8 deliveries, but managing to find the rope on a handful of occasions to help the score to, well, something respectable. We saw those statistics at the start of the game, and actually most sides here favouring the chase. Remember, it was Spencer who won the toss on this occasion and elected to bat. Given that that is the case, maybe they'll feel like they're 20, 30 runs short of where they would ideally like to be. They've certainly got something to defend here. As for Creative Sports, well, they're going to be looking to the likes of Ajinkya Patil and Ashraful Isram, of course Rajesh Sharma as well, more than capable of scoring runs. If they get going, then they will want to copy the form of East Molesey this morning, who chased down a relatively similar total with comfortable ease and aplomb, not losing a wicket. So the halfway stage then, Spencer 136 runs on the board. Remember, it's knockout cricket, it's all on the line here. Creative Sports, it's not about the bonus point, it's just about securing that spot on finals day. So we'll be back in just a few moments time here to take you through the run chase in quarterfinal number 2. Spencer 136 for 3, so Creative Sports 137 is that magic number. We'll take a quick look at the scorecards as they do finally join us. Jens Wagstaff then 80 not out off 36 deliveries. Elliot Deeks, a nice little cameo from him at the end, 18 off 8. Just a few too many extras, I'd say, from Creative Sports. The majority of those actually were in the latter parts of the overs. Taking a look at the bowlers then, just the 5 used by Creative Sports, and it didn't really work out for the captain. Navjot Sidhu goes for 40 runs in his 2. Aftab Afridi, though, Mr. Consistent at the top, picking up that early wicket and going at an economy of just 7. Pratik picking up 2 wickets as well as Kritik Hanagavadi. He's usually someone picks up wickets and stays pretty economical. On this occasion, goes for 30 runs. So there you have it, halfway stage. Spencer have runs on the board, maybe just not quite as many as they would have hoped for, but Creative Sports, they still need to get them. Pressure does strange things to people. Can they get the 137 needed to book their spot in finals day tomorrow? Run chase coming up in just over 5 minutes time, so join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu for the run chase in the second quarter final in ECS England.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
welcome back to Wimbledon, where the chase is on for the Creative Sports 11 if they want to book their place in finals day. Peacock Friday tomorrow against the Spencer side, who have certainly been blowing hot and cold throughout the tournament so far. And I'd say this one, well, probably a medium hot, as they get 136 runs on the board. It was looking for a while that the total would be somewhere more towards the 100 after they lost those early wickets. MVP from last year and skipper of Spencer, Troy Johnson, just struggling once more to get the ball off the square. But it was thanks to Jens Wagstaff's unbeaten 80 that they did manage to post a total that will certainly be competitive. We've seen that sides favour the chase in this series so far, but to mixed success, and certainly a total of 130 plus is always going to challenge the chasing side. And it looks like it will be the familiar figures of Ajinkya Patil opening up with Ashraful Islam for the chasing side, Creative Sports. As for Spencer, Trojo, he's at the top of the AstroTurf, patrolling and marshalling his side, so it looks like he will be leading from the front for Spencer. They saw this morning East Molesey employ spin very productively. This morning it was more towards the middle overs, but Spencer, I suppose, with not an enormous amount of runs to play with, are going hard, knowing that, of course, for both these sides, the tournament is on the line. No bonus point in play, just a straight shootout. If you're in, you're in, and if you're out, that will be tournament over. So it will be the first ball delivered here by the Spencer skipper. It's just worked away into the leg side for a single. And well, Trojo goes for the big old launch at the non-striker's end. Thankfully for him, George Kerr was doing the backing up, alert to the throw. You can see the win predictor firmly in the Creative Sports camp. A couple of early wickets here in the power play, and Spencer will certainly feel they're in with a chance here, but that one's crunched away for 4 runs. There is a man at square leg. He just watched that one whistle past his left ear. Max Hunt, well, he didn't hunt for that one. He knew that was a goner. Just a little too short there from Troy Johnson. He's quite tall, but it doesn't mean if he digs it in short, he's just going to sit up nicely. That's exactly what happened for Ashraful Islam there. As we go back to live, this one, though, could go into the hands of the fielder. That's exactly where it lands, so it'll be 4 and out for Islam. As Creative lose the first wicket in the first over. Muted celebrations from Spencer. They know they've still got a task on their hands, but certainly getting rid of Ashraful Islam early is an absolute boost for them. Remember, he scored 139 not out for Raynham earlier this year in Hornchurch, but this time he's already back in the shed. 5 for 1 as Vinny joins me back in the commentary 10, and perfect start for Spencer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, wicket's a bit of a currency here. Tries to take the one from outside the off stump, so it's a good location from Trojo in the first place, I suppose. And Islam not able to muscle it over the leg side boundary. So 5 for 1 early, and this will bring Rajesh Sharma to the crease. Well, he's kind of had some innings where he's hit it better than others as Rajesh. Spencer lurking just below the Goldilocks zone, but certainly still a threat. Johnson searching for a second wicket. And Haller takes good catch as well, regulation, but when you're trying to defend a slightly below par total, you want to find that little bit extra in the field. Let's see if they can create and take enough opportunities here. This one he reaches for, there's no one back on the offside, so that's going to be 4. You see Johnson also just trying to rush and upset the timing of the batter there. Patil, he looked up and Trojo was there, floated outside off, and it ended up at the backward point boundary.
You have to say it was a good catch from Freddie Haller as well. Not the easiest when you have to kind of just lean forward. It's easy to misjudge it, especially when you know it is the big wicket. Now Ashraful Islam holds on.
Edged, gone. Well, it's kind of a fly slip. Patil goes hard at the ball. The edge flies. And would you believe it? 2 wickets in the first over. Both openers back in the shed. And Spencer, they're fighting. Last year's finalists don't want to go home early this year. And Creative Sports 10 for 2 after 1.
It's always a good position to have in, isn't it, early on? The amount of times the ball flies through that region. Sometimes you have someone back on the boundary trying to stop it, but this time it goes straight into his hands. It's another sharp catch. Ajinkya Patel, he departs. So both openers back in the shed here as George Carr takes the opportunity that comes his way. I suppose it's a regulation catch, but it's still spinning off the side of the bat. Ajinkya Patel, 5 and out for him.
Yeah, it's a good position. I think it's actually very good captaincy from Troy Johnson. Thing is, edges are a bit of a lottery, but if you had to do a kind of a scientific scatter plot of where edges go, more go finer, and that's why keepers take the most catches, and then it's less and less as you go wider. Well, that's in the air. Don't think that's going to carry though, as the second over gets underway. So if you are going to have someone maybe for an edge, put him there. Force the batter to get more bat on it to get a few runs. This is Harsha Patel bowling the second over. Strong hat game by Elliot Deeks behind the stumps. It's another story. Solanki happy to be careful. He was certainly in the centre of the ECN universe on the last ball of game 39 with Solanki. 2 to tie. A huge edge that went to the sky and down to deep third, but he held on to the catch, and that was a 2-run victory for Creative. But interesting here, both Solanki and Sharma happy to push a one, have a bit of a look at Patel. But yeah, that's the thing. If you want to have a look at a bit of a bowler, that means there's not too many balls left in their overall their spell. But it's not a great one here, and it kind of fades on Deeks behind the stumps. Gets a glove on it, but concedes an extra run.
Well, there's one century and departs. Another one comes in. Rajesh Sharma scored 103 not out against OBs, who of course got to the final of that ECS in Hornchurch. He was playing for Gagan. And this one, well, direct hit again, would have been trouble. There's a big old Tortuga. It's mopped up on the other side, almost back on the rope, fired in. I wonder how close he would have been to being out here. He was just guided away to the third region. Yeah,
would have been out.
He would have been out, but the ball ends up almost flying off the top of the screen.
This one will get into the gap, and it'll be 4. That goes to the fan zone. And Creative battling getting through this power play. Remember, Spencer didn't have the greatest power play either. Croatia 42 for 3 in the power play over in Zagreb. Short and hit well enough. Maximo for Solanki. Looks like a player. And Nick might have caught that. Again, what's rule 1 of the crowd? Protect the babies. Then yourself, then maybe something else. Let's have a look at this one. It's a good short arm jab from Solanki. Oh, it's on the bounce. Still count it though. Not all heroes wear capes. End of the second over, 26 for 2. Quick look at Group B, and Creative, they played their way in with a win over Wimbledon last night, actually. Only one of 2 losses that Wimbledon suffered in Group B. London County Cricketer finished 3rd, already out of the tournament. Track to watch. All right, 3rd over, last the power play. We had a Grizzly v Tractor situation earlier in the week.
I want to be on that tractor, just being rocked gently to sleep.
How are you feeling? I mean, Tina's had a huge couple of weeks, and I know you're not 100%. What percent are you, honestly? You know what? Time for honesty chat.
It's like, shall I lie down? It's like
with Senior Maximo.
Psychotherapist couch.
I'll put on my adult contemporary voice for 11 o'clock at night. Tina, how are you today?
I'd say I'm about...
Give me a number.
30%.
Oh, wow.
I'm not even in the Goldilocks zone.
That's way less than I thought. But Tina's definitely... You've had more head on desk than I remember from commentating with you before. So you're 30%. But is there a chance you could creep you up in the Goldilocks zone?
There's potential.
Wow, what a bit of cricket. What a bit of keeping from Deeks. It was almost like slam ball met cricket there as Johnson. We might have seen Sheen rock a batter in the head with a bounce earlier in the day. He said, well, if he can do it, I can do it. Well, this one might have hit Shaquille O'Neal in the head. Well, great stop. Saves 4, the keeper. Wide. Bowled again. It's in the block hole, and Deeks is after it.
You know, you feel when you're at that level of health that just getting up might finish you off.
Okay, so
I'm just going to stay here.
hang in there.
Yeah.
By the way, it's just spotted someone in the chat. Trojo gets hit in the air. Oh, boy. Oh, almost a one-hander. And that would have been something if that was taken. Banstead in the house. That's Arslan Abbas, by the way, the Banstead skipper. Almost takes a one-hander. I was wondering where Saeed was over there, but it will be 6 runs. Trojo with a comeback. Low full toss, and fielder just crept around a little bit, and that's going to get past for 4 more. So into the power play, and they are ahead of the rate, albeit only just. They lose 2 in the power play, though. Creative Sports, 42 for 2 after 3. Ian from the Premier League Cricket Club is in, and I actually heard him on commentary on Monday in the Content Creators Carp. Of course, that's where I think Tina fell below the 50%, and now she's out of the Goldilocks zone physically.
And emotionally.
He just drained. And
it was good to see.
So you've done 1 game for us in the since Friday. Is that true?
Yeah, but I'm all
Answer the question.
I'm all about the quality rather than the quantity.
True.
But it was good to see Ian on Monday.
Tell me about your breakfast yesterday. Didn't you? You had a brunch yesterday as Women in Associates Cricket Brunch?
Yeah, that was beautiful. Maybe that finished me off.
You got a sore hand from signing all the autographs?
Oh, we've got a dog on the pitch.
Oh, yes. Now he's off the pitch. All right.
He was on the pitch. That was a great distraction. Well done, dog.
Who went full Tarzan earlier in the series. Araiko was the OG. He was the original, went into the forest and came out a changed man. And I think did he go in stickless? Or I think he was the original grab a stick and hope for the best.
Didn't he go in without a stick and came out with a stick?
It. He went in stickless and he came out with stick. And then he missed 2 games.
Causation is not... What's it? Causation is not
correlation. Isn't causation.
There we go.
But, I mean, normally Tina would have that down, but she's only operating at 30%. Oh, team.
I think I need to go into, power saving mode.
Yeah, battery saver. Must be a wide. Remember, anything down leg side between the batter and the stumps will be called a wide. Oh, yeah, so, hey, Ian, question, and maybe you put this already. They're down to 8 for the ECL spot. 8 clubs from England. Can you list them for me? Tell me who you know. I think Kroom's already made a start on it. Slower ball. Clever disguise there, but Sharma did well to pick it. Just knocks it away for 1. So, yeah. So, a bit like we're on quarterfinals day today. They're at the quarterfinal stage in the club T20 competition here in England. So, one of those 8 is going to win the next 3 games and be the English representative for ECL 26. And there'll only be 1 club from England next year. Oh, that's going to be gone. It's a good piece of keeping. It was flying. Araiko, clever bowler. You know, he's got the slower one. That one seemed a bit quicker. And it flew through to Deke. So he knocked it up the first time around. And then was able to hold on to it. Look at it. Flies to his right. Holds his composure. And Araiko with the flaming archer celebration. Solanki is a big wicket. He's gone for 14. And Spencer fighting back here. It's 46 for 3 creative.
I feel like we're very much in the tingle zone here as well. 46 for 3. 91 needed, so the run rate is exactly 14. Deeks holds on. The second time of asking. Solanki has to depart. Yeah, Ian's come in with Exmouth in the south, Newfoundland in the north. That's a long away trip. That'll probably be about 6 hours between the two. Hope they're not playing each other.
Okay, so I need to write these down. So, Wanstead, Three Britches, Kendall, AB Wanderers, Old Hill, Hucknall, and then Ian gave us the other 2. Got it. All right. Alex, special comments, pressing the button, says 3 Bridges are a good side. Can you name the 3 Bridges? I love finding... there's so many cricket clubs in England. I don't know how many there are. I suppose England and Wales, because of the one federation. But I'd love to... I always love finding out stories about new ones. And they're like, oh yeah, we were incorporated in 1776 or something like that. Sharma just able to work that one past the field. And of course, Araiko, when he puts the pace on the ball, it's going to fly. That'll bring up the 50 for Creative Sports, as we are pretty close to a 50-50 here.
3 Bridges is in West Sussex. it was a tiny hamlet, began to grow with the coming of the London and Brighton Railway in 1841. But despite beliefs to the contrary, the village was not named after rail bridges, but after 3 much older crossings over streams in the area.
Interesting. You can actually follow, I think, yeah. Alex, who's pushing the button for us, he applauds the TV production quality of the competition as well.
Ian saying that the regional final's on the 24th of August. The final is Sunday, the 17th of September. Oof, it's basically autumn at Wormsley, which we were talking about earlier last week. One of the best grounds in the country.
Yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we? The thing is, I would love to be there for the final, but I know that you won't be there because you're playing Melville Shield that day, and I'll be calling you in Melville Shield. But we will definitely be taking an interest. How could we not? I was making notes very studiously. Kendall with 1 L.
Yeah, like Kendall mint cake. You heard of Kendall mint cake?
No, but I instantly like it. I like mint and I like cake. You've sold me.
It's something I think that...
Food chat's on. Last ball to set to 4th. Let's get this out the way. It's going to be another glance, and that's going to be 4. So Sharma is going to move to 25, and it will be the end of the 4th over. Creative just clinging on to a lead at the moment at 56 for 3. Mint cake. Tell me more, and I want it.
It's very popular, I think, with like climbers and hikers because it's basically pure sugar and peppermint. So it's a tiny little block. But because it's so high in, I suppose, sugar and calories, it's a very good snack to take if you're halfway up Snowdon and you need a bit of a hit.
Can happen.
It's not my kind of thing.
Can we actually just mic Alex up so he can say this straight to the audience? Instead of batter called for something sugary and they send him out Kendall mint cake.
If there's any silence on commentary, it's because Alex is commentating for us.
I've rarely batted long enough to have to call for anything, but I kind of know when you want new gloves, whatever. But how do you call for a mint cake? How do you call for something sugary? All right, well, here's Hunt struggling with the number. Well, let's see if he has less struggles with the ball. Decent start as he's pushed out for a single.
So do you know glacier mints?
I've heard of them.
Yeah, so apparently the Kendall mint cake was allegedly a batch of glacier mint sweets that went wrong, and it just kind of went into a cube of sweet, minty
I love
goodness.
foods that are discovered by accident.
Yeah.
There's plenty of them. Hey, I got a question. So the regional final, is that kind of all 4 teams playing on that day, and it's a back-to-back kind of 3-game day, Ian? Oh, is there an edge? There is. So Hunt does get the wicket, and Islam is gone now for 2. Again, nice juggle catch from the keeper, Deeks. He stepped up and has been able to hold on to a couple of important ones. And so, a 4th wicket falls. The plot thickens. Creative Sports, 58 for 4.
This is certainly shaping up into a bit of a, I wouldn't quite call it a low-scoring thriller, but a medium-scoring thriller. Spencer, 136, they would have been, I suppose now, happy enough with those runs on the board. Not even at the halfway stage, and Creative lost their 4th. It's Max Hunt, who's picked up the wicket. Again, a good piece of glove work there from Elliot Deeks. It's the 2nd time in the innings that he grabs it on the 2nd time of asking. Does good work to just lift it up into the air, knowing that he'd be able to catch it cleanly on the 2nd go.
Got to make yourself big as a keeper there, because deflections, you've got no time to actually react. But by being in the right spot, even if that misses his hands, he can catch off his chest. Well, whoever did the tape job on Max Hunt probably needs to go back to school, but anyway. Left-hander comes out, and it's Gaurav Kumar. Well, he's had a very good tournament, but I'm going to rely on him here with the bat a little bit. And Spencer, with that wicket for the first time, they grabbed the lead in the game.
Kendall mint cake was used by Sir Edmund Hillary and his team on the first successful ascent of Mount Everest.
Oh, yeah. Sweeps on, but, little shooter, and it goes for 4. I'll say it was a tough stop. It was tougher than you think, because it just kind of shot along the ground on him, and he loses the ball. I think he loses his number as well. But Spencer had all the momentum. Creative get one back there with the boundary.
Rajesh Sharma is still the hope here for Creative Sports. While he's out there, they'll feel like they can still get those 74 runs needed. That's a brutal cut. There is someone out there. Should be stopped, not by the dog, but by the fielder.
That's very it's a well-trained dog. And ball gets hit towards the dog. Dog sometimes gets ideas. I'm going to applaud the lack of socks and sandals that I've seen here in England.
Just wait till you get to Germany.
I was going to say, fashion crime, end of the 5th. And it's 64 for 4. Thanks, Ian. He said that it's all teams will play in the regional finals on the Sunday, the 24th of August, and the finals, a one-off game at Wormsley, one-off on the 17th of September. So we're looking forward to that. So yeah, East Molesey already through to the final day. Will be in the second semi, and whoever wins this game will be in the first semi-final, first game of tomorrow. Here's Bullock. Just drops in first up. This is the real Rufus, who's bowling over number 6.
Well, the tractor went to our left and it was empty, and it's come back and it's got an absolute mountain. Kendall Mint Cake Mount Everest style mountain of
Does that mean
chairs.
cricket camp's over for another year? I should play a Green Day song. But, they're not taking any chances with the speed of the tractor, are they? They don't want to have a wipeout with all the plastic chairs on the back. Dog's after it. Makes sense.
Dog's got a tennis ball, doesn't he? I'll tell you what, I think that's the best invention for dog owners everywhere is the sidearm.
Do you know what we call, so yeah, the sidearm, I've learnt now that's what it's called everywhere else. But we were training with it, especially with Indoor Cricket World Cup.
Yeah.
I loved it. I even snapped one in half. Don't ask me how. But you know what we call it in where I come from?
Okay.
Called the wanger.
Well, we have welly wanging here.
And we use it as a verb, like,
yeah,
you know, wang a couple at me.
yeah.
And someone told me that it sounds a bit funny.
Maybe in your accent.
To pull the wanger out of your bag and, you know, give your teammate a working over. But I think it's perfectly... Sidearm makes no sense. How does it even make sense? What's the side?
I suppose the side of your... I mean, most arms are at the side of your body.
Doesn't make any sense. I've even heard it called a dog thrower. And they don't actually throw the dog. All right, up in the air. Can he get there with the fly? Oh, no! Oh, he's caught it. Is someone caught? He's caught it. Oh, gee whiz. It's out, but that's an awful collision. What a piece of work to actually hold on to the catch. But high drama. It will be the end of Sharma for 33. And, well, I just hope he's already kind of up to his feet. So it looks like there's no serious ill effects. I was looking for the ball. The ball was stuck in his hands, but it'll be the 5th. And that is commitment to the max. 68 for 5.
Luckily, they're both up and smiling now because we saw that one coming. We thought hopefully they'd go past each other. Luckily, there's no head collision. That's always the danger, isn't it?
Still, though, I mean, that's solid body on body. I mean, both of them had to play it. It's Arakil he's already shown he's brave in certain other ways. Oh, that could be your HCL Software Player of the Day. 4 hands appear, 2 bodies come together. The Grizzly remains solidly in the hands of Zaki. 68 for 5. Oh, when cricket meets NFL, that was scary, but I'm glad he walks away. Oh wow, that was amazing. Last ball of the 6, Shahid gets a bat. Now that's in the air, and oh no! Oh, it's going to be taken, but oh, I was so worried that we were going to get a double hospital pass situation. Bullock's on a hat-trick. It's also the end of the over, and Creative are melting in this second inning. 68 for 6 after 6.
2 and 2, and that one was a outstanding catch. I want to see this one again because I thought actually it went underneath him. It didn't carry. But yeah, it takes it right above the ground.
Big hands.
And yeah,
big buckets.
Gets his cap as well. This time, well, there was early signs of a collision. But air traffic control were working on that occasion, and avoided any kind of coming together. But Ibra Shahid, he has to go first ball, and we're on hat-trick watch here.
Here we are. I'll have to wait though. What an over by Rufus. Then 1-1-1-1. Wicket. And don't try this at home, folks. Nobody was hurt badly in the making of that over. Luckily, now George Kerr's going to get a bowl. They're miles ahead now, aren't they? Required rate 17 and over. They're 6 down now. 69 required off the last 4 overs. Good catch by Landry out there. Kumar, does he have one more golden moment? Hits this nicely, but should only get a single. Kirk, he's pretty full, and Kumar can't get under it. Yeah, he didn't think it was more like cricket meets Aussie rules because there's no pads on the cricketers. Oh, wow. Yeah, going to collide. Can understand that you'd be desperate to hold on to the ball. Got him. Oh, Kurt again keeps it full. Ballarau's gone first ball, and really, I think the lady of ample proportions is warming up backstage. That's 7 down now, 69 for 7.
They're just tumbling here, aren't they? Creative Sports. We did think that once Rajesh Sharma was gone, it would be in trouble. This time just plays on. A bit of a nothing shot. You can see he tried to clear his front leg, got nowhere near it. That's the next wicket to fall. So that's 3 wickets in 4 deliveries here for Spencer. 136. Suddenly looking like more than enough here as Pratik has to make the long walk off. Kritik Hanagavadi, the next taxi off the rank for Creative Sports. And now that run rate up towards 19, almost at the point of no return. Spencer, well, brilliant few balls for them because everyone is still in one piece apart from the stumps. And it looks like they're booking their place in finals day.
Yeah, wicket for Kerr. Hanagavadi, press me with this fire with the ball. What can he do with the bat? Nothing to lose here, so swing hard and hope for the best. Hanagavadi will get 4 first ball.
I suppose for Creative here, they just have to keep swinging. The only way they're going to have to get up to this total is taking the attack back to Spencer, who have looked very much in control the last 3 or so overs. It's in fact the first boundary since the 5th ball of the 5th over. Since then, it's all been one-way traffic.
You can't doubt the commitment of these players, though, in this knockout match. Oh, reaches, and this one is beautifully fielded. Raikal, he's tough as nails, isn't he? Picks that up clean as a whistle.
Going back to the wanger.
Yeah. Okay, if you want to go back there, we can.
Have you heard of welly wanging?
Now that, I'm going to have to, don't make me mute you. What is welly wanging? Is it like a throwing contest?
Yeah, it's
you throw wellies at Wellington boots?
God, you
get me in.
So smart.
Get me in.
Apparently originated in the village of Upper Thong in West Yorkshire.
Apologies to all the American viewers. All right, slices this up in the air. Landry can't quite get there, and I think it might have even got all the way. And Hanagavadi is going to get a boundary. I have a feeling it was 6. Let's have a look. Didn't get a great look at it first time. Yeah, no, not quite. It's going to be 4, but still, handy runs for Creative. Basically, okay. So welly wanging.
So the
upper thong.
The welly wanging World Championships have specific rules about the type of welly.
You ever been upper thong?
Neither upper nor lower.
Yeah, interesting. We have a place in Perth, one of the suburbs, because we have the Swan River, named because of the black swans that everyone thought was a joke. We have a place called Upper Swan, so some people live Upper Swan. We also have Innaloo.
Innaloo,
5 minutes from where I grew up, Innaloo. Don't laugh. Legitimate place. Oh, let's not get there because England has good ones.
Yeah.
There are several. We've been here before. Might have been last year, by the way. End of the 7th over, 79 for 7. But we went through place names that are a little bit funny sounding. Anyway, quick look ahead to what's coming up. Banstead, they get Wassam back in this one, of course. He scored a century in the first game, and in that same game, Arsenal got 4 in 4. Paddy Rowe comes in. This guy's played Big Bash cricket. It's a game of Big Bash and someone that has played a high level of cricket. Hassan Malik comes back for CFS. And Neil Baker, I'm glad to see him back in as well for Banstead, who was 6-2 in top Group A against CFS. We finished 4th in Group B, so that game's coming up in around about 40 minutes' time. All right, we're back. Hat-trick ball for Bullock. No hat-trick. I want to know more about welly wanging and tell me, for example, what's the longest wang of a welly?
I was just going to tell you.
Can I guess?
You can. So that
How heavy is it? Can you first tell me the weight of the welly?
I can tell you it's a Dunlop Green size 9 non-steel toe cap, so probably not as heavy as a steel toe capped one.
42.7 metres. Is it meters?
It is in meters. It's in feet if you want to do it in feet, but let's go meters. You're not far off the women's record, so the women's record is 40.87.
Good guess.
Set by, and you know what? The Finnish are absolute monsters at welly wang, holding both the men's and the women's records.
Yeah, born with wangers in their hand there in Finland.
So the men's record, almost 64 metres.
Oh, Rufus, what have you done? That was your 3rd wicket. Probably wasn't hit as hard as he thought. He tied his hair up for the occasion, but misses the catch. A top spinner more than anything. Almost too easy. So what was the men's record?
63.98 metres, set by Teppo Luoma of Finland in 96.
It's good wang. That's pretty good wang as well from Kumar. Well, last chance saloon and Creative Sports 11 checking in. They need basically, what's that, 50 off 13. It's a big rate, but this is a blast from Kumar. It's a good player. Maximal.
So you obviously have different wanging techniques as well. You have the overarm and the underarm.
Well, that one is just going to be another blast, and it will carry. So that's a Maximo. Kumar, well, it'd be some sort of a miracle, but miracles happen on ECN. It will be the end of the over. 92 for 7 and 45 required off the last 2 overs. Tell me more about the wanging techniques in the Welly Wanging Championships. And this is a traditional English sport, we are told.
Oh, absolutely. So some competitions allow a run-up before the wang.
The wang, yeah.
While others...
Where are you going with this? I'm glad I'm not reading over your shoulder. Go on.
Others...
Go on. Because Tina's up to 38%.
It's a station.
I
I
don't know what you're going to say, but I'm laughing in red. All right.
Others require a stationary wang.
Oh, if you got your hearing, I turn it right up. Make sure you don't hear anything you shouldn't. All right, here we go.
Guess how they enforce the stationary wang, though?
How?
They make the thrower stand in an empty dustbin.
What? How strong is this dustbin?
Oh.
And do the wangers get big crowds, big eyeballs?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, sometimes it's part of a village fete.
Yeah,
it's a
makes sense.
Fun for all the family.
Best wangers in town on show. I can understand how the people would get around that.
So sometimes the size of the boot has to fit.
The size of the boot matters.
It has to fit the size of the thrower. So it's like a Cinderella kind of situation. So you have to prove that you can fit the welly before you wang it.
Well, a bit of welly in this one as Kumar goes offside. Oh, chair wipe out, but it will be 6 runs. What happened here? There's chaos. It's only going to get more chaotic as well. Look, they need 38 off 9. They've crept over. Oh, Scooter's gone flying. Chair's gone flying. You've got a chance here, but you'd think you'd need to hit kind of 6 boundaries out of 9 to have a shot. All right. That's definitely a trip that I wasn't expecting to take. I want to know more about the Cinderella story. Oh, handy dot ball for Hunt. So you said it's a size 9 though. So you're saying that...
Well, there's competing competitions. So in Welbury, North Yorkshire, the size of the boot thrown must be large enough to comfortably fit the foot of the thrower.
Right.
Other competitions, such as the Upper Thong Welly Wanging Championships, specify the size and boot.
Size 9.
Size and manufacturer of the boot.
Size 9 UK, I think.
Yeah.
That one's hit straight and a bit of work for the fielder, but he's going to be able to get there. Wagstaff's had a good game. He wants it back. They're not going to cross. So he's going to be out here. But I think Kumar wanted to get back on strike, but Hannah Gavadi basically didn't get the program. But we'll check this out. But I don't think there's any way they cross. He puts the stop sign up, Hannah Gavadi, and look, when the bail's broken now, he hasn't even left his crease. So it's a disappointing one for Kumar. But I think there's no doubt he's the one that's out. And it'll be 100 for 8. So Hannah Gavadi will have to be on strike. Last ball of the ninth. But Kumar, it was a brave effort, really. But just suppose those around him weren't able to provide enough support or enough of a foundation. I mean, to be honest, he takes off. So even if they'd run straight away, I don't even know if they would have crossed on a good throw. But Kumar, it's good effort from him. 23 off 10, 3 sixes. It's 100 for 8. And Spencer looked to be holding on despite an under par batting performance. Good fielding. He actually just tossed it in underarm, making sure there was no 2 there.
And there might not have even been a 1, because I think he was actually 1 short by the time he turned around. It's all academic in the end.
Yeah, true. So I like the rule of that you must be able to comfortably fit the thrower's foot. So it's the bigger you are, the heavier the boot you'd imagine. Well, the bigger your foot is, the heavier the boot you have to wang.
Well, Spain for Sport in the chat makes a valid point that the records have stood since the 90s. Usually these kind of sporting records are broken. Got 2 slips in here. Oh, that one's punched down the ground and well fielded.
Oh, well, I think they're going to need the 6 sixes last over. We have seen it before. It's the end of the 9th over. It's 101 for 8. So the thing is also, you'd think with Welly technology that they might be able to make a lighter boot. Yeah, and I love a good record that sticks around. Hey, it's been a pretty good team bowling performance from Spencer, hasn't it? And Creative look to be heading out the door. Looks like Spencer will be the first lower ranked team to win their quarterfinal. Tina's in the books now. We're going to lose her. Araiko's going to get the last 6 sixes required, and that'll pretty much be it. And he's going to throw for 4. Well, why not? I'll get it. Well, they need 6 sixes, and that's not a 6, but it's unusual. And I think Zaki's about to go viral. I mean, he almost got knocked into the next life, and maybe some after effects as he throws his 1 for the over to the wrong end, and it goes for 4 overthrows. Did you see this?
I did.
Tina, take your eyes off the computer. And almost took out the umpire as well. Oh, boy. Where's the backup, though? Where's the backup? Oh.
He needed to employ the tactic in the first innings of just gently caressing the ball past the stumps.
This is why umpires should wear helmets. Oh, really? Just got to keep it legal now. That's going to just be a single. Oh, good moment. Oh, Zaki. Here he comes again. Oh, it's pretty dead. He's gone. So Afridi's going to go first ball, and time to breathe. Time to kind of process. We've seen a lot of stuff. This has been a pretty random innings. And,
I think I've seen about 2 balls.
The fact is, Tina is now basically, it's not a library, but she's nose deep into her new favourite sport.
Yeah, well, maybe the chatters, they want mid-innings wanging. They'll get the spanners involved. I don't think we have any Wellington boots. Maybe we can do a spike wanging. Get the spanners
wanging. Who do you think the best wanger in the crew would be?
Well, we did play closest to the pin yesterday in between the games, and Andy O did wang one more up than straight, so I think he'd be a good wanger.
So noted. Was it smart to... Oh, look.
He's doing it again.
So lucky that Navjot took his eyes off the play. Zaki's going for the world overthrow record now. He's made it tough stuff. I suppose the 4 runs went off his bowling when he threw it. So he can only blame himself. Really. Navjot. Only for pride points now. What a good effort by Spencer. It's exactly the kind of game that kind of galvanises you. I remember they had a good win against Twickenham in the knockout game, and ended up kind of lighting a bit of a fire under them, I suppose, and they made it all the way to the final. Last ball coming up, though. Wants to ramp and doesn't go anywhere. So what a defence from Spencer. They'll finish up winners by 30 runs here in quarterfinal number 2. Final score, Spencer 136, Creative Sports 106. And Creative Sports, well, maybe it just wasn't to be for them. They had that kind of really good run yesterday, and they actually even started this game the better team, you felt, but Spencer just kind of stuck at it. I think Wagstaff was really important in getting them to something defendable, and then it just didn't click with the bat for Creative Sports. And once again, a fairly low-scoring game in this second quarterfinal.
Yeah, well done to Spencer. We thought maybe 136 would be below par, but they've come out firing here with the ball. And again, you have to say, justifiably through to finals day. As for Creative Sports, well, they did well to get through to quarterfinals, put in some great performances in Group B. We just weren't able to click with the bat in this chase. As we take a look then, finals day slowly shaping up as Spencer will play in that first semi-final against the winner of the game coming up between Banstead and CFS Pinnacle Pro. As for Creative Sports, well, a few highlights in the series for them. Not too many highlights in this run chase as we take a look back, and it just didn't start particularly well for them, with both Ajinkya Patel and Ashraful Islam going in single digits, and from there they just never really recovered.
This is going to be a pretty interesting highlights package. But Spencer, credit to them, they needed early wickets and they found a way, didn't they? Even Nick was getting into the action. Nice bit of fielding. I think Teeks were good behind the stumps as well, held on to some important catches. We had dog on the field, dog invasion, but it was only for a couple of seconds. It might be an errant owner throw. But Deeks, a couple of juggle jobs here. Man, with the Jack Russell style catch. That's a Raku when he was on the hunt, but the hunter would become the hunted pretty shortly. That was another good catch behind the stumps as Max Hunt was able to conjure that wicket. Or Deeks, he was even practicing his kung fu out there. But this is one that got through, but not many did. I think Spencer, they need to pull out a big effort. The cricket camp might be gone, but the European Cricket Series is still up and firing. This is the one that made our stomachs turn, but luckily Araku held the ball and walked away. In fact, they both walked away from that collision.
Yeah, and just about, I mean, the good news for them is that they're both okay, and they managed to hold on to the catch. This was a brilliant catch, the very next ball. No one to collide with, but he collided with the turf, managed to keep it up in the air. You can see what that meant to the wicket keeper, and that one straight through, takes a bit of a feather as George Kurt picks up a wicket. Rufus, well, he didn't get the hat-trick, missed out on this occasion as it goes through the hands, through the top knot, and past him for 4 runs. But you've got to say, Spencer, they're turning on the style here. CFS, well, we'll see them in the next game.
This is so ECS, then we had the run out where they didn't quite cross. He's like holding the wrong end, so that didn't work. Then we have this. The umpire had his head taken off. And Zaki, good luck getting an LBW after that. And anyway, that one actually whistled past us. This is a good decision. Luckily, he didn't have too much post-traumatic stress disorder after having the Grizzly whistle past the ears. And in the end, 30 runs the margin. Spencer, the second team through to finals day. And as said in the chat, it's the Group A teams representing Creative Sports. We've loved their contributions to this European Cricket Series, which wasn't to be. They don't really get too much going with the bat and end up with just 106.
Yeah, it's just never really got going with no one scoring more than the 33 that Rajesh Sharma contributed. But when he went, no one really was able to pick up the mantle after that. Only Gaurav Kumar that got a 20-plus score. And then in the end, it was just a matter of whether Creative Sports could actually bat out the full 10. 6 bowlers used by Spencer. Troy Johnson, he didn't really do it with the bat, but he opened up, got 2 wickets early on as well for his side. And Zakirullah Arikel got 2 wickets before wanging one back at the stumps, just missing us and the stumps. In the end, though, Spencer, they'll be more than happy with their day's work. They have more potential with the bat, I'm sure, but they showed us what they can do with the ball.
Can we get a shoe size on Araikil? And I think, yeah, the welly wanging scouts might be out, because that 4 overthrows wanged past us at quite a big rate. So look, we will take a break. We'll be back. The third quarter final is coming up. and that's going to be Banstead versus CFS Pinnacle Pro. And so, yeah, don't forget Banstead and the start they had at the very start of the tournament. This is the lineup, and yeah, some big ins for them, including Paddy Rowe, who's guy has played a game for the Melbourne Stars. Harwal Wassam is listed at the top of the order with Ayush Patel. Both of them have had brilliant tournaments. And watch out for Arslan Abbas, who has a double hat-trick in this series for CFS Pinnacle Pro. I mean, Haida has been in good form. Kadika likewise. Perhaps Singh was brilliant yesterday. So they're all coming off 50s. And that should be a really, really good game. It's coming up in around about 25 minutes, but we'll take a break. We'll be back. We're going to do a deep dive on some more obscure sports, so don't go too far. Tina's going to give you all your wanging news when we return halfway through quarterfinals day. And we know East Molesey are there. We know Spencer are there, but who's going to join them? We'll find out this afternoon. We will see you after this break on ECN for more European Cricket Series.
and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back, and believe it or not, we're halfway through quarterfinals day and we already know two of the semi-finalists, still two to be determined, and I can't wait for this third quarterfinal. I will say that now we run into the teams that finish top versus the teams that finish fourth, so you would say there's clear favourite in each of the two games that we'll see this afternoon, but this is T10 cricket and anything is possible. Banstead topped Group A. We haven't seen them for a while, but they are here and they're going to take on CFS Pinnacle Pro, who finished fourth in Group B, that just finished yesterday. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. We had Tyrone and the coin along with the two teams.
Banstead is the home team, they will toss the coin. CFS is their away team, they will call.
That's heads. That's tails.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Tails it is.
We will bowl first.
They're going to have a bowl.
So CFS do get a win at the toss at least, and the fourth place side in Group B have said we will bowl first, so they want to know exactly how many they need to get to stay alive in the tournament. Now, last we saw of CFS, it was a bit of a heartbreaking loss, just 2 runs, a game that went right down to the last ball in match number 39, where it looked like we might even have a golden ball situation, but at least they've had players in form. We saw 3 players score half centuries yesterday, so at least I suppose that's a confidence builder for their batting unit, even though they'd be pretty conscious of the fact they only won 3 games in the group stage. It seems a long time ago now that we saw Banstead, remember in match 1, they hit over 200. Harold Wasal was incredible, wasn't he, with his 125, and Arslan Abbas took 4 wickets and 4 balls. Now they've had a bit of a break. Let's see if they come out hot. Let's get ready for the first ball. Banstead sent in quarterfinal number 3. Over to Tina Goff in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Vinny, as we're into the third quarter-final here and very much into underdog territory as it's the final 2 games of the quarter-final stages, and it's first versus fourth. Banstead, they are very much the top dog going through in pretty comfortable fashion in Group A, winning 6 of their 8 games, 22 points on the board with a very healthy net run rate. As for CFS Pinnacle Pro, well, I certainly wouldn't say that they sneaked through Group B because Guildford were very much propping up the table. But they did get through in 4th place, meaning they've got a tough task here against the Banstead side, who have rung the changes. 3 debutants for them. Patrick Rowe, of course, a man with enormous amounts of cricket experience. Hariharan Arivanthan comes in, as is Zach Butterfield. Those are the 3 debutants, and Harawal Wassam, of course, Centurion already. He comes in, as is Aditya Kumar, Tamash Raj and Neil Baker. As for CFS Pinnacle Pro, just Asan Malik coming back into the side. So for CFS, it's a case of the underdog story, but sometimes these quarter-final stages can spring a few surprises. And they've done the first bit, which is winning the toss, deciding to bowl. So just like the team this morning who were, well, unable to chase down, that was LCC this time. Well, of course, it was East Molesey that successfully chased. This time, it will be CFS who will want to put on the successful chase, and they'll have to upset the odds here with Banstead comfortably ahead at 71%. I don't think Banstead will actually mind too much about having to get runs on the board because they do boast a lot of power in their batting ranks. They'll have to face up, though, against Nathan Weeks, who has the knack of picking up wickets and early ones as well. Remember in that game yesterday, picked up 2 wickets in the very first over. Here he'll be facing up against Ayush Patel, who will be at the non-striker's end, and it will be Harar Wassam, the Centurion from the very first game, who will be facing up the first ball. 125 that Wassam scored off just 34 deliveries. Hasn't really been able to hit the highs since then, but starts off here with a punishing cut. It's cracked away for 4 runs to get Banstead's quarterfinal up and running. As for Ayush Patel, well, he's often been able to pick up the slack when Wassam hasn't fired. Scored an unbeaten 52 in game 2. Followed that up with a quick-fire 44 against Spencer. That was in that game where they chased down the total inside 5 overs. They were so dominant in the group stages. Even the one game they did lose to Spencer, that was a final ball defeat. And the only other blot on their copybook was a loss to Molesey by 6 wickets, but otherwise they were very much a side that preferred to chase. It was in fact only the first game where they put runs on the board and were able to win. Every other win was in a chase. Having said that, on that occasion they did score over 200 runs, so certainly something they will be familiar with. As for CFS, well, it's been a mixed kind of tournament for them, I suppose. That is why they found themselves in that 4th spot. Big appeal here, and the finger of doom goes up, and it is an early wicket. Nathan Weeks strikes again in the very first over. And it is the Centurion who departs. His roller coaster tournament continues. In fact, it's Ayush Patel who does depart, and it's a first baller for him. Taro Wassam watches from the non-strikers, so he lives to fight another day. But Ayush Patel, he goes for a golden, just gets a bit of a feather on that one, no straight away. Takes that guilty look back down the ground and just sees the finger of doom raised. Prab Singh snaffles that one behind the stumps, and Banstead lose their first. Nathan Weeks once more doing the damage. You can see there, clear deviation. Prab Singh makes sure to get big with the ball. And it is the first wicket to go. CFS Pinnacle Pro on the board as Patrick Rowe comes in at number 3 and just knocks that one into the gap to get himself off the mark. Someone who's been brought in here for the quarter-final stages for Banstead. Zach Butterfield, someone else who's going to feature for the first time in this series. He's carded at 5. Another one to bolster batting ranks, but it'll be another wicket to fall this time. It is the Centurion who goes, and it's almost a carbon copy of the wicket just a few deliveries ago, and you can see how much that means to CFS and what a big wicket that is. Nathan Weeks, for the second time in 2 days, picks up 2 wickets in the opening over. Banstead here, 6 for 2. It's pretty much identical. This time maybe not quite as wide, certainly not wide enough to be slashing at. And Harawal Wasim, he has to depart. He does go then, isn't able to repeat the heroics of game 1. Both openers for Banstead back in the shed as Vinny joins me back in the tent.
Wow, what a start. What great keeping. I mean, one negative, I suppose, about keeping up is that you might not hold on to so many nicks, but he's taken 2 rippers there, Prab Singh. That one, you can actually see the deflection. That was the first one. I agree, it would have been wide. But look at the little deflection here. Little deflection, goes to his right hand, soft hands. I liked what you said there as well. Get big with the ball. And that's exactly what he does. They put the squeeze on. 2 early wickets. Banstead couldn't be more different than their start of their first game. Now, Paddy Rose come in. He's going to get 4 runs here. His first boundary of the tournament. Now, I've got to tell you about him. Now, he's played for Australia A. Actually made his first-class debut as a concussion sub for Cameron Green against India, I think it was. Plays his grade cricket in Victoria for St Kilda, but he's also played first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. He's played a big bash game for the Melbourne Stars. Again, I think that was during the COVID period, where the squad's got a little bit bigger, and there were even kind of like emergency drafts and all sorts of things. A crazy time, we know it, because we were here starting the European Cricket Series. There's CJ, who's gone back to his regulation light grey lucky trousers, but geez, they have to pull themselves out a bit of a hole here, teens.
Yeah, it's been a lightning start, and suddenly from a win predictor that was firmly in favour of Banstead, CFS have got their noses in front here. Low full toss from Asad Malik will break through the covers, and it will be a much needed 4 runs. It's Harry Arivathan who's joined Patrick Rowe out there in the middle. Both of them probably not expecting to be out there quite so soon, given the success of both Wassam and Patel opening up for Banstead. And this is maybe kind of the curse of Group A, of having that week to rest, but Banstead maybe just coming in a little cold here.
Having said that, 2 Group A teams and 1. So, no real excuses.
Again, he's found the right line here, but that one's a bit sloppy fielding. You can see he's kicking himself there as that one goes away. Back-to-back boundaries here for Harry Arivanthan.
And the other thing is, I mean, go back to Banstead's first game. They didn't look too rusty when they whacked 2-2-6 in game 1 of the tournament. So, you know, I just think in the end it's a bit of an evener. And we'll probably judge it by what happens. But, yeah, key partnership here. Banstead still slight favourites despite those 2 early wickets.
Malik right on the money here. It's pretty much just bowling Yorker after Yorker. This time it's just dug down the ground.
Sometimes I call it playing your poker with your cards face up. If you just said, I'm going to bowl you 6 perfect Yorkers, even if you know it, what are you going to do with it as a batter? The answer's not much. Been good here. Last ball of the second coming up.
That one just doesn't quite get the line. It is the Yorker again, but this time outside leg stump, and it's just whipped away by Rowe. So the boundaries are beginning to flow here. 18 runs coming off that second over. Banstead 24 for 2. Jay in the chat has sneaked in. Big happy birthday to Jay.
Happy birthday, Jay. How old's Jay?
19 today. I'm not sure. He's got a profile, doesn't he? So we'll.
He's born 1998, so he's 27. And he's a mover and a shaker, is our Jay. The Swiss national team. Has an ECN hat trick. Took at the ECC.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Plays his cricket for Cossonay. They were kind enough. That's Rhino's club as well. Rhino commentates with us a fair bit when he's available. And they gifted me a Cossonay shirt, which I treasure. Cossonay shirt with my own name and number on it.
Well, speaking of shirts, I'm still waiting to be gifted. Well, that one's almost gifted to Aya Kadeka, the captain, but it was too hot to handle. And they'll run through potentially for buzzers. No, they decide he'll just take the life there.
Hit
Will
row,
Harry.
To be honest, that's a shocker from Weeks. He drags it down. And it was, I will say, it was belted at Kadeka. But it'll be disappointing he doesn't hold on. Third wicket feels like if they were to get it, CFS well ahead.
Oh, it's a big appeal here because that's right in front of the stumps, and the finger of doom is raised, and that is the end of Paddy Rowe. Nathan Weeks picks up his 3rd victim in just 8 deliveries. He's tearing through the top order here for Banstead. Big trouble for them, 25 for 3.
Yeah, how about this? This is a turn up for the books. I mean, Rowe gets a long way across his stumps here, and I mean a long way. Only question for me, does it hit him outside the line of the stumps? I tend to think it probably does. But I suppose the thing is, we're freezing it. You look at it in real time. This is what the umpire sees. He sees this, and actually the foot slides in front of the stumps. So I can understand for sure why you see it that way, because the foot, fraction of a second later slides right in front. But I think if you actually look at where it actually hits, probably just outside the line. But anyway, no luck for Rowe. Brought in for the finals. He's out for 10, 25 for 3. Weeks on fire here.
Zach Butterfield comes out, number 5 for Banstead. Another one on debut, probably expecting to be able to have another cup of tea before he comes out. But he's out there and still the power play here.
That's a good example of one that probably would have been overturned if you had DRS for LEWs, which one day we'll be able to afford when it comes down in price around 98 to 99%. Second time throws hit a batter. But I think you can definitely justify your decision there as an umpire. If you just look at the real-time replay, that pretty much simultaneous as to your human eye to the impact, the pad's in line with the stumps. So I can totally understand that. And I do think the ball was going to hit the stumps. But I think if you really were to go to the microsecond to the where the actual impact first occurred, it was slightly outside the line of off stump. So a bit of an unlucky one for Rowe.
Yeah, it's always dangerous, isn't it, if you step across the stumps. Just really sways the opinion of the umpire. That one's been cracked away, though. Harry Arivanthan gets a boundary to finish the power play, but it's certainly a power play that goes the way of CFS. 32 on the board, but more significantly, lost 3 wickets. 3 important wickets as well, both openers, plus Rowe with first-class experience.
And I think you make a really good point there. Whenever the batter steps well across, the umpire's LBW senses just kind of go onto heightened alert. But the thing is, he got so far across, probably did get outside the line there. But like I said, I mean, the umpire's been very good, and they only get one look at it, and you can understand the decision. And yeah, I will defend the umpires, because I think most people would have given that out. Quite honestly, I think most people would have given that out. Got him. Well, there you go. Butterfield is going to have to go. Harvey comes on. Might be cloudy. Doesn't stop him whipping out the big sunglasses. And now he's whipped out a good ball to pick up a 4th wicket now. Banstead on the ropes, 32 for 4.
17-year-old James Harvey into the attack and straight into the wickets. It's a bit of an ugly swipe across the line there from Zach Butterfield. He hasn't seen James Harvey at all. Decides to go after him from ball 1. Doesn't pay off, and Butterfield is on the long walk back. 2 off 3 for him, and Banstead rocking here, 32 for 4. Hey, some news from the chat. Sandy Willow saying that Rico and Phil have got their own little nickname going on there now. Full Phil. Quite like that one. Smart.
What's that?
Full. Rico Full. Phil G. Full Phil.
Oh, Full Phil.
Not a fan.
Let's see if it catches fire.
We're tinny, apparently. Well, which I quite like. That one almost goes straight into the stumps as well. It's Arslan Abbas.
Tinny.
The captain, who's out. Of course, he's already in the Hall of Fame with the ball. His 4 in 4, the forfeit. Got a job on his hands, though, with the bat now. 2 in 2, James Harvey. Just metronomic with his lines at the moment. Just not letting Banstead get away. And, well, all of the batters so far, they're trying to cut a ball that's not much wider than 4th stump. Again, this one does get worked away. Chase is on.
I don't want to harp on the OBW, but I just want to make a point really clear. That I think it was clear from the replays outside the off stump, and pretty comfortably. But what I'm saying is his pad moves then immediately, and I mean immediately as soon as he's hit the pad, his pad, by the time it registers, the pad's in line with the stumps, and that's what the umpire sees. So unfortunately, you're blessed only with your human eyes. So that's why I think it's a decision which, although technically incorrect, is one that you can understand why it was given. That's all I'm trying to say there. Harvey with the 25-yarder. He's going to get knocked away to CJ. Looks like he's washed the trousers several times, and he puts one into Harvey's shins just to keep him alert. Last ball the over coming up. What a start, though, for CFS.
Yeah, and Nathan Weeks in particular, he finishes with figures of 3 for 14. 3 big wickets in the power play. Another appeal here. This one probably not quite straightening up, and when you get hit in the chest, there's always a question of height as well.
And the other thing is, last thing just about the umpiring, you're probably just angling down the leg side, is go have a look at Test cricket and have a look at some of the decisions that are overturned. Go and stick on the TV. I know it's you might be bored, but go and have a look at Test cricket and have a look at some of the ones that get overturned. And these are the best umpires in the world. So come on, everyone, get off your soapbox. Even that one, I told you. I reckon if you think you wouldn't have given that out live, then go find a mirror, have a good hard look at yourself. Don't be a replay. What's the word? A replay reflector.
We'll go somewhere else with that.
So rant over. That's a Rico-like rant. He normally gives you one a series. I'll give you one for him.
Yeah.
Umpires are really important. We should foster them. We should encourage them. And yeah, there's plenty of places in the world they can't get enough umpires. These guys have done a great job. Okay, let's get on with the game.
CJ Sharji into the attack. Nathan Weeks is interested, but it's going to land over the rope, and it will be 6 runs, and a much needed 6 runs as well for Banstead. In fact, the first Maximo of the innings is taken into the 5th over to get there. Shows just how dominant the bowling side have been. It's Harry Aruvanthan who gets one over the ropes.
CJ, come back ball.
Coming around the wicket to the right-hander. Just gets squeezed away. Again, I suppose it's a possibly even more precarious, but a similar situation that Spencer found themselves in, and they were able to scratch their way into the 120s, 130s, and shows that it's something that can be defended, as clearly something's titillated you.
Wayne's got a way better thing than entered my mind. He said, don't be a replay warrior.
Someone's been heaved away into the leg side. It will be a flat 6.
What a save, Saeed. What foot fielding. He's stuck like a left back. He's stuck the shin bone out and he's deflected it over the crowd. And I think that's 6, but I want to see the replay. Let's have a look. Wow. This isn't in the book. The cut carry? Yeah, it does. And then, bang, he shins it. And he's having a good day, Saeed. He's found 4 balls in the bush. And now, despite what will be a badly bruised shin, he's saved the front row.
Well, can't save that. CJ Sharji Well, he says, come around me, come around me. I don't know if there's some kind of celebration.
Something's happening.
What's going to happen here? Oh, here we go. Is that...
Oh,
that is a very niche football reference, if that's what I think it is. Phil Brown for Hull City did that at a half-time team talk.
so it's like the coach telling the players they've been naughty, that kind of thing.
Well, he did it. His side were playing so badly in the first half that he didn't take them back into the changing room. He did the half-time team talk on the field.
Heard of that one.
And I don't know if CJ Sharji's a Hull City fan, but...
Can I just say, I've been part of several, in both Australian football and hockey and cricket, obviously. I've been a part of several of these. I call them paint strippers when the coach or the manager really, let's just say, can be quite colourful in their analysis of your game to that point. You ever had a good, they call it the hairdryer, don't they, sometimes?
Yeah.
Ferguson was famous for those. Everyone the wrong end of a hairdryer?
No comment.
That's definitely a yes. Didn't your partner used to coach you?
Yes.
Gonna dig a little deeper. That'll be 4 though. Little clip away from Aravintan. We'll bring up the 50 for Banstead, and it's the end of the 5th over. It's 53 for 5.
Just made it back up to 38%. The hairdryer PTSD will get me well into the 20s.
I'm going to actually throw that open to the chat. We welcome you into the commentary box on quarterfinals. Dave and Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Tina Goff. Big thanks to everyone here. Had a great lunch. Stuck with the El Diablo burger. What did you go for?
I went for the tuna melt. I thought the bread might be a bit too coarse on my throat.
Hard to please, Tina. But what I will say is, we're talking about best coaching rev-ups, or we call them sprays. We call them sprays because literally the coach will actually spray you with words and otherwise.
Choice words.
Go to YouTube and have a look at best Australian football coach sprays. There's some good ones from Amateur where someone's obviously snuck a video on. I love him. I actually watched Corey give Team Spain a big spray once.
You know what?
It was quite funny.
My criticism is of all of these sprays is that most of the time they just rely too much on the F-bomb. They just go blah, 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 F, blah, 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 F.
Can I tell you a story? Once I had a clicker and I counted 92 in 5 minutes from our coach. I was playing for Western Australia in indoor cricket.
Use your words.
92.
Do
you know how many seconds are in 5 minutes? There's only 300 seconds. So he's about 1 every 3 seconds. And you know, his name was Rocket. famous coach's name. This one probably goes for 4 as well. Got a standing sweep from Raj and he'll get 4, but Banstead, they need something quickly. Yeah, so go find, either give me links or tell us about your favourite coaching meltdown.
Harvey back in for his second over here, and he gets his second wicket as well. It's the 6-4 for Banstead, just as they were looking to show signs of recovery. I suppose Ari Vintan's still out there, but it's Tamash Raj who has to go, and Banstead not even at the 60 mark yet, 59 for 6.
Yeah, just clips the off stump, doesn't it? Kind of comes in with the arm, slides on. Regulation left arm orthodox dismissal these days, isn't it? And yeah, he's been good. Hard to believe he's so young, James Harvey, because he's got such command of that skill at the moment. Raj will have to settle for 1 boundary. He's out for 6, and it's 59 for 6. Can I tell you the key to a good spray, though? Sudden changes in volume. So it's not just about 4-letter words.
No.
Although it's an important part. But a good spray, and Corey did this well when I watched him. I think Spain lost to Guernsey. And I think they scored 5 in the power play, in a 6-over power play. He wasn't happy. Anyway, Kumar gets the bat. So, this isn't Corey necessarily, but it'd be weak. Louder than that, can't yell into the mic. But yeah, and other words are in there as well. Couple to come.
Down the ground. This could be another wicket.
Oh, CJ, what have you done? CJ, time for you to sit down, my friend. I think he might get a talking to. He rushed in when he just could have stayed put. And, well, I suppose, misjudging doesn't seem a strong enough word to describe that, but it ends up bouncing 2 metres inside the boundary and going for 4. Kumar gets super lucky.
Well, he might not get a second chance, but he will, because that one's up and away. And
I wasn't watching. Oh, no. That could have ended very badly. Oh, gee. Oh, this is something special about this quarterfinals day. We've had it all, well, except a hospitalisation. Hopefully we don't see that. Just basically stepped aside. Either he did see it and he wasn't too worried, but that's security guards now. They watch the crowd. They don't watch the ball a lot of the time in cricket. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's the end of the 6. It's 70 for 6.
Decent enough over for Banstead despite losing that wicket. 17 runs coming off it. Harry Arivanthan, he's carrying on here. 28 off 11. Aditya Kumar, he's hit both of his 2 balls to the rope so far.
I love this. So Adyan said his high school football coach in America, a very interesting method of delivering team talks. If he was disappointed at half-time, you knew it because he was silent. So that's amazing. Save your voice.
Psychological warfare, that is.
That's amazing. I've never thought of that. Coach just gets paid for zipping it.
Hardik bowling the 7th over here. Gets whipped away and it's going to go for 6 runs. Harry continues to try and get Banstead up to something defendable here. With 6 runs, that's 3 boundaries in a row for Banstead. I suppose you got to say CFS, they haven't always lit it up with the bat. And if Banstead can get even to 100, 110, expected score 114, it gives them still a sniff, you'd imagine.
Still got to get him.
Down the ground this time. Should be stopped by Nathan Weeks. Good hands as well.
Oh, Weeks.
Mini Tortuga.
What a start. Don't forget Weeks kind of lit the fuse, didn't he, for this CFS bowling and fielding performance.
Yeah, I suppose the silent treatment is kind of like, I'm not angry, just disappointed.
Just disappointed. Classic.
Yeah. I think that would, as a player, that would unnerve me more than getting yelled at.
Put me off my game, though.
Crunching Yorker again. They've nailed that so far. Have CFS. And this time they consider a 2 on the fumble. You can see CFS, they're very much enjoying their underdog status here. Taking the game to the men in purple. Slinging action there from Hardik.
I can't really put any links that I want to in the chat, but if you look up some Australian football coaches, because I feel that they will be deemed offensive by most of our audience.
Well, that's an offensive hit because that's gone a long, long way. Even Saeed is...
Oh, here we go. Oh, there you go. How about that? Saeed, it takes a lot. That's it. That's Nick Smith that's taken the catch. But Saeed, he gave it polite applause. It was about 7 or 8 metres away. But what a good catch. Nick Smith. ECL 23 for us. There you go. Saeed first in line. I mean, we don't really know where the baby is, but we know where he's not.
It's just a single tear trickling down Saeed's face there as he missed out. Well, that one might be a full toss. No, it's definitely a full toss. It might be a no ball. It's stopped on the rope. Going to have to check that one again.
I think this one's a slower ball and it's coming down, but we'll have a look at it. That's what the replay's for. Don't be a replay warrior, kids.
Yeah, I think
of course
he's all
right. Just saying.
God.
Didn't need the replay.
You're sickeningly right, aren't you?
Oh, you're right every time until you're not. I'm pretty conscious of that, though. Anyway, Moray, it's gone for 15 in the over. Last ball of it coming up. Aditya Kumar.
That's Amore as that one goes all the way. It will be a magical over. 21 runs coming off it. And Banstead, well, working their way up. Again, it's a Spencer-like innings. They've lost a few more wickets, but still rattling along into the 90s now. 91 for 6 at the end of 7.
Well, when the Grizzly does fly into the London grey sky, that's Amore going for 21 in the over. A magical over as Banstead try and get this back on the road. It's 91 for 6, 3 overs to go. Premier Division, of course, England are in it. They're in the championship group. They won't have to qualify through the group stages. And assuming that stays around, it's a big incentive to make it to the final in the Premier Division. So you don't risk it, and you do get to the big dance. Just 3 days as well, the championship group, instead of the regular 5-day championship week. We've had to shorten it to fit in more Shield cricket. Of course, you'll be part of that with the Melton Shield and the Western Shield.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Germany in Group A.
Big window.
It's a big window. Go into the 8th, and it will be Assam Malik who gets swiped away for 4 first up. Not much he could have done about that, but Harry, he's kind of making his own luck here, moves to 46. It's been a brilliant innings from him, given the chaos that was surrounding him. That one just squeezes away 4 runs.
Yeah, nice fortune there. Oh, that's not the Rico plane that's coming. It might be coming back to get us. There's a big aeroplane in the distance.
It's an Emirates one, isn't it? Somewhere Dubai bound, I imagine.
Be, yeah, several flights a day.
Oh, well.
They want to sponsor us as well. I'm very pro-Emirates. Or any airline for that matter. That'll be 4. It's quite straight. And more work. That's in the security stand. This has been having a bit of a workout as well, Tina. Had a solid straight drive, beats the fielder, and Vincent's just giving him, as you'd say, a puncher's chance. He brings up his 50 in 17 balls. Good knock.
He won't be finished there, though. He wants to get his side up to more than that expected score. 133 is the expected score. There's another 4 runs, though. Gets Banstead into triple digits. 103 for 6 halfway through the 8th.
Can I tell you what Nick Smith's doing right now? They just took that crowd catch. He's definitely looking at his phone to see if it's on the camera. Vincent, though, good innings from him, and he follows up with 4 more. He's striking at 3 a ball at the moment. 54 off 18 after that 4. Now, we'll get one in the block hole. Can't do too much with it. Could come back from Malik.
Oh, I don't want to reveal too many secrets from the scorer's hut, but when I was peeking behind the curtain yesterday as Jason took over the reins, one of the screens did have fly radar on, because I think it's a perfect plane spotting area, isn't it?
That's true. There's quite a few fields we go to. I mean, Prague, it's famously in a big airport zone.
Well, I think.
And no, we're in Croatia at the moment. Well, we're not, but ECN are. And not the Zagreb field where this tournament is, but in Split. We found out pretty quickly on morning 1 that we were pretty close to the end of the airport runway, about 400 to 500 yards or metres away, when we thought that a plane was going to land on us. And that was an interesting experience as well. We kind of got used to it. I was genuinely worried that a ball might get top edge into a plane, like a 747, and then what's the protocol there? Find that in the laws of cricket.
Or in the laws of aviation.
They didn't think of that in 17 odd something when they made it. That's shocker. It's going to be 7. Oh, well, Vincent, good shot. Still got to put it away. Well, it gets it completely wrong. There'll be a free hit to finish the 8th over. And Banstead, well, maybe with that shot, they might even be back in front.
Nathan Weeks, who's in front of us at long off, he's got a smile still on his face, but he must be secretly fuming because he got his side off to such a brilliant start in that power play. But since then, they've just let it go.
Ever since the sit-down celebration, do you think it's a backfire? And then CJ himself made a proper face palm job at long on, where he went after an imaginary ball. Vincent is 61, freebie. End of the 8th over. 135, though. That was enough in the second semi-final. They could even get more than that. Banstead back to 56%, but we're in the Goldilocks zone.
Free hit coming up. It won't go all the way, but it will go perfectly through the gap. So it's 25 runs coming off this over. Another one that goes the way of Banstead, and suddenly the win predictor back in their favour. 116 for 6 at the end of the 8th.
Nick's he's just ran into Tyrone Peters, I think, is coming back from another ball search. And Nick's very quick. I can just read his body language. Very quick to tell him about the catch that he took. Well taken as well. But anyway, 116 for 6. Look, you go 15-15 here. You got 146. You got par. No, they didn't get there an average way, but it will be an average score. And Banstead, don't forget, they've rolled some teams for some pretty low scores in this tournament. And CFS, of course, they only won 3 of the 8 games in their group. So there's a big couple of overs going here. If CFS can kick, maybe keep it at. I'm a bit surprised that 135 expected, but maybe that's the weight of the 6 wickets. But I would think from here, I would expect 140s. But let's see. Supercomputer knows best.
Going into the 9th then.
Ahmed Afzal to bowl it. All happens in the 9th.
Starts off with a off-pace delivery, and this one goes up in the air. Who wants it? There's someone steaming in, and he's taken. And I don't think he's helped there by his teammate, who was coming in at 100 miles an hour. He must have heard the stampeding feet behind him. In the end, it's all smiles, as it's pretty much a regulation catch, but I don't know how much you see on screen, but we saw the wide view.
But to be honest, I think this is a keeper's catch, but Pratt basically pretty quick to pull up and go, yours. There's another fielder coming. It's actually coming in for the massage, so fair enough. Honestly, I think that's keeper's catch. I think my rule is, to reach it and reach it comfortably. And I think he would have reached it comfortably, Pratt, but in the end, they go to the fielder that was sitting right under it. See here, he kind of takes on, he's like, all right, yours. But nicely done. And that will be the end of Aditya Kumar. Hardik More with a good catch. Gloveless. And starts the 9th with a wicket, 116 for 7. Maybe the supercomputer does know best, Tina.
Yeah, sometimes. But
Vinton's still there, though.
Yeah, he's still there. He can't do much in the non-strikers then, but can't understate how quickly the fielder was tearing in from deep square leg there. I was envisaging another sickening collision, as it's Neil Baker just leans on that one sensibly to get Harry back on strike.
One of my favourites Purple Baker, change maker. He's the guy who dropped a hat-trick in game 1. No, I haven't forgotten, even though here we are in match number 43. That was in an innings that also had a 4-in-4, a 4-trick, a quad trick. But yeah, Neil, can he make a difference here? Smart, I think. He just says, look, I'll take the 1. Over to you, Harry. 65 off 21.
Got the baker's dozen on the back of his shirt as well.
Yeah.
We need
Brilliant.
to check. We need to
That
check
has
if
to be
that,
on purpose.
because if it's
Has
not,
to be.
then we'll take the credit for that. Harry on strike here. And there's 6 runs. Goes into the 70s then. It looks like it's Saeed Jr. unless Saeed has shrunk.
Sides now basically spawned a new generation of potential crowd catchers, but don't try this at home, kids. How well has Arivandan batted against the grain here? He's 71. The next highest score in the innings is 18. It was a Ditchakumo, just departed. But yeah, the other scores in the top 6 are 5, 0, 10, 2 and 7. So come back for Afzal.
Slower ball once more, takes the pace off. Does he find the gap? Not quite, so it will just be the single. Bit of a wayward throw though.
Got it. I think as soon as you see that sailing over the keeper, you're running. And then you might even force an error. CJ's been banished to short third, and next minute you got 6. So, yeah. Bats are thrilled to be ahead. I think here when you turn and go, I think from here, maybe didn't turn that quickly, but as soon as you see that throw, before it even reaches the backup fielder, you look. There's no keeper at stumps anymore either. You got a really good chance to get back on strike. But Baker gets his opportunity. 2 to come in the 9th.
Still be 2 to come as that one's down leg side. Sandy in the chat saying, made me laugh. I don't know why, but whenever comms talk to Alex, I picture them peeking down under the table between them. Like he's some kind of pet. Alex?
Yeah.
You there?
There's a famous puppet on a show called Hey Hey It's Saturday in Australia called Dickie Knee. And literally, yeah, true story. Not real thing, but real name, Dickie Knee. Shot. Yeah, well, that's Baker's cut. Expect him to be good with a knife. And he really used the pace well there. I think the main problem with Afzal is he's bowled too much length. He's giving them something to work with. Hasn't really gone to the Yorker. You've seen Aravinthan, who's in, just kind of being able to pick him up. Baker really kind of snapped the wrists at the right moment there and was able to get it away for 4. So he'd pop up and make little comments and things. So I always think, if you think of that, Alex under the table, that's what I'm thinking. But he's got his own booth. Occasionally we'll get a knock-knock when the Grizzly hits his booth. But Alex is very good at pushing the buttons. But he's one of a fantastic team of people at 2 circles that allow the coverage to be as good as it is. I
heard he might be turning out for his cricket team
Yeah,
again
he
this
did, and
weekend.
he didn't want to talk about it.
But this weekend, I think it's second time lucky for him. He said he was batting, he looked in form.
Did he make more than 0?
I think it was in the teens. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex.
Alex.
And then it was
Too
spectacular caught and bowled on the way back. So it has to be a spectacular catch to get rid of Alex.
Interesting, they'll take the 1 here, so Baker will take the strike. And look, now he's always trying to goad the throw, is Baker, but he's capable, we know that. He's batted higher than this earlier in the series as well. End of the 9th over, and bats at 130 for 7. So one of those classic cases, looks like we're heading for a pass score, but it was anything but a usual way of getting there, as the way to wickets told. At one stage they were 59 for 6. That was in the 6th over.
A couple of options here to bowl the 10th. CJ Sharji looks like he will be given the nod. Just making changes here to his field.
When you think about it, there was 6 down, and that was with 2 balls to go in the 6th. Then they went 11 off the last 2 balls. Then the 7th went for 21. The 8th went for 25. So it's quite amazing how they've been able to be resilient here, Banstead. But still, very good chase coming up. CFS, don't forget, they just went down in that 2-run thriller last night. That was a golden ball that wasn't quite meant to be. 2 runs the margin, but CJ's back.
And well, Neil somehow gets absolutely nothing on that, but he's going to get the result he wants because it flies away for 4
I
byes.
reckon this is the case. The keeper anticipates the deflection, and because he misses it, he misses it. Oh, what's this? I'm sure that's what happens. As a keeper, he's like, all right, you're going to deflect it to me? Oh, that's a problem. You'll see this. See, he basically plays for the deflection, But you've got to remember, your primary job is to be able to cover if the ball's missed.
And if Neil Baker deflects that, he's not going to stop it anyway, to be honest.
But you might. I mean, I will say that the skill is to be able to take the missed ball on your extreme right there, so that you're covering as much ground as you can to take a catch. But he almost like a goalkeeper that crept too far the wrong way. Got to put past him. So Baker, an unhit 4 to start the 10th over.
Got to run on that, surely. I think Harry's just a bit too slow off the mark.
You've got to be looking for any fumble. You've got to go at this stage. Aravinthan needs to get back on strike. Baker 6 off 5, although we'll give him credit for the 10. That one got a bit spicy, but he just wasn't looking for it. I think you need to almost be expecting a fumble and then go back if it's clean. Probably knows now. 4 to come.
Well, there won't be a fumble. There will be a deflection off leg stump as Neil Baker tries to get funky again. Again, I don't think it's quite the right shot. Should have just got bat on ball. CJ Sharji, he says, thank you very much, and off you go.
Sharji playing his greatest hits. And you can, maybe you know the cultural references. He quietens him and sends him off. Well, I mean, he obviously knows where Baker needs to go. He wasn't really sure where that ball was when he misjudged it by 12 or 13 metres earlier in the innings, but a bit of natural justice. Baker, well, head off for a break. Leg stump gets poleaxed, and it's 134 for 8.
Well, I don't really back CJ Sharji in a fight against Neil Baker, to be honest.
No, I mean, it would be a one-on-one that I think would be some pay-per-view magic. But yeah, it's it's funny. He was keen to give out the lecture in the previous celebration, but now, hey, maybe you heard you. It's the silent treatment.
Yeah.
Silent treatment could be effective. What did you call it? Mental warfare.
Psychological warfare.
Psychological warfare. Ahmed Khan gets to bat at number 10. Surely just try and get a 1 here. Aravinthan can have 2 cracks at lifting him up into the 140s.
Aravinthan's got to be backing up here, and he goes, and they will get the single.
Thank you. Someone. There is still a time to know you're a number 10, and trust it. Trust takes one to know one, and I think he does a good job there. I don't think I'm taking a 1 here unless I think I can get a 2. And I actually probably, and they're having a chat about it. I think Aravinthan, he's been so good. He's gone a better than 3 a ball. Sharji, to be fair, he's bowled very well. 2 for 19 of 10 balls bowled. But a great game coming up. You can tell 49-51. So Banstead just a fraction behind. It could change in those next 2 balls.
Everyone on the leg side is out on the rope. Just the one out in deep covers as well.
Mid-off's up, but though he has tended to go kind of long on mid-wicket. All right, 2 to come.
He does step across the stumps and he flicks it away to the leg side. Should be taken. And it's a comfortable catch in the end. It goes straight down the throat of Faris Haider. He's not going to make a mistake there. And it will be the end of Harry Aravinthan again. Just a victim of circumstance being at the wrong end.
CJ. Let's just say he's probably going to be getting an evaluation at the end of the 10 overs here. He's given a goodbye, and then he's given almost the Hulk Hogan, God rest his soul, kind of when you're putting the ear to the crowd. I mean, it's a good catch, but I'm more interested in CJ here. It's been a great innings, though, from Aravinthan, 72. And CJ gave it the big one. He'll go 72-24. He's given his team a good chance, an even money chance. Misses, we get that. Then actually the umpire tried to set him down. I thought he was saying the umpire, sorry, what? He was just trying to say, I can't hear you. Last ball coming up, 135 plus this.
Oh, this one's going to be punted away.
Might as well run 2.
Yeah, they might as well. I think unless the throw's a good one, they will easily get home for the 2. CJ, he's fired up here. It feels like the kind of person who could pick a fight in an empty room at the moment.
Have him open the batting because he's got adrenaline buzzing through veins that he probably didn't even know he had, but they were popping. Nice shot by Thorpe there. Gets him an extra couple, and we're on a knife's edge here at the end of the 10 overs. Banstead only half a dozen under par, but they do have what I would call an over par attack, and CFS, they'll be hoping to spring an upset here. The 4th place team versus the 1st place team in their respective groups. They'll need 138 for the victory. Let's go back and, well, it seems that quarterfinals has brought out all the action, but what a start from Weeks. And brilliant keeping as well from Pravsing. 2 catches up to the stumps that put CFS ahead early. 2 big players back in the shed.
Nathan Weeks is like the good to CJ Sharji's evil. Nathan Weeks just takes the wickets and says, thank you very much. 3 he got in the power play, big appeal there. That one, stepped across the stumps, did the batter, Patrick Rowan. I think that's what did it for the umpire. He just kept on tumbling in the opening overs. Got to 32 for 4 as Batterfield was also clean bowled by James Harvey off his first delivery of the spell, but then it was Harry Aravindan in those middle overs.
This is where it all started to go wrong. But I applaud the fun element, but as most people know, there's a thin line between fun and anger, and I think he ended up on the wrong side of it, Tina. But I mean, we had more crowd fielding. What a knock, though, by Aravindan to give his team a decent chance. He scores over half the runs with his 72.
Yeah, absolutely. I think someone like Prab Singh or Aya Kadeka has to repeat the trick here for CFS if they want to chase down this probably about average total. Pan said, though, they could thank Harry for getting to that total in the first place. In the end, it was a big old swing that was almost a collision, but that marks the end of Aditya Kumar. He provided at least a little bit of support. In fact, he was the second high scorer with 18, shows how just one-sided this innings was. And well, that was the one that went for the scoop, went all the way for 4. But
Kept very well, by the way. Perhaps it was just one where he probably got a little bit too ambitious. That's why some keepers are right in the back of their gloves, stop the ball, just in case they're not quite sure what the main job is to do. How was Aravindan at the end? He held out, and then CJ suddenly had some hearing difficulties. At Aravindan, well, he deserved all the pats on the back that he got because he walked off for 72, and soon after that, the innings was over. Banstead 137 for 9. I think the win predictor was pretty close to the super Goldilocks zone there at the end of the 10 overs as well. So I'm really looking forward to the second half. Aravindan with 72 really stands out like a sore thumb. And Kumar, as you said, Tina, the second highest scorer, batting at 8 with 18. Paddy Rowe with 10 in his first game. He'll be hoping it's not his only game of the series. And Neil Baker, 6 plus 4 that he missed. I'll give him credit for that. Double figures off the balls he faced. But just 8 extras. Including the 4 byes there, so it wasn't a whole bunch of wides or anything like that. And in the end, the score 137. Plenty of bowlers in the wickets, with Weeks really starting off and getting the 2 dangerous openers both before the end of the first over, 3 for 14. 3 wickets also to CJ Sharji, but let's just say an interesting time in the first half. 2 wickets to James Harvey, who I think is a very good young left-arm spinner, and Ahmed Afzal with 1 for 14. We'll take a break and be back in just a few minutes. And now, whatever you're doing, keep your eyes on the screen and don't miss it, because there's a huge second innings coming up with CFS hoping to spring a big upset here in quarterfinal 3. 138 will be the victory target for them. Or can Banstead steamroll their way into finals day? Winning sound of here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, and we'll see you in just a few minutes when we return to London for more European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back to Rains Park here. We are ready for the second half of this third quarter final. What a day of action we've had so far as well. Things have changed very quickly. Just looking at that Croatia versus Cyprus, looks like things have changed pretty quickly there as well, with Cyprus struggling a little bit to get going in their second innings, 33 for 2 off 7, but they're only chasing 133. But now we're getting ready here for the second innings. CFS Pinnacle Pro, well, they didn't have it all their own way or even much their own way in their group campaign, but they do have a very good chance of forcing an upset here, restricting Banstead to 137 for 9 off their 10 overs. CFS 138 to win. Well, first innings had a little bit of everything. In fact, today's had a little bit of everything, hasn't it? You can just really feel the intensity has gone up quite a few notches. I suppose CFS have given themselves a chance because they were able to get some of those really dangerous and destructive Banstead batters before they could do too much damage. But it's all to play for CFS. They're still in the game. They haven't been batted out of it. I kind of described it as a slightly below average score, but made by a team with a quite a bit above average attack, and that's one thing we saw from Banstead. They were very good at restricting, and remember they finished kind of 2 wins clear of the pack in Group A, so you would expect that they'll be confident defending this. Here we go, and it's going to start with a wicket. Well, there you go, Royal Duck time, and would you believe it, they're fired up. Aravinda's having a great game. Well, he must have heard a few little whispers when he was dismissed for a brilliant 72, but he can't keep himself out of the game. Kadeka, the captain, has gone very first ball. Ayush Patel with a wicket. And have a look at it. Just didn't get the elevation. Aravinthan couldn't have missed it if he tried. And then definitely a little bit of a look around. There's been a few barbs whispered between the two teams in this third quarter final. A disappointment for Kadeka. Misses out again with the bat. He's out for 0 for 1 after just 1 ball. Good catch, because it was kind of an awkward one in that it was so straight to him that he just had to work out how he was going to take it. Almost too straight at his chest. And one thing I will say is that they had 3 different players score 50s in the last 24 hours, CFS. Chowdhury comes out number 3. So they would say they have a lot of players in form, and they don't waste really any time with the Kadeka innings, just the 1 ball. So what do you think? Hello to Chris Smith, by the way. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Ash at Save Derek. And this is going to be Hyder. He's had a good series. And he's going to start with a good strike down the ground. It'll be 4 runs. It just pitches inside. It's Hyder. Nice wrist. There is a very straight long on. That one just bounces inside. Back to live action. And he just has a nice easy swing of the bat. There was a very straight long on, but wasn't quite straight enough. And Hyder finds the first boundary of the innings. Patel kind of bowls wrist spin at pace, doesn't he? Kind of bustles through. He's kind of the Anil Kumble style of leg spin. This one's a fraction short, but cuts straight to the fielder. I feel this is going to be another thriller. Might need the 5th game off to recover today. Of course, we only have the 4 matches due to the fact it is quarterfinals day. 4 instead of the regular 5. It's well bowled. Again, draws him forward. Oh, it does go for 4 though. Just shows you. And these guys are so powerful. Chowdhury gets it away from the fielder. And it will be the end of the first over. So it's 10 for 1 after 1. But still, a very good over from Ayush Patel. I suppose this kind of a total as well, you don't really want any bowler going the journey and having a real terrible time of it. Puts pressure on the others. 109 matches since the Golden Ball. We've had everything but here in Wimbledon. In fact, we've never had a Golden Ball on English soil. Now's the time. Maybe right now, we'll find out. But Banstead, slight favourites at the moment, but only slight. Idichikuma to bowl over 2. Got 2 fielders back on the leg side. Why is he fielding in the beanie there? Zach Butterfield. I've seen a few interesting things in European Cricket Series cricket. We had a fielder in Prague fielding in earmuffs once. All right, well, that's a nothing shot. Can anyone get there? Should be one for Wassam, and he takes it. Well, Chaudhary caught in at least 3 minds here about what he wanted to do with it, and he pops it up, and that's a soft dismissal, really. Never commits to the shot, and that's a disappointing end for Hassan, who just can't seem to get too much going. Again, it'll leave plenty of time for others, but it wasn't a ball that got up as much as he thought. It was about bail high when he hits it in the end, and plenty of time for Harwal Wassam to get under the ball. And a second wicket fall, CFS 11 for 2. If you remember yesterday, though, CFS had a thriller that they lost 162 to 164 against Creative. Went down to the very last ball. Prab Singh was extremely important in that game. I also had Jason Behrendorff with me yesterday. It's a good start. Prab, I mean, a bit of an itchy starter, but it was these two. It was Prab Singh 79 off 27 and Faris Haider 63 off 22. They put on a big partnership. They put on 110 to at least put their team in a winning position. Can they do it again? That's a beautiful looking shot, just leans on it, and there's always room for this kind of a shot, no matter what the format of the game. Prab Singh off the mark. He can be a little bit of a nervous starter, but once he gets going, he's very hard to stop. Excellent timing and placement. The bat following through right in the direction of the intended shot. Comeback ball for Kumar. He plays inside it, so good contest at the moment. Just do anything. He certainly motioned it. Yeah, it did a bit. Almost playing inside it when he noticed that that movement was going to take the ball away from the middle of the bat. Oh, another one. Wow, Kumar, what an over. Okay, does get hit for a pretty stylish 4, but not too much more in over number 2. Just 5 runs come off it. And, of course, the wicket of Hassan Chaudhary. It's 15 for 2 after 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again is my co-commentator and little battler, Tina Goff. How are you travelling? What's your percentage at the moment?
I'd say 38% when I was sitting down and I got up, and that was a mistake.
Okay. In 20s?
High 20s. But I did have a custard cream in the other tent, so,
so now you're
back into the 30s.
Rocketed back up.
I'll tell you what here.
Would you say you're happy it's a 4-game day today?
I'd say I was delighted. As this one, they could be delighted if they take a catch here, and it's an outstanding grab there. Tumbling away is Harwal Wassam. The Centurion hasn't really had things go his way since that very first game, but he might have caught the quarter-final here as Faris Haider, the dangerous batter, departs, and CFS lose their 3rd. And I was going to say, CJ Sharji, I think the worst thing he's done in this game is get Banstead fired up.
They are fired up. This is a brilliant catch. Does everything right, but has to be athletic. Look at him catch it, and then he protects the ball. He just makes sure that ball never hits the ground. He lets the hand hit the ground, but Wassam, like a ragdoll, like he was thrown out of a moving vehicle there. But he takes a brilliant catch right in front of the crowd as well. They loved it. Haider doesn't. He's out for just 6, and it's 15 for 3.
Really up on top of CFS now. Banstead, 3 wickets, and you'd probably say the 3 most important ones. Prab Singh, a lot rests on his shoulders now. The top 3 all back into the shed. Hassan Malik out at 5 for CFS. And this is really where the dominance and the experience of Banstead shows. CFS, they're a young side, and they're relying on someone like Singh or Hassan Malik now out in the middle to pull this one out of the fire. Run rate over 15. The wickets keep on tumbling. This one is going to just go over the head of Patrick Rowe, so it will be 4 runs, a precious 4 runs, but looking scratchy here, CFS.
Yeah, I think Banstead, they'll be kicking themselves if they don't win this quarterfinal for many reasons, but especially the squad they've got available. And I think we haven't quite seen the best of some of their players they've brought in, like Paddy Rowe, for example. You saw in the shot there. But someone needs to play big innings for CFS because they are fading fast.
It's potentially here 3 for 3 for Group A. CFS, though, not quite out of it yet. They just need something to happen and quickly, but it's another one that goes past the bat, and Ayush Patel, the leg spinner with the world's longest follow-through, almost followed through to see that one hit the top of off stump.
Not the power play CFS wanted.
That'll be a release, though, as that one goes up and away.
That's right in the Saeed zone if he's in position. I even told him exactly where to go. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, but the crowd having to pay attention here. Counter punch comes off the bat of Asan Malik.
Some Birmingham chat going on. Johnny Raja saying, I'm from Birmingham. Well, join the crew. Chris, I know he's from the Midlands as well. Wrong side of the Midlands. Sorry, Chris, especially if you're a Wolves fan.
Territorial.
Knocked away and just jogged through for a single.
Worried it's going to be a run out there if Patel was able to gather it. I've got an affinity for Birmingham City because West Australian Stan Lazaridis used to play there.
Absolute hero. From
my city. And it actually, before his football days, it might have been his sister served me in a cafe once and it just came up in conversation. And I was like, cool.
Yeah, he's absolute legend for Birmingham City.
Yeah. In Australia, actually. Quite a pretty handy player. Don't have too many that would grace the English shores. We've had a few.
Tim Cahill.
Yeah, Tim Cahill.
Harry Kuehl.
Harry Kuehl, Mark Viduka. Mark Schwarzer.
Mark Bosnich.
Mark Bosnich, yeah. Controversial at times. Maybe split the audience. Right down the middle.
Look at this. Pretty interesting power plays. Very similar, actually. Banstead, 32 for 3. But look at that comeback. Thanks to really Harry's innings. Gets a few magical overs towards the end.
They need to find an innings like that.
Yep.
They need to find someone that just can get going. Because if not, this is going to be a blowout. And speaking of the devil, here is Harry. Harry Vinton to bowl over number 4.
Just gets the line wrong here, but Baker, he's on the charge.
Oh, yeah. Well, Baker definitely fields this in an unorthodox fashion. How do you describe this? I'd describe it as effective.
It's one word to say it. Baker got that one fresh out of the oven.
A few things have caught on in the modern game, but throat fielding probably isn't going to be one of them. If you said that Baker was going to get everything behind that, the last place I thought he was going to field it was his throat. But it was good enough.
He did have an Adam's apple, I'm not sure anymore. That one into the covers, and it's the second brilliant cover drive we've seen in this run chase. Prab Singh this time crunches away 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. He stays pretty still, doesn't he? I suppose he plays the ball, it's bowled at him. I like his style. Malik needs to keep going. This is hit down the ground. And big chase for the fielder. That's going to go for 4. Threads the needle. And Aravintham maybe just over pitching a touch. And Malik puts him to the boundary.
Right.
I've got a question. Sorry,
go
Tina,
on.
but Trip asking, Vinny, what are my thoughts on the Savannah Bananas? Good for the game or just another gimmick? I think they're great for the game, Trip. It's actually really, very skillful. They're almost like a Harlem Globetrotters, but it's not really scripted. But there's some really good players playing. But they do have some crazy stuff. Oh, that one's going to be 4 as well. The placement here has been brilliant from Malik, who helps himself to 4 more. And the CFS finding that fight back. Is Malik the counter punch they've been looking for? But they do have some things that are crazy. So they actually played in a proper league, and then they've broken away and they have basically exhibition games. But some of the things they have, a batter on stilts and various other things, which I won't go into. But I think they're great for the game. I think it's good for the game. Oh, wow. Well, he stopped it. And he might want to count his fingers after that, Aravintham. That'll be the end of the over. 14 without loss for him, or 14 without a wicket. 40 for 3 after 4. This one really just sticks. It's just complete luck. They did well to get a hand to it. But yeah, I think that some of the innovations, a bit like ECN innovations, have made it into the mainstream game. You know, they're very clever with what they're doing with time clocks and things like that to try and keep the game moving, keep people's interest. So I think I really like them, and I always take a lot of note of what they're doing. Although ECN are a bit different, because I think the wins and losses matter more in ESN, whereas I think they're all about the show. I mean, our show is around the fact that it is a competitive game. Anyway, thanks for the question, Trip. This one's a full toss, and this time it won't be well placed by Prabsing. He'll just get the one, but Malik, yeah, it's not a bad thing that he's back on strike.
I will say the team name only really works in either American or Australian English. Savannah Bananas just doesn't have the same.
Savannah Bananas. That's
Savannah
why even
Bananas.
I say it differently when I see it.
Yeah.
Savannah Bananas.
Another low full toss, and this is a brilliant catch. Caught and bowled, sharp as you like from Ahmed Khan. There's a bit of a rank delivery, but there's nothing rank about the catch. He just gets it off his toes, and it's another wicket to fall for CFS, 41 for 4.
Great catch. Really good catch. Look at that. Actually kind of sticks between the heel of his hand, and then, geez, it's a brilliant bit of reaction work. And you're right, it wasn't the best delivery, but yeah, I think the replay confirms that it is clean. And Ahmed with a little bit of magic there. Nassan was a promising 24 for him, but he's gone too soon for CFS fans, and it's 41 for 4. Yeah, great bit of work, and Banstead certainly wasn't to plan this performance so far. But you know, good teams, they find a way to win, especially when you get to the knockout stages, and they haven't really put a foot wrong since mid-innings in the first half.
That was a brilliant caught and bowled. We've had a fair few in this series so far, mostly one-handed spectacular efforts. This time he gets down and dirty straight away, getting that one, and suddenly the win predictor doesn't even really give CFS an outside chance here. 42 for 4 here. Still got time. They're just running out of batters. Prabsing, he's there. He has scored runs, but he's just scratching along at pretty much a runner ball. This one goes up in the air. Does it have the distance? I don't think so. Harrowell settling underneath it, and it will be the next one to fall. CFS, well, they were the underdogs for a reason. Well, it's Ahmed Khan who gets his second wicket. Gives the old shush to, well, CJ Sharji, who's the one coming in now. But CFS lost their 5th wicket here.
This is going to be good, because I know that Aravintham still has the second over. It's been a gripping contest. The other thing with CJ, he's taken his time getting out there. He's very casual today, but he's got 60 seconds. It's a strict 60. They're going to have a chat. They better make it a quick one. But yeah, I wonder if they'll consider throwing the ball to Aravintham and giving him the right of reply. Still wandering out there. My spider senses are up.
Yeah, he's not exactly in a hurry, is he? He hasn't got both gloves on.
Still going, gloves on. Okay, now he's ready. 58, 59. CJ probably's counting in his head. So he probably knew he was fine. Anyway, this should be good.
Strap yourselves in. It's going to be exciting one way or another. And he goes for the big swing, and well, let's watch the celebration on this if this is taken, because it's Harrowell Wassam underneath it, and here we go. Sparks fly. CJ, he takes it with a smile on his face. I think he blows a kiss there as well. So he does have to depart, and it's all done in good humour, which is good to see in the end. CJ Sharji doesn't have the last laugh as he goes for a golden duck.
Cricket can be a funny game, but sometimes you can be laughing on the outside, but filthy on the inside. First ball to the skies, and it was almost like, well, it's like the Lion King when the hyenas came in and Scar was given a pretty fiery departure. They came from all parts. And CJ, unfortunately for him, is going to end up on a bit of a downer. It turns out he was given the lectures. I think he was given one back before the end of this quarter-final. He's out for a golden duck, and CFS falling away 42 for 6. Almost Shakespearean that way. CJ, where have you been?
Josephine. I'm sure Rico would have found the words for that one.
Rico Shakespeare.
Here we go, hat-trick ball. It's fended away by Nathan Weeks. And yep, 1 over. 3 wickets coming off it, just the 2 runs at the halfway stage. CFS 42 for 6, really falling away here.
Oof. Supercomputers carked it. Someone's going to have to reboot it after that. But what an over from Ahmed Khan. 3 for 2. But what they've done really well here, they've taken chances. They haven't all been easy ones either. If you take you back to that caught and bowled from Ahmed. 3 wickets in 4 balls there. Not quite a hat-trick, but pretty close. Well, cricket mirrors life. Sometimes it's your time, sometimes not. There's a time to be loud. There's other times. Go with over number 6. Thing is, with these wickets, the rate required has gotten out of control. Now, that'll help a little bit, but Qureshi needs to try and step up. And you got Weeks. You got to feel for Weeksy. I mean, he actually bowled his heart out to remove both of the dangerous Banstead openers in the first couple of minutes of the game, but things have changed a lot since then.
Have you ever done a premeditated celebration? You know, one where you're like, okay, if I get runs or a wicket in this game, I'm going to do X.
No, but
Arslan Abbas bowling this 6th over. And that one's going to be pumped away, so it's a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Straight through the line. Qureshi. I like to see him hitting a bit straighter. I think it's one thing we saw from him is the new generation doing the off-field fielding. I think during the group stage, you tend to get a bit leg side and be just hitching his wagon to the leg side. It was a good shot off Abbas. Don't forget, Abbas took 4 in 4 in game 1. No full toss this time. It won't carry. So, I did have a couple of good impromptu celebrations, such as in under 16s, I took a caught and bowled and ripped my shirt open. Like, ripped the V-neck about 3/4 of the way down. That wasn't very well thought through. My mother wasn't too him.
Teenage emotions coming out. Yeah.
And I did a full-on run. There's no crowd, but I ran into space and did the knee slide, and it was a bit damp. Don't think so, but dot ball. And then everyone joined me, so that was pretty cool. But what I used to dream of was situations where I could take the bails off, and there was like both at one end, and I could think of a really creative way to do it. And you know how specific that is? It's like, let's say that I can put all the time. And my favourite was what I called the air guitar, which was where I'd go next to the stumps and I'd strum the stump like a guitar.
God, you're insufferable.
Do you know? It says pretty silly. I will concede that. Yeah, the old air guitar. I see it much these days.
If I got air guitared out, I would be throwing fists.
Normally the bands are arguing with themselves because they're both at one end, because that's your only chance to do it.
Oh dear.
And there was also one time where I took a stumping. This is like okay, so that's all kind of, slightly going up the levels in juniors. But there was once where I took a stumping in a big game, and I just booted the ball like a goalkeeper, and it went pretty much for 4. Like I was just thrilled, and then I just hoofed it like a goalkeeper clearing.
You wanged it.
Yeah, wanged it. And in Australian football, sometimes we call a goal a major, like a major score.
Right.
And I remember the bowler just like, well, you put that one through for a major. There you go. So, yeah, sometimes the best things are impromptu. This isn't the best, though, from CFS, who are 54 for 6 after 6. By the way, kicking a cricket ball that hard hurts your foot.
Yeah, but you can't show the pain, otherwise it doesn't really style it out then, does it?
You never know. I mean, how about you? Have you got any memorable celebrations planned or otherwise? Here's Ahmed Khan, by the way. He's got 3 for 2.
So you won't believe...
You played football, so you should
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Yeah.
So when I was a child, I was quite temperamental.
Uh-huh.
And I was also very good at football. So there's this iconic video, I'll show it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to find it first, of me like dribbling around the whole team, scoring a goal. And I just do an about turn and absolutely just stomp back to the halfway line. And that's a low full toss, and it's going to go for 6 runs.
Whoa.
Mind out, it goes over the CFS batting line up there. And yeah, I must be in a mood about something. Happened a lot, still does. And I just stomp.
Yeah.
It's back to the halfway line.
Is there a word? Stomped or trudged?
It
I
was,
wonder what the fast trudge.
It was, yeah, trudging doesn't do the tempo of the stomp justice.
Gotcha.
I'll find the video. He stomps down the ground there, doesn't quite get hold of it though. Maybe thinking of 2 here.
Well, at your peril. It's only going to be a single. I did actually play a lot of field hockey growing up, and eventually I went from defence to being a centre forward. When I worked out that you have to potentially score goals and celebrate. So you've actually reminded me, I did have a few there, but they weren't necessarily planned. Sometimes I did the odd 360, just running back to the halfway line after a goal. But I always think the best celebrations are the ones where you actually really happy inside, but you're acting like you expected it. So there's a certain way if you bring up
Yeah.
a 50 that you're like, you never actually smile. You just kind of give a high eyebrows and little hundreds when you can really let it loose. But anyway, this game seems to be drawing to an inevitable conclusion. Qureshi trying his best, gets a little edge past the keeper here, and that'll go for 4. But really, that rate required now, out towards the 4 ball, and of course the 6 wickets down. Banstead, they batted themselves out of a tight spot thanks to Aravindan and a pretty complete performance in the field.
I found it on my laptop, so I'm going to give you the thing. This is
Wow,
it.
you are a kid.
Yeah. Watch the celebration. I'll just turn around. Stomp, stomp. No one comes near me either.
Look at you. Oh, that's
Good goal though.
a good goal. Oh, how old were you there? Probably like 8.
8 or
That's
9, yeah.
That's good skills. Well, you know, you're
Child
quite tall.
prodigy.
You're quite tall, but were you quite a tall kid compared to your peers? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, so you always kind of
Tall
had
and wide.
So you've always played from in front.
I just battered my way through generally. That was my tactic, as it's the final ball of the 7th. Doesn't quite get battered. It does go all the way for 4 runs. So they move up into the 70s. Still a long, long way to go here. 71 for 6 at the end of the 7th. There's more footage. I mean, this is, I think, still in the, it must be in the kind of video camera era.
Oh, yeah. Camcorder. Red light blinking.
There was no offside. So this
Oh,
is
no
me
offside.
just standing, battering my way through. This next one.
I love that.
This is, I think you probably classify it as child abuse nowadays, because I'm twice the size of this defender. I absolutely just batter my way through.
That's good. Let's have a look what's coming up. Hey, John Speller's coming back into the side. Sam Baldwin comes back in. Luke Weir and Tom Wilkins for Wimbledon. Lloyd and Crossweight, their opening combination. I think Will Sewell's having a great series as well. Weybridge, well, Brent Kay's not in the side. They were led by Aidan Golding in that 4th quarter final. I would say of all the games today, it's probably the one where Wimbledon will start the biggest favourites. I suppose, okay, they lost the game last night, but Weybridge just kind of lost their way a little bit, ended up 4-4 and in 4th. I suppose they did win 4 games along the way, but yeah, that game is coming up in, I think it's, we'll get an actual time for you. It was there, wasn't it? So yeah, 4:15 local, so it's still an hour away. Guess we're running early. So, Qureshi, 27 off 9. But you can see they need something almost unbelievable to get anywhere close here. CFS. This is the kind of the devil on the shoulder of Qureshi. I think he's a good straight hitter. We've seen him hit straight sixes, but they got the mid-off up in the circle, and I think it's a good field to him. I think they've identified, now here's the guy, doesn't really care where you put the field. He's going to normally try and hit to mid-wicket, so the fact that that mid-off's up and he's still trying to hit it there is probably something he can work on personally.
Again, he goes for the swipe.
He's not really a cutter, is he?
No.
You know, again, that's one that's short and wide outside the off stump, but he's trying to cut it. So he's trying to pull it, but he's not really getting that bat foot back and across or moving it at all. So even though that one does keep a bit low, he's just not really getting himself in the right position. Same. And Kumar, I think, to worked him out. There goes the hat. Tamas Raj behind the stumps for Banstead. Negative with the old floppy hat. Never easy. The hat's come off in transit. I like that he made a little attempt to keep his hat back on, but then went back to his primary role, stopping the ball.
Banstead have got a strong hat game. It's the variation of the hats. There's a direct hit here.
Oh,
Well,
great fielding.
it's going to be out as well, because they pretty much ran on the contact. Didn't expect Haro Wassam to swoop into his left-hand side, pick it up cleanly. Still had the time then to throw it to the far end, and well, it's just a question of who was going to be out here. They're pretty much at the same end.
I'll tell you something about Wassam. He's a gamer, and this is such a clever bit of cricket. Not only does he pick it up cleanly, a ball that's screaming, he has a quick look, it's right in front of him, and he almost double clutches, and he sees, oh, I can see what's happened here. The strikers run, non-strikers heading back, so he just waits a fraction of a second, gets it going towards the keeper's end. Qureshi's run out for 27, and it's all over bar the shouting. 72 for 7, but just high IQ play. It's just not doing his primary job well, which was to not fumble the ball, but then also identifying the situation super quickly, and then, yeah, just it's kind of three-quarter pace throw that's going to bounce on the pitch and give Raj an easy take.
He almost inadvertently gets the direct hit as well. Wasn't too
almost
far off. He just gets it in knowing that if it's not going to hit, he's going to get
those
the
are
stumps.
ones the keeper. You don't want them to just miss the stumps because it is distracting, but it's such a smart bit of cricket. Anyway, Kumar, 1 for 6 in the over. Here's Morey with the bat.
Will be the end of the over. They scamper through for once, and Morey keeps the strike. 73 for 7. And it will be, barring some kind of disaster here for Banstead, 3 for 3 for Group A. So Wimbledon carrying the hopes of Group B on their shoulders. I suppose they are the favourites going into that one, as you said. Coming up against Weybridge, who haven't exactly had it all their own way in the group stages. But, well, wickets are plenty in this one. 16 so far. Talking about how that maximum number might go up to the 1,000. It's only been not short of wickets here either as we go into the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to remove, the ability to take wickets is huge and remove those dangerous hitters. Here's the 9th, Aravintham. We'll never get a go at CJ. CJ didn't last long enough, but he's going to bowl the 9th. Aravintham's been a big difference maker in this game. Player of match performance, I think, in my books.
You've got to say Banstead go into finals day tomorrow looking in pretty tidy shape, as this one could be another catch, and it will be a regulation one straight into the breadbasket of Baker as he takes a catch, and it's the 8th to 4th of CFS. 73 for 8, and Banstead, well, even when it doesn't fire necessarily with the bat for them, they find ways of winning games. They won 6 of them in the group stages, and they'll make this 7 for the series here.
Yeah, give that man the prize. Aravintham comes in with a wicket now, and I know there's been some good bowling performances here for Banstead as well, particularly Ahmed Khan with his 3 wickets in the over. But I just think they wouldn't even be in a position where they had a defendable score if it wasn't for Aravintham in the first place. And that'll be the end of Hardik for 1. Although I've liked his series, I like his left arm bowling. Not able to do too much with the bat though on this occasion. 73 for 8 and 10 balls remaining potentially in this 3rd quarter final.
It's been an outstanding bowling performance. Arslan Abbas, the captain, actually the only one not to have picked up a wicket so far. Ahmed Khan quietly just picking up 3 for 19 in his 2 overs. Everyone else been able to chip in. Arslan Abbas, maybe he'll bowl the last. Maybe he'll throw it to a 6th bowler. Maybe we won't have a 10th over the way we're going. That one won't be referred upstairs. Suddenly the wicketkeeper, Tamash Raj, wants it to be. Let's take a look though. Well, maybe just a little closer than it first looked. I think he is home safe.
Your back of the bat slide. Not the way God intended it when he designed cricket bats, but still good enough. Oh, early umpire clothesline. We're good to go. That's on strike.
Banstead just want to get this one over with now.
Yeah, I think so. Banstead survivor scare. I think there'll be some pretty relieved players, including Wassam, who's been great in the field, but with the bat, he wasn't able to fire.
Oh, he's fired this one. Yeah, it's going to go the distance just about. So it's a rare cheer for CFS. Samad Afsal. 3rd time lucky for him. Misses out on the first 2, but gets the 3rd away for a Maximo. At this point, though, just putting gloss on a scoreline that's otherwise pretty comprehensive. But Banstead certainly also showing that they're not infallible. Well, they've certainly done it with the ball, though, as this one flies away for a 4, but not before it's knocked middle stump over. So Harry picks up his 2nd, and surely that with that picks up the player of the match award.
Yeah, it's had a really good game here. Check this one on the replay. A little bit of a back away. Potential bail breaker. I think the bails survive, but the batter does not, and that's 9 out after 9. Disappointing for CFS Pinnacle Pro, but again, I'm sure they're better for the run here, and they've learned a lot, personally and as a unit. But 79 for 9 and 6 balls to go, or nearest offer, as they're down to their last wicket.
It will be James Harvey, the youngster who has had so many highlights with the ball. That comes out at number 11.
He was the one yesterday that was thrown in the hot seat, needed 2 to tie, 3 to win. Got a fair chunk of bat on it, flew away. Lanky took the catch though down at deep 3rd and clinched the match for Creative, and I suppose cost CFS any chance at 3rd spot. But Weeks will face up now.
Will be the skipper to bowl the last. Anyone without a wicket so far. Got the chance to finish off the innings prematurely for his side. 79 for 9 turns into 80. Just a matter of either trying to survive the final 5 balls or maybe just trying to swing and seeing if you can add a 6 to your highlight reel. James Harvey. Well, he certainly goes for it. Doesn't quite get hold of it. That's Banstead. Despite a wobble, they hold on to their favourites tag going into this game. And it will be the final game of this series for CFS Pinnacle Pro. Slower ball there. Even slower ball from the skipper. Has to be said for CFS though, they've been a good addition to this series, of course, having featured over in Hornchurch as well, made the knockout stages there, made the knockout stages again here. And for the second time running as well, they fall at the quarter-final stages. That one gets stopped on the rope. So we, of course, look ahead to the final quarter-final as well, coming your way in about 50 minutes' time now between Wimbledon and Weybridge. Wimbledon's the only surviving members of Group B for now. This one will end with a comfortable catch. And it will be Banstead who make their way into finals day. Neil Baker taking his second catch of the game. More regulation 1-0. Here we go. Is the retaliation celebration.
Oh boy. It's Baker laying down the law. Well, it's an interesting finish. Banstead in the end, they win. I suppose when you win, you can do whatever you like. But look, I'm sure one thing's for sure, everyone's competitive out there, and it's a fair bit of fun going on. I do think it'll probably sting a bit for CFS. But they played with flair, they played with personality, and I think even CJ can see he's got a big smile on his face. He knows that's the way the game goes. If you're gonna dish it out, you're gonna get a bit back. I think he knows that better than anyone. But Banstead, they are now the 3rd team through to the finals day tomorrow. So there's only one spot left, and that will go to either Wimbledon or Weybridge. Battle of the W's in quarterfinal number 4, but a highly entertaining game. And, well, Banstead, they were actually behind and fairly significantly behind in the early running, but they now will lock in a place against Spencer. So, yeah, they're Group A nemesis. They'll start off the day, and whoever wins the last game will take on East Molesey in the second semi-finals. I mean, we've already got 3 great teams through there, and I'm sure the 4th will be just the equal or more of what you see there. So, their next game is in around about 50 minutes between Wimbledon and Weybridge. Let's go back and look at the highlights. And they ain't bat them out of the game, but they certainly made a good start with the ball. A wicket off the very first ball, you could see. Now, Aravintham was fired up. Yeah, and it was a pretty level power plays actually, with CFS losing 3 wickets in the power play as well. And it was the top 3 that went. We saw early signs that this might not be the run chase that CFS were after, as Kedaka went very first ball. Chowdhury, he didn't last much longer. When Faris Haider, we thought, well, who's going to step up and be counted here? Hassan Malik and Mustafa Qureshi, they at least provided some resistance through the middle. Every time Banstead got a wicket, they knew they were a step closer to featuring in finals day tomorrow. And well, they were putting their bodies on the line, putting their throats on the line as far as Neil Baker was concerned. Despite a few flashes to the boundary, it was pretty much one-way traffic for the fielding side. There was a 1.5 attempt there for the caught and bowl, but this one much more difficult, taken by Ahmed Khan. And there was a bit of a mix-up between Mustafa Qureshi and CJ Sharji, who of course went first ball as well. And smile on his face in the first innings, not so much here as well. Maybe just got there in time, but then he didn't last much longer than that. I was going to say he spent longer walking to the crease than he actually lasted at the crease to CJ, but I mean, look, it's entertaining, it's fun to watch. I mean, very ECS. Suddenly it seemed like they had about 22 players, Banstead, now all running towards the middle to just give them a warm exit. But that's one of my favourite plays of the game. Because to see that straight away, well, we see it from here, for him to have that awareness in the run, in the game. He showed how good Wassam is. Oh, and then Baker, who knew he'd be laying down the law by the end of the 10 overs. And that was another one that smacked into the stumps. And this game was over a long way before the end. Baker runs away, and then look, what is it? Banstead already said, all right, so when the 10th wicket falls, we'll just get Neil to give us a bit of a lecture. It's an unlikely likely or unwilling participant in that. But anyway, he was just happy to hand out the high fives. And no one able to get past the 27 of Qureshi in the second half. CFS Pinnacle Pro falling well short as they're bowled all out for 82.
In the end, a dominant performance there from Banstead. Neil Baker, well, he put his throat on the line. I think he's more of a teddy bear than a Phil Brown style rollicking. But it was all smiles in the end for Banstead. And to be fair for CFS Pinnacle Pro as well, who took this mauling in the end in good spirits, as it was a wicket for every single bowler. Arslan Abbas wasn't needed for the final delivery as they're bowled out with one to spare. Just no partnerships really to speak of for CFS, and that's why they fall well short. The winning margin in the end is 55 runs, so it's 3 for 3 for Group A so far. Banstead, they fly through to finals day and set up a game against Spencer, which is going to be an interesting one. Remember their game in the group stage, one of them went to the very final ball and the other one was won by Banstead in 5 overs.
Yeah.
So we know that they're capable of tight games, they're capable of absolute rollovers as well. I know that one's going to be an exciting one. But speaking of exciting, we've got another underdog story here as Weybridge, who sneaked through in 4th place, face up against Wimbledon, the home favourites, for what could be a clean sweep for Group A.
Yeah, well, it's up to Wimbledon to fly the flag for Group B now, and so anything is possible. Bit of an extended break now, but back in around about 40 minutes' time to take you into the first ball in 45 in the Battle of the W's here in this series. As at the moment, we have just the Group A teams through. Wimbledon want to provide that Group B representation. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll see you when we return to Wimbledon for more European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Hello to everyone who might be joining us from the Croatian series that concluded a little bit earlier in the day, opening day at least, with Cyprus taking a 2-0 lead Over here though in London, 3 of our 4 semi-finalists sorted, but 1 spot still up for grabs, with Wimbledon take on Weybridge for that final spot in the semis. Now Wimbledon, they top their group, Group B. In fact, they're the only Group B team left in the competition. We've seen 3 eliminated already on quarterfinals Thursday. And they're taking on a Weybridge side that, although they finished 4th, they did have 4 wins along the way, but I do think Weybridge start big underdogs. They did have a win at the toss though, and they have elected to bat. So Weybridge just hoping they can get a defence in the second innings and take some key wickets. Wimbledon didn't lose their last game last night, although they'd already, I suppose, locked up top spot before the end of that game in match number 40. Plenty of plays to watch on both teams. To take you through those and more will be Tina Goff. With Tina, only 1 spot left, 2 teams vying for it. Let's get ready for quarterfinal number 4. The news from the toss is that Weybridge have won the toss and they're having a hit.
Thanks very much, Vinny, and welcome back. It's the final quarter-final of this ECS in Wimbledon. It's the hosts who are going out to bat, looking to put on runs on the board. As for Weybridge, well, as Vinny was saying, probably go into this one underdogs, but they're looking to make it a clean sweep for Group A. 3 of the sides from Group A have made it through so far. Weybridge, of course, finishing 4th, looking to make it 4 from 4. As Weybridge are a much changed side. Let's take a look at that. 5 newbies into the lineup. Debenham, Mackle, Huntington, Sahale and Matthews. So very much a case of, well, will they improve the likes of Weybridge, who have been a bit hit and miss? As for Wimbledon, Tom Wilkins comes back in, as does Sam Baldwin and Jonathan Speller, and Luke Weir has his first go in this series as well. So interesting, we're going into the final quarter-final of the day, and 6 of the 22 players out there are featuring for the first time, and for some of them it will be the first and last time. Weybridge though, I suppose they knew they had to make a few changes coming into this quarter-final, with the win predictor very firmly on the host side, and Weybridge knowing that they'd be coming into this one as underdogs. They've brought in the reinforcements. It'll be very interesting to see how they fare making changes at this late stage of the tournament. But again, Weybridge don't really have anything to lose going into this one with an equal record, 4-4. I suppose it's the same actually for all of the teams that went through Group A, apart from Banstead, East Molesey, Spencer and Weybridge, all coming into the knockout stages with an equal record. Weybridge finishing 4th in the table by virtue of their, well, pretty poor net run rate, -2. That's why Spencer and East Molesey sneaked in above them. As for Wimbledon, they had a very similar record actually to Banstead, who topped Group A. Wimbledon topped Group B, also having played 8, won 6, lost 2, picking up 21 points on the way. As we go into the first delivery here, it'll be bowled by Giles Cunningham, and that one's going to go away for, I think that's the Baximo. Tim Lloyd, who had a brilliant day yesterday, including a half century at an important stage of the game for his side when wickets were falling around him. Starts off here with one that probably goes slightly finer than you would have expected, but 6 runs nonetheless. He's joined out there in the middle by the skipper, James Crosswaite, who, well, he's had a bit of a mixed tournament so far. We've seen him with the bat, seen him with the ball, seen him with the gloves on as well. It looks like he'll be taking wicket-keeping duties again this time, and it's back-to-back Baximos. That one, well, a bit more cleanly off the middle of the bat. Tim Lloyd gets his side off to a perfect start. Meanwhile, Giles Cunningham just not quite finding his lines. That was a bit of a drag down. Started down leg side, finished even further down leg. And just with that lightning start, already the win predictor swaying even further the way of the Wimbledon windmills. Still waiting for the ball to come back. Reminder then that the Weybridge, they were happy to chase in this quarter-final. We've seen successes on both sides so far. Remember in that first game, East Molesey made mincemeat of the target set by London County Cricket, winning that one by 10 wickets. Since then, the honours have been a bit more even between the setting and the chasing sides. Skipper James Crosswaite Gets his first sighter of Giles Cunningham, and he just punches that one down the ground, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Lovely shot there from the man in pink. Gets his innings up and running. He's got a few scores to his name, 51 not out off just 18 deliveries. That was in game 21, the first game that Wimbledon played. They had the perfect start to their campaign, beating LCC by 43 runs then, brushing aside Guildford within 4 overs of their run chase. And already an ominous start here for a Weybridge side who, well, we weren't quite sure what to expect from them going into these knockouts. Yeah, look at the background there. All the fans are out for this, of course, local clash. It's the hosting side, Wimbledon, here, looking to make it through to Peacock Friday, to finals day tomorrow. It's the end of the first over. Actually a good comeback there from Giles Cunningham. 2 dot balls to finish the first, so 17 on the board for Wimbledon. We take a look at what's going on across the network, both here in Wimbledon, where, of course, our long tour is coming to its conclusion tomorrow. But we've got a full set of fixtures coming to you from Croatia. T20Is, ECIs, ECSs, and of course ECSWs to round off the week there before we head to Norway. I think Corey is back on the mic for that. And then heading up north to Kiel in northern Germany for a week of ECS action. And my hometown club, THCC Hamburg, will be taking part in that one as well, so looking forward to watching that, as well as action coming to you from Romania for the second time this year. But back to the live action here, and it will be Aidan Golding, often seen in the power play, bowling the second over here. First up, he gets smashed away, not quite out the screws there from Tim Lloyd, but enough to see it over the rope for 6 runs. You can see there Tim Lloyd batting comfortably outside of the crease, picking that one up off a length from Aidan Golding. Slower ball, and this one goes even further. The home crowd loving that one. Applause all round as that one goes flying away. Ian Sahale almost loses his cap in the way. Back-to-back sixes. It's already the 5th boundary of this innings. Perfect start for the hosts. I'm sure if they do get through to finals day tomorrow, the crowd will just continue to grow, supporting their local boys. If they do win this one, they'll be in the second quarterfinal tomorrow lunchtime, 12 o'clock local time. First offside shot, and it's going to go all the way as well. 6-6, dot ball rest, and another 6, Tim Lloyd. Well, this is very reminiscent of his innings yesterday, a blistering half-century on that occasion. He's already more than halfway there here. 31, coming off just 7 deliveries. He's quite tall, and that time he gets down on one knee, punches it away. Appreciation shown there by the Wimbledon bench. Very much early danger signs here for Weybridge. That one's gone again. You can just close your eyes and hear the sound off the bat, and you know that one's going to go for 6 runs. Tim Lloyd leading the charge here for the Wombles. They've already made their way into the 40s, still in the second over here. Aidan Golding, gone magical 24 runs coming off his first 5 deliveries. Giles Cunningham went for 17. It was only because of those 2 dot balls at the end of the first that he escaped magical punishment. No such luck for Aidan Golding. Final ball of the second. Good ball though, darted in, pitching right on that crease line. Precious dot ball, but still brilliant start here for Wimbledon. 41 off the first 2 overs as Vinny joins me back in the tent, and certainly home favourites, looking in good form here.
Yeah, and Weybridge, don't forget, 4-4 as you said, but that run rate wasn't very good. Also, a couple of points off East Molesey, had the same record. You go 4-4 and they're all 3-1s, you end up with 16, so they lost a point in the mix, didn't they? And just remember that not too many teams could deal with Banstead, especially early on in that tournament. But Weybridge, I suppose, given the circumstances, having to be represented by some players that haven't had the opportunity to play in the tournament yet, 5 players coming in, and I suppose Lloyd almost like just kind of waiting to pounce. Crossweight though hasn't had too much to the strike. He will get this one over the field, or only just, but it will be 4 runs. Hussein coming on in the 3rd over, and Crossweight would love to get back amongst the runs. I know he had a reasonably big score earlier in the series. Lloyd has done the early damage, and interesting as well that Weybridge elected to send in Wimbledon. I don't think Wimbledon are minding that at all. That one's hit well across the turf this time from Crossweight, and Tyrone's after it. I feel like we shouldn't be allowed to leave Wimbledon until Tyrone's taken another catch after he dropped one yesterday. But you never know. Hey, last game of the day, even though it's only the 4th, all eyes are on us now that Croatia-Cyprus is done. Cyprus actually taking a 2-0 lead. Croatia having a bit of a tough run on home turf. Remember, Spain swept them 5-0 around this time last year. But we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but we did go to Faulty Towers. It's not a musical. Faulty Towers, the stage play on Tuesday night. I really liked it. What do you think?
So did I. It's very true to the original. So I think it's a mashup of four episodes.
Yeah, if you're a fan, you'll like it, obviously. That one's lifted up over the top. Crossweight will get 4 more. So I'd say not the worst area, but just enough length for James to work with, and he's able to manoeuvre it up and over the top of the infield. 4 runs. But I think it's always tough. I mean, I watched Back to the Future last week, the stage show, and then this, and it's going to be hard because that the hardcore fans, and I'd call myself one of them, they want to be true to the original, but also they probably want to be entertained with something slightly new. That one is going to be up and out of the ground as well. Full toss this time. Crossweight hitting his straps, and the 50s come up in rapid time, up almost 60 now. Wimbledon up into the 90%, and we had I particularly enjoyed the Faulty Towers character themed cocktail list that we had to choose from at the Apollo Theatre. That's where we were, which was a beautiful venue. I felt, don't know, must have been a good mood when I booked the tickets because they were good seats, weren't they, that we got?
They were. We were right up and close in the action. And
the ECN Royal Box.
It's one of these beautiful London theatres where you just go into kind of a normal looking building and then suddenly bang. It's
beautiful.
Like,
I noticed a couple of things though. One of them was that in the original, Basil isn't afraid to hand out a bit of corporal punishment to Manuel with the old. But he never laid a finger on him in the stage play. Did you notice that?
Utter woke nonsense.
You're getting a little bit political. Last game of the day. Tina, also we've been tracking your percentage health and where are you at? I've got a feeling you're taking a dive in the long break.
Well, we did have a exuberant game of closest to the pin. Big appeal here. I think there's always going to be the angle against him here. Fazal Hussein. Take a look at it. Yeah, probably pitching outside.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think it's enough doubt there
so
to save the batter. Yes. The over 60 without loss after 3.
Yesterday, it was a glorious win. On my debut on first.
Yeah,
closest to the
kind
pin.
of ECN Lawn Bowls, Grizzly Bowls Championship. But so you're a mixture of not so well, but also filthy that you've lost.
Had I won, I would have probably gone up into the 80%. But it was a valiant effort, 3rd place, given I'm not at my best, and I'm also restricted by the manoeuvrability of my pink suit as we go into the 4th here.
Good hands.
And it'll be Luke Golding to bowl this one. Of course, Alex, he was on debut as well. He performed admirably, but just not able to pull it out of the bag today.
Well, steps across and just wrists this over the leg side crossweight. He's starting to recapture a little bit of the magic. It's made him one of the more feared players in the competition. But a little bit of runabouts, probably coinciding with me arriving back. So tell me, what were the final placings? Who was the champion today?
Well, the final was between Yoz and Joe. And
right.
as is often the way, finals don't live up to the billing.
True.
And I think they both ended up about 30 miles from the final pin.
Oh, well, slight change of pace. He loads up. Who's going to get that? I don't know, but it will be 6 runs. Maximal. Crossweight up into the 30s. Okay,
And
so Yoz versus Joe. Was it like a stare down before the final?
Well, we learned.
Was there a weigh-in?
I think for everyone's benefit, there wasn't a weigh-in. But
shame.
we had to temper the rules from yesterday, because yesterday it was me and Joe in the final, shaking the head straight away again there from the umpire. And I prices righted Joe. So he went to the flag and it was miles away. So I just got slightly less than miles away. So this time, Yoz and Joe had to throw it at the same time.
You're betting $1 in prices right. Okay, they had to throw the same time.
And Yoz took it. So a win for the North.
Nice, they can win something. Lloyd, 37. Chases one outside the off stump. Golding with a nice kind of little popper outside the off stump. And it's a good call as well, over the tram line. No wide. We ever played actual on bowls? Another popper. There's that Golding tries to put one through the surface and beats a player who's in twice. It's the end of 4 overs at 73 without loss. Golding pretty good over under the circumstances, only going for 13. You played lawn bowls with the bias.
I haven't.
My granda was he doesn't play anymore, but he played up until he was around in his late 80s. He's about to turn 93 next month. But he played it for 50, 60 years.
I thought lawn bowls, you weren't allowed to play it before the age of about 60.
This is actually a little bit of a myth.
Okay.
And actually there's been a bit of a, what would you call it? A young people revolution. Partly because of the price of drinks at the bowls clubs in Australia. And there's actually a movie called Crackerjack about it, about a guy who just wants to go there because there's $1.50 beers. And they said, no, you have to play. And he says, well, I don't want to play. Oh, spin. Good fielding. Really good fielding there. Keep it in the circle. So lawn bowls actually more young players than you realise. It's very skillful.
Well, Chloe Greeken, the captain of Jersey, she plays.
Well, bye-bye ball. That one's lifted up, monstered away over long off. Maximal. Probably want to check this for height. We'll try and get a freeze. Oh, yeah. I'd be tempted. It's a 50-50 call in the end. They feel a bit of mercy for Huntington. They'll just credit it with the 6 runs. He overcorrects, but kind of ties up Lloyd this time. Yeah, Chloe Greechen's a really good lawn bowler. Probably because, again, she's pretty close to the ground to start with. Has an unnatural advantage. Jersey captain. Oh, that is an absolute bomb. Well, half track at your peril, and that would have been over another boundary. That is an absolute monster strike from Lloyd. That was an 8.
Just as well the kids' camp isn't going, because that one would have hit someone on the full. That wasn't just rolling onto the pitch. That landed, what was that, a good 10 metres inside the second boundary.
It's 6 on any ground in the world. That was absolutely huge. Still going. Good chase, though, from Ayan Sahel. Never gave it up. Might need to ask for directions on the way back. Lloyd on 49. Last ball to 5th. Make that 55 for Lloyd. Or is it? It is. Well, even the miss hit's going over the top. Maybe slightly wind assisted. A 17-ball half century. He got a feel for Huntington. Just got it wrong a couple of times and paid the price. But Lloyd is always a dangerous hitter for Wimbledon. They are flying 92 without loss after 5.
Yeah, you can see he didn't quite get hold of that one, just muscled it over the rope. Certainly he was interested in Ayan Sahil for a while, but another 6 to add to the collection halfway, 92 on the board.
Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Golf, don't forget, finals day tomorrow. Double screening as well tomorrow available with Rico and Phil doing a great job. They did a great job, actually. I caught the end of that because it was in the break.
Yep.
Cyprus getting a 2-0 lead over there. But yeah, lawn bowls. I remember my Scottish grandfather, he has lived in Australia a long time. Whereas this could be 6 as well as Crossweight joins the party. And this is a bit of a merciless assault from the opening Wimbledon batters. But he used to say things like, you can't teach judgment. It's a real game, a bit like, I'm trying to think of other games. I mean, curling's one. You don't get anyone sweeping the grass for you. But it's a real, darts is probably one where it's such a fine margin between success and failure. And to be able to do that under pressure. It's a bit of a tough one as well. Nothing going right for Weybridge at the moment. Crossweight up to 47. It's almost like these two are racing each other.
It's always interesting, those games which are purely you against the game. I know lawn bowls, the other balls, I assume, come into it a bit, but something like darts, the dartboard never changes.
True. Even though sometimes you make subtle adjustments around the other darts you've thrown, or you only throw 3, but it's true. That's in the air. That's going to be 4 as well. So, well, Crossweight, cometh the moment, cometh the man. He'll bring up his half century off 16 balls. And Wimbledon, the host, supported by a healthy gallery here at Rains Park. They've also gone past 100. And Crossweight, 4 6s, 6 4s in his half century.
Speaking of darts, they had some kind of exhibition match. I think it was in Hyde Park, the darts championship. All the players were absolutely suffering because usually darts is played indoors.
I was going to say.
And suddenly the crosswinds were just taking the darts.
Outdoor darts, bring it in.
They did, and the darts players were like, no, thank you.
Really? There's a great darts video where they all dress up in disguise and play like a pub tournament. As I'd imagine, it's great. Meanwhile, well, look away if you don't like violence, because this opening partnership is just growing and growing and growing. Maximal 6 more. Crossweight takes the lead now. Just a little bit short, just sweating on it. Even though they're not going to make too many mistakes at the moment, but I just think you've got to try and draw them forward into an error. They'll make more errors coming forward. Have a look at that. Last 6 balls have all been boundaries. Supersonic speed achieved as Giles Cunningham still searching for an opening wicket for Weybridge. And that might bring it, actually. In fact, it will. So a full toss and a rare miss hit. Crossweight will depart for 57. Something to celebrate for Weybridge. But is it already too late? Even and around halfway through this first innings, Wimbledon 112 for 1.
Skip will be frustrated with that one. Again, just one that 9 times out of 10 you'd expect to hit over the rope. Only finds the hands of Freddie Huntington, but I'd say the damage has already been done by this partnership. 112 on the board. Crossweight 57 off 18, and he gets a hearty round of applause from the Wimbledon Barmy Army over to our right.
Good knock. This bat turning the bat slightly, a little bit of a slice job. And Freddie Huntington, congratulations to him holding on to a catch. Can they turn the corner? But look at Will Sewell coming out. It's not going to get a lot easier. He's going to hit one pretty hard first up. Well fielded out there by Sahil. He's had plenty to do on and off the field so far in his first innings. It's the end of the 6th over, and Wimbledon 113 for 1.
I wonder if Weybridge ruined the fact that they wanted to field first. It's looking like a big chase already. Expected score almost up at 200.
Yeah. So yeah, outdoor darts would be tough. But again, I kind of like the element of that theory where an amateur might beat a professional. And just the only thing with darts, and this is one of the things, it is really hard already, but the idea of hitting a double, you have to hit a double. So I just think of games like, if you play those rules against like your mate, the game might never finish. This is going to be hit for 4, and Tyrone, he's a bit of a ball magnet as he's skipping around like a cat in a hot tin roof here, but nobody was hurt, I think, over there. Well, Grizzly does get belted though, 4 runs. Well, there's Tyrone. Luckily you can't see him behind the pole, but that one found him still with his first boundary. Golding, change of pace this time. Pretty good one. They will still concede the single.
And when we play darts, we play killer. I don't know if you've ever played killer.
I know killer.
Because that adds the overthrows here, so they run through for 2. Gets from bad to worse for Weybridge. Yeah, allows the God. Oh dear.
The old part of the ground's deceptively flat. Scolding. Well, you just knew this was going to go for 6 when they changed the strike. That's going to go. Oh, bang! It's knocked out chain off. Security. We have a security breach. Maximal says Carreras. Yoz is on the case. Don't worry. So Yoz, is he basking in the glory of being the ECN Grizzly Bowls champion? Do you think it's gone to his head?
He's not even talking to us. So that shows he feels like he's above us now.
He's wandering through that open gate. It's now open because the Grizzly just knocked it open. More runs, and that's actually gone for 4. I think it's bounced just inside. And Wimbledon really batting it. Fancy foot and carefree. Let's have a look at this. Just inside, yeah, 1 bounce 4. And there's a bit of an air of resignation from Weybridge at the moment. Wimbledon, the only team left out of the 5 still in contention from Group B. They've done well if they're going to find that ball. Random questions time as well, so throw them at me. And Tina's here, obviously, to answer your random questions. Yeah, darts. I mean, those places we have, I know that there must be huge in England. I think I went to one last time I was here. But the computer, not that it's computerized, but computer scored darts. A little bit of foot fielding here. Oh, several fumbles, but it won't cost a run. Have you been to any of those? And then, of course, you can play killer. You can play, there's cricket, there's all these different games you can play. Count the fumbles. Oh, that left hand always gets in the way.
Yeah, there's quite a popular chain of bars here called Flight Club.
That's actually what it's called in Australia as well. Oh,
Bang.
Shot. Solid strike from Lloyd. 6 more. 6 carreras más. And Wimbledon are galomping away with this one. 136 for 1 after 7.
Joe goes galomping into the bushes as well, because I think he's having a break from scoring duties.
Yeah,
there
Joe's
he goes.
A little bit cross, I think, after losing the bowls final. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow with the big finals day coming up. And so it'll be a big finish, I'm sure. One of these 2 teams will play. Come back to that in a second. It'll be a wide first up, plus to get a 1, despite the best efforts of the keeper, Jason Matthews. Yeah, so tomorrow we already know the first semi-final with, I think, a really good game, Banstead versus Spencer. Now, the winner of this game will play East Molesey in the second semi. It's going to be high quality tomorrow. Join us. Same time, same place. This one is going to be placed into the gap. Threads the needle, and the frustration continues for Weybridge. Lloyd, even the miss hits are finding gaps. And that'll be another 4 runs.
Just leaking boundaries here, aren't they? 23 runs coming off the previous over. First legal delivery here also goes for 4. Added to the 2 wides, and win predictor. Oh, it's almost not even bothering at the moment. 98%, 142. Well, they could call it quits here and pretty much still be quite comfortable in defending that against the Weybridge side, who, well, I suppose they've got, 5-6 new additions, but they've got absolutely no time to get up to speed here.
Pilot lights on, but I wouldn't say the fire's burning brightly for Weybridge at the moment. Well, maybe a little bit early through the shot that time. We'll get through for 1. I wonder if Croatia can rebound against Cyprus tomorrow as well. They still can square the series, best of 4. It's just the nature. They've only got 2 days to play, so a bit tough to play a 3-game day there. Well, that's another bomb, isn't it? That's high and a long way over deep mid-wicket. Maximal. Lloyd up to 72 now. And we're in the 8th over.
We haven't had maybe as many centuries as we would have hoped or expected in this series. Started off with a bang, didn't it, on that very first day with Wasim getting the century. But since then, it's been pretty slim pickings in the Hall of Fame in general, you have to say. We topped out early as that one goes all the way 4-6 runs. And Tim Lloyd moves to 78. Certainly got enough time here as this over goes magical. because of the wide as well. Still 2 balls left in this one. 20 runs coming off it so far, and the 156. The 150 has been brought up. Still the best part of 2 overs to add to the collection.
Lloyd has the top score on ECN of 86 off 27. That was against Hornchurch in the European Cricket League in 2024. He's approaching that right now, 78. Still over 2 overs remaining. Last ball of the 8th coming up. And he's going to walk at this up in the air, and he's gone. It wasn't a full commentary jinx, but not far off. But Lloyd, he's done the damage. And the scary thing is he's got 78, but they've also have 78 other runs in the innings. They're 156 for 2 after 8. But credit to Francis, who draws a miss hit. He stops the over going magical and picks up the big wicket of Tim Lloyd. So 2 overs remaining. We'll see a change at the crease for the hosts. Good innings, though, from Lloyd, who walks away with 78 runs, including 12 sixes. Quite remarkable.
Nice to hear the applause as well of the crowd. It's golf clap central here as he is serenaded off the pitch, and rightly so as well. The 2 openers doing the damage for Wimbledon. Lloyd 78, Crossway 57. William Sewell, well, he's motoring along nicely as well. 18 off 7. He's now joined in the middle by Gert. Of course, he'll start the non-strikers then. That was the end of the over. So going into the all-important 9th here, and well, start with a full toss. Might have to check that one for height. It's Freddie Huntington who's bowling it. So another bowler who went for runs in the first over, 19 of them.
Over spinner. Oh, it's actually... I'd probably say that's okay. Because you can see it's dropping quickly and it's still got a bit of room to go. And it is an over spinner. It's dipping. So, Gert in the action, and he's going to get a full toss first up, and he's hit straight to the fielder, and he's gone despite the ice cream cone. Well, Fazal Hussain, let's just say it wasn't orthodox, but it was effective. So Gert has to walk off for a golden turtle. And in the 9th, it is 157 for 3. I suppose if you're going to make a golden duck, when your team's already 150 plus, it's a time you can afford it.
It's another one where it's just a slight miss hit off a full toss, and I think it's about the 4th or 5th time today we've seen a low full toss that gets the wicket. It's always such a dangerous delivery. Gert's eyes lit up there. He just got it right off the toe end of the bat, and it's a tumbling Fazal Hussain who gets the ice cream cone, takes a fall for his trouble as well, but it is another wicket to fall. So 2 in 3 deliveries, but there's just so much power in this Wimbledon lineup as Wilkins comes out of 5.
I've got a random question for you, Tina.
Yes.
But first, we'll wait for Huntington, who does have a wicket now. All right, tries the old full toss again, but this time won't be so lucky. I think this has gone all the way. It has. Maximo Wilkins. Probably not the worst thing to give him a hit as well. Probably one negative I was looking at, if there is one, is that Wimbledon looked like they were going to bat the 10 overs with only 2 batters. And I think you do kind of want, in theory, more batters having a bit of practice. No better practice than the game. Back to live action, drops short, hammered into the gap, and that has gone for another 6. Maximo Wilkins goes back to back in the 9th. So my question for you, you're pretty good at most things, especially sports-wise. Okay, you just, by the way, just for the benefit of those viewers that can't see Tina, which are all of you, Tina's nodding knowingly when I said that. Are there any sports you really like to watch, but you're hopeless at? And even if you practiced for 50 years, you'd still be hopeless? I'll give you mine. That's in the air, slightly away from the fielder though, and that will end up in the Spanish squad. 4 more as Wimbledon in the 170. So mine, darts and snooker. 2 very British sports. I love to watch them. I'm just no good.
No good?
Do you have any that spring to mind? Oh, you're just good at all of them that you like.
Well, didn't want to say. No,
I saw you as a kid. pretty competitive.
Absolute Terminator.
Probably good at wrestling if you needed to. That's going to be another 6. And no play on it out there, Sahale. So it's more fielding off the field than on the field at the moment. Wimbledon 179 for 3 after 9 overs. That one did have a wicket, but it also went magical with 23 runs coming off the 9th.
There's certainly sports that I'm not as predisposed towards. Anything that requires any ounce of elegance.
Go on. Is there anything you're bad at?
To be fair, I went golfing recently.
Not as good as you should be?
No.
Here's Hayden Golding who's going to start by getting drilled down the ground. Geez, so many of these have gone into the gap. That would have been good in your little Grizzly golf game. Was that right at the bottom of the sight screen? You said that was the last hole, was it?
The last hole was the bottom of the sight screen, which he must have got within about 3 foot. And that one was even closer. That was flush on from Sewell.
Not a bad comeback though from Golding. No full toss. That'll just be a single.
So the way my brain is wired is that if I recognise immediately I'm not good at anything, stop.
It's gone.
Nope.
No interest.
It's scrubbed from my memory.
Yeah, 100%.
If I'm not good, not interested.
Yeah. But that you still have lots of things you're interested in. How about outside sports? Like I'm really bad at a few things. Swimming, I like swimming. I like being in the water. But I just in a race, even though I'm doing everything that I think everyone else is doing, I'm just not moving forward very quickly.
I'm not very good at swimming. I can swim and I like swimming, just not quick.
Yeah, not
the
quick.
shark would eat me every time. I'm terrible at drawing.
Uh-oh.
This is terrible at calling, as it will be. Well, I assume.
This is my dream air guitar. My air guitar moment. I said I used to dream about ways I could break the bails. Another one is you can actually hold the ball in one hand and just use your finger to lift a bail and put it back on. What does he go for here? A bit of a regulation, little clunk.
How often do you see that both batters are standing in the batting crease looking back at the bowler, dislodging the bails?
We saw a good race to the safe end last night, actually, in one of the games. But yeah.
Just watch them both turn back there.
Maybe they're hoping that it's going to have an Araika 4 overthrow situation, but I think it was a bit of an easy one. Not much has been going right for Weybridge in this innings.
Yeah, so I can't draw.
Me too.
Yeah.
Are we the same person?
Basically. So talented at so many things, but ask me
I
to
draw
draw
like a 5-year-old.
Yeah,
like
same.
I'm not joking.
I'm quite envious of people who can draw as well.
Yeah, me too. Last ball, and up in the air, could be a catch, and it's taken. Well, nice to see Weybridge having some kind of mini highlights, I suppose. That was a good catch by Hayden Debenham down there at long off, just faded towards him. Still go off the last ball of the innings. The scary thing is that they score 187 despite probably kind of diving in the run rate towards the end, as the openers did the heavy lifting for Wimbledon. They were 92 off the first half. They were actually 95 off the second, but that last over only going for 8. So well done to Aidan Golding there, but still not 200, but not far off. 188 for Weybridge to stay alive in this European Cricket Series. Let's go have a look at this opening partnership. And it was Tim Lloyd and James Crosthwaite who were off to the races, weren't they? They both reached their half centuries. They're almost racing each other. But Lloyd in particular impressed me with a string of maximos. Hit 12 of them in his 78 of 23 balls. Striking at 339 runs per 100 balls pace. And any kind of even micro error from the bowlers was met with just ruthless brutality. Saying Crosthwaite did his bit as well, didn't he? And then some. Ended up just mishitting a full toss. Slicing it towards the fielder. Weybridge had a few face palm moments, but you can't really blame them. It's never easy. You've got an inexperienced squad coming out, basically a 4 versus 1 battle. Sometimes they were their own worst enemy, but good to see a few smiles on the faces, but the faces were pointing to the sky more often than not. That was a nice catch taken as we saw Lloyd fall for 78. I was on century watch. That one, again, bit of a highlight for Fazal Hussain. That one almost got away, but he improvised, made sure the ball wasn't going to slip out of the hand. Got the body to take the impact. Bit of friendly fire at the end. Don't think that Wilkins had too much time to make his case, and he might as well have not existed. So just let him finish his innings on his terms. But in the end, Wimbledon, all academic really. Despite only picking up 4 runs off the last 5 balls, they still rocket their way to 187. Tim Lloyd, not too far off his ECN best, with 78 of 23, including 12 maximos. Crosthwaite, good return to form for him as well with 57. And it was that opening partnership of 112 in 5.5 overs that really set up this big score. So once again, good contribution from him with 26, 23 from Wilkins before he was run out in the last over. Well, Gert went for a golden, but if you are going to go for a golden, I think this time isn't going to hurt Wimbledon so much. Wickets for Giles Cunningham as well as Aidan Golding. Freddie Huntington with a wicket, Henry Francis with a wicket in there, but as you can tell from the economy rates, it was a tough old 10 for Weybridge. I suppose they had 5 wickets, and so something to celebrate as a team. But we will take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Can Weybridge pull off the Weybridge miracle and score 188 against a Wimbledon side who, to be fair, went for a few runs last night? But you would think the hosts have one foot in the semis, but it's never over till it's over. Join us in a few moments' time as we'll return to Rains Park here in England for the final innings of the final match of quarterfinals. David, he's sounded here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff, and we'll see you when we return for more European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the European Cricket Series England Wimbledon edition. And we're about heading to the last innings of the day. Or dare to dream, Weybridge chasing 188 for victory. Of course, that is quite a big score, and it's significantly above the highest chase we've seen in this series, although we have seen this kind of a chase before. In fact, only once before have we seen something of this magnitude chased, and that was in the Jersey final, and believe it or not, that was 208. So if this was chased, it will be the second highest chase in ECN history. Still can't quite believe that 208 game. I was going to say you had to be there to believe it, but I suppose if you watched it live, then you would have had the best seat in the house. But you can see we've only ever had 5 chases of 180 plus, and that's in around about 6,000 or 7,000 games of ECN T10 cricket. So, Weybridge, what's their approach? Well, it's got to be aggressive, we know that. And it's almost like you just got to take it. But my advice would be, okay, it's a huge mountain, but break it into semi-manageable chunks. So, okay, 190 is tough, but try and get 19 off and over. And you actually see that all the time. You probably can't afford to have a bad over, definitely not a couple of bad overs, but just try and break it down into manageable bites and try and stack some good overs on top of each other. And maybe you can kind of put the heebie-jeebies through Wimbledon. But, like I said, you have to play maybe not 100% perfectly, but pretty close. Looks like Speller is going to open up for Wimbledon. Nice to see him back in the side. Wasn't always in the side in the group campaign, but he's a bit of a man mountain. Speaking of hills to climb. So it will be Aidan Golden, the captain today, and the keeper, Jason Matthews, for Weybridge. Can they capture lightning in a bottle? 188 for Weybridge. Here we go. That's a pretty good start. That's a really good start. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximal. Like I said, forget the 190. How about 19? Try and get 19 in the first over and start again. Almost like you have to line all the Powerball numbers up when you get a chase like this, but we know it can happen. And that was a shot of a man in form. Aidan Golding. Looks like he's got the bat shipped over from 1995, and he's got the tape and everything. Must be an old favourite, but did the job there. Look at that. I haven't seen that much tape on a bat for a while. Sounded nice though. Okay, so now that's going to slide off the pad and they won't get a run. I like this. If I tried to say, because someone mentioned the point of no return of the required run rate is 18, I said with inflation and questionable economic policies, the point of no return is now 24. And Croom's come back saying it's about 22 now because the Bank of England cut the PNOR rate today. That one is going to be off a thick outside edge. It will run away for 4. So if you want to take it another step, you can break it into half overs and try and get 10 off every half over. That's what they've done here. A little bit of in swing there, but it's a low full toss in the end. Plays inside it a touch to Golding, but will cash in the boundary. Kareem, very good. Very intelligent viewers we've got as well. Know their stuff. That one's not a great ball at all from Speller. Feel like it's just legal. Get the sort of ball you'd want to be hitting out of the park, given the situation. See, it's just coming down below the waist, so it's a legal delivery. Okay, Matthews, he's going to have to click as well. It was a thunderous double click that got Wimbledon going in the power play. See what Matthews can do, the lefty. Misses out the first one. Effort ball from Speller. He's been great as well. Always a friendly face to see when we're here for the European Cricket Series. Obviously, we built this relationship with Wimbledon originally when they made it to the ECL in 24. It's not a bad shot at all. Going, and one bounce 4. Well, Tina's going to do the fielding over there. Well, she's meant to be looking after her throat, and you could have been excused for thinking they had 12 fielders with Tina in the pink. Don't know if we followed this one in the end. But it will be the end of the first over, so not the worst, but not quite the rate they need to go at Weybridge. We're 15 without loss after one. So, 110 matches since the Golden Ball. Feel like Tina and I have a responsibility to reset that to 0 before the Croatia T10s get underway on Saturday. Of course, we've got the T20s already underway in Croatia. Over number 2 coming up, and it's Lloyd who's going to bowl it. It's lifted up and over the top 4 runs. Just a little bit too short from Lloyd, who's going full under 12s, opening the batting and the bowling. But yeah, I'll be a bit disappointed. Just enough length to work with. It wasn't too far away from the field. It was a good dive, an upwards dive. I believe it's called a jump. But yeah, Weybridge, well, they've gone from 3% to 4%. Speaking of inflation. We're just making sure the fielder would come back in time. That's been sorted now. That's a fraction short, and that's going to go as well. So Maximo Golding doing a good job. Interesting also for Wimbledon, Crossweight gives himself the gloves. I know they've been trying to give Tommy Elks a bit of experience behind the stumps, but I think given the stakes here in the knockout, I think they've gone for the more experienced Gloveman. Lloyd, he's trying to cramp him up, and bowl in his body, but Golding's been really good at kind of getting his hands free and hitting the ball out in front. Pitches up and he gets one off the front foot, and that's going to go as well. Maximo. Well, sometimes I talk about the panic meter for teams with big scores, and it's only a very low rumble that the seismologists are picking up at the moment, but it's definitely detecting something, and that something is the start of a pretty good power play. They're actually ahead of the rate right now, but Spain still trying to recover from their 2023 capitulation in qualifier 2 to the Netherlands 11 on the final day of the Euros of cricket. But Golding 27 off 7. And that makes them 33 off 8. Well, come the moment, come the man. Golding goes Maximo. He's going to need a lot of help, but he is absolutely slamming them. That one's over the other cricket pitch. Lloyd getting a bit of his own medicine here. That's 4-6-6-6. This over's already magical. There's still 2 to go. Well, the needle just a little bit of a more of a rumble. 10% now. Buy low, sell high. Thing with these big chases, often they're engineered by an amazing individual performance, and that's the great thing about T10 cricket is the games can stay alive for so long. And Golding, given the captain's armband, and it's almost like he's grown to the occasion. Oh, tries a bouncer, but Golding, he's awake to it, and he's going to put that out of the ground as well. Maximo! Wow, we're in potential supersonic territory now. That's 28 off the over. And it's a brilliant shot. Lloyd again sticks to digging it in. Tries to go the Michael Sheen helmet batterer. Spinners all around the country who have been watching that saying, well, maybe I can do that. But Golding stands tall, hits it pretty correctly up and out of the ground. Like I said, just win overs. Basically, if you can score a magical over, you've won it. And this certainly is a brilliant over. That makes it a bit more reasonable. Lloyd's never really tried to pitch up in the block hole. There's one that he's hit forward off the front foot, but the rest have all been horizontal bat shots to the leg side. Last ball of the over. He's always stayed around the wicket as well. Oh, he wants to reverse. Oh, it'd still get 4. Don't know if it was the option. And in fact, it was uncontrolled. It almost went to the fielder, who was very fine in that position. But it will be a supersonic second. That's 7 boundaries in a row now across the last ball of the first and the entire second over. And do not adjust your sets. It's 47 without loss after 2. Wowzers, Wimbledon 6-2. Well, this time last night, they did go for big runs. Let's not forget. No, they left out the refrigerator. They unplugged him. I know he's tuning in. Hello to Steve if you're watching. Sure you are. But is this a blip or a trend for Wimbledon? Will Sewell's going to come back and just try and get things back to a bit of normality. The thing is, Matthews, 4 off 2. Probably is a case for him to just look for the one here, but it is a power play over. He's there to score as well and score boundaries. Here's Will. He's going to get 1 at least, and it will only be 1. I think that's smart as well. Probably don't want the 2. You've got 5 balls left in the power play, and you've got Golding, who's red hot right now. White hot. 43 off 10. Well, John asking, could we end up with a Golding ball? Very clever, John. Frustrating one. Yeah, the bar is so high to chase 188 that even that you feel it's a missed opportunity. It's clippable. But again, slightly fuller. I think Lloyd, you look at his pitch map. Far too short. And pitched up and missed. Matthews swings straight through it. Just like that. Probably behind the rate again. Or pretty much will be if this ball doesn't go to the boundary. Definitely a bit of a scare. Matthews frustrated. Misses out on this. And Will Sewell's been an excellent player for Wimbledon during this European Cricket Series. Not a lot of significant foot movement there. Just tries to slash it away, gets beaten by the bounce. That's a better shot, really good shot. And they want Matthews up and going. They don't really want to throw him on the fire. They want him to produce. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Weybridge within the power play. To be on the pace, they pretty much need to be kind of 57 at the power play. Another boundary would have him on that pace. 12%. This over. At the moment, it's only gone for 6. Last ball of the third. Pitched up and hit. Paolo is going to watch that one just over the line. Paolo's an excellent fielder, by the way, and very clean hands. Well done to whoever alerted him to the Grizzly coming his way as well. End of the over. And they're going at 19s. So don't go anywhere. In fact, at the end of 3, they're slightly ahead of that. 59 without loss after 3. 15, 32 and 12 in those 3 power play overs. And a very popular member of the ECN commentary team is Tina Goff. And she has just returned from a bit of a wander into the crowd. And what'd you see over there, Tina?
I saw all the sights, the spanners.
I almost went the Bush League. Very popular member of the commentary team. Couldn't be with us. So it's Tina Goff to take us into the 4th over.
That would have sent my battery back down under 30 if you stitched me up like that.
Because you went up to the crowd, I feel like you're back in the Goldilocks zone with your battery health. I've clocked you at 41. Here we go with James Ashby starting with a big swing and a miss. Golding kind of, I wouldn't say he's peaked, but he basically hit max volume in that second over. Let's see if he can produce again. Good crowd over there though, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely locals as well. I've heard that the call has gone out on the Wimbledon group chat. So if they do make it through to finals day tomorrow,
already
throngs, I've heard. Throngs.
Really? Wow. And I'm sure there are a lot of people tuning in. Hello to everyone from Weybridge. I know they'll be hoping for the best here, but I suppose crisis and opportunity are kind of similar. Oh, steps a long way across, and that's gone. So Golding It's the weight of the run rate was just getting a little bit too much of a burden to bear, and he tries to turn this into something clippable rather than hitting with a straight bat. And it's Jamie Ashby that comes up with the big wicket. Again, steps a long way across. For me, does hit in line. I don't think you can say it hits outside the off stump. Definitely going to clean him up. So that will be an LBW and the first wicket of the innings. Brave effort there by Aidan Golding, but the captain's the first to go, 59 for 1.
It's another one of those where steps right across, gives the umpire something to think about. I think on this occasion it's much straighter than the one we had in the previous game. It looks like it's pretty much pitching on off stump there.
Yeah, I think it's the impact needs to be in line with the stumps, and for me it looked like it was. This one's probably not straight on, but I think if you could make him semi-translucent, you'd see that the impact's on off, and of course the natural angle is going to take it. Probably smashing in the middle, which is a shame for Jamie that he won't be able to see that, but he'll be able to imagine it. All right, Hussain comes in, 1-800 hero. First one's a bit of a miss hit, chopped into the ground, only a single. What do you think about impact outside the off stump? Should that be relevant? They've changed the LBW law 12 times.
Really?
Well, the first change was they just made it, because they never used to exist. The laws of cricket. I'll give you a random question. You may know. Not many people know this, but some do. There's only one law that's never changed. And it's not the law of attraction. But in cricket, there's only... I'm going to put that to the chat. There's only one law in cricket that's never changed since the very first code by your club, Tina's club.
Yep.
Marlborough Cricket Club. Drew up the laws, first ever laws of cricket. Do you know what it is? I'll tell you at the end of the 5th, maybe. Anyway, that's in the air. Just a one hopper. And what an over from James Ashby. He'll only go for 2. And that's the kind of over that really sends your chances plummeting right down to near 0. Weybridge 61 for 1.
Oh, it started with the previous over, Williams Hewell going for 12. It's a good comeback over after Tim Lloyd went supersonic, and Ash V just doubles it up, going for just the 2, picking up the big wicket as well. Weybridge, in any other circumstance, 61 for 1 off 4 would be pretty decent. As it is, though, with that monumental chase, just not looking like it's going to be enough, as Sam Baldwin comes in to bowl the 5th over here.
So here we go with over number 5. Baldwin with his left arm spin goes over the wicket to the left hander. And Matthews, he's hit, he's missed sometimes. Caspy's come in, he's got something special. A 10-pence coin, his lucky coin. Beautiful. Casper Weston was on the field this time yesterday. He's actually been a guest coin tosser, Casper Weston, since he was about 3 or 4. Let me just say, I remember early on there was some interesting efforts, but I think some efforts being on to prepare him for these big moments. Really though, I think last period has shut the gate on any hope of a Weybridge comeback. Oh, Adion, very, very good. The length of the pitch is the only part of the laws that's never changed. Always been 22 yards, likely as a result of it evolving from lawn bowls, which is the same pitch length. I didn't know that actually.
Everything comes back. Everything comes back to lawn bowls.
Everything lawn bowls, yeah. And the popping crease used to basically be a hole, and you'd pop your bat in it. That's why it's called the popping crease.
Interesting. That's what you also popped your ankle in it.
Yeah, sounds like it. But really, okay. The way things are going, we might need some random questions to keep us afloat. Well done, Adion, by the way. As this is clipped away. I mean, I was told that and I believe it. I can't remember. Learned that ages ago. But it does make me think, aren't there other ones that have never changed? Like, you know, when you change places, you get a run. I feel like that would have been in for a while.
Yeah, David Swan says the court law. I mean, surely being caught was always being caught.
Ah, okay.
Or
There has
not.
been a change since
Okay.
1744.
A tweak, though, surely.
This is where Rob Kemming used to come in handy because I think he was part of the committee that drafted the first laws of cricket in 1744, or match referee. But I think you used to be able to be caught even if it wasn't off your bat. So the court
Okay.
law has actually changed. And it was changed. It took 30 years before they decided that. Oh, in the air. Well, this would be a good catch if he can get there. And he will shell it. Oh, Gert. He had the legs pumping and almost comes up with a run out. Not an easy catch running back with the flight, but a good effort nonetheless. You can see it was a bit of a hanging top edge. And Matthews survives to tell the tale. That'll be the end of the over, and it's 66 for 1 after 5. Don't forget, plenty of cricket at the moment on ECN. And Rico and Phil have been doing a great job. They'll continue tomorrow. They've got the early shift. It's actually 8 o'clock on London time that starts, as I found out this morning. So 7 o'clock AM GMT, it's 8 o'clock in London, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. And Croatia, well, they have to play really, really well to win that series. I suppose square the series is the best they can do now, 2-2. Tune into them coming from Zagreb. That's a pretty good shot. Played off length. And Hussein gets 6. Maximo to start the 6th over. By the way, obviously, I had 3 younger brothers, so we had all sorts of cricket variations. And we had one that was played with a kind of stress ball in the upstairs area. And we actually batted with like a 10-pin, and like 10-pin bowling. This was really fun. So that court law reminds me of one of the rules there, and you have to bowl from on your knees. That's a huge wide, and not a difficult call for the umpires. But we called the body line law, which is you could get caught off any part of your body. And it was great because everyone was just basically bowling straight at you. And you'd have like 2 short legs in. It was quite fun. And also for that one, you could get 6 for just hitting the ceiling.
Yeah.
Mum wasn't a huge fan of that version of the game, but we certainly had a lot of fun playing it. Occasional light bulb also bit the dust.
We never played indoor cricket. We played indoor handball, but we had to, again, with like a soft kind of foam ball, and we had to adjust the laws because I think just launching it at one another is probably not advisable. So you could only go for like the tip up and slap, much like you slapped the grizzly earlier. My dad had model planes because I think he used to work for one of the airlines, and they had to be sometimes secretly taped back together because of an errant handball launch.
Matthews has had a bit of a rough time at times during this innings. Yeah, so other adjustments to the court law is more clarification, such as I love old laws of cricket because they just clarified the ball must not touch the ground or any hat before getting caught. Any hat on the ground. Just people taking off the top hats and just leaving them around. Obviously, that happened, and someone was like, "Hey," and they're like, "Well, it doesn't say anywhere in the laws the ball can't be caught off a hat." And they're like, "All right, better write that in." And there's been a few kind of modern day changes to the catch law as well, just clarifications. That's a pull shot that will be into the gap, and despite the best efforts of the fielder, it will run away for 4. So Matthews trying to keep on keeping on, but I think there's a sense of resignation about this second innings at the moment.
I need to briefly pivot, if I may. We were speaking about the MCC.
Please.
I'm going to read out a paragraph. This autumn, Lord's Cricket Ground will undergo a landmark transformation as the hallowed turf is carefully resurfaced for the first time in 23 years to prepare the home of cricket for future
Is this breaking news, by the way?
In a unique opportunity for cricket fans, pieces of the original turf will be available for purchase. Do you want to guess how much it is for a slice of Lord's turf?
What's the slice? Like pizza size?
One piece of Lord's turf, approximately 1.2 metres by 0.6 metres. That's 1.2 metres.
They could have gone smaller.
They could have gone smaller.
Could have gone smaller.
1.2 metres.
That going to fit in your coffee table? 1.2 by 0.6.
And there is a discount applied to multiple orders. I suppose you can make your own strip, can't you?
We'll buy it, we'll slice it up, and we'll resell it. I think we can get kind of biscuit size, and we can make a killing here. And we definitely shouldn't tell anyone, for example, on an international broadcast of our plan. But that's the end of the 6th over. And we'll be able to afford DRS. End of the 6th over. It's 80 for 1.
Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, it's collection only. So they're not whopping a piece of 1.2 metre turf in the
They
post.
don't get like the president of the MCC just turning up, knocking on your door.
I love the MCC. The MCC encourages customers to lay and water the turf as soon as possible.
I was going to say, so it's not, you've got to look after it. You can't put it on your mantelpiece.
The MCC shall not be liable for the turf or any deterioration in the condition of the turf following collection by the customer.
That's known as the no takes backsies clause. All the lawyers out there.
Well, I'll put it this way. How much would you be willing to pay for 1.2 by 0.6 metres of Lord's turf?
I mean, is there a set price or is it like an auction?
There's a set price.
Okay, let me think.
We'll
How
go
much
for
would I be willing to pay? Probably nothing, because it wouldn't really work in my suitcase. But would I'd say a reasonable person, if you can argue that a reasonable person would want to purchase 1.2, just a weird size. I suppose it makes, if you're planting it, it's a decent size. I thought you were just going to go on just be a talking point in your coffee table.
I thought it'd be just in a little jar,
yeah.
you know.
I would say, how many
in
of those
pounds.
pieces? Yeah, okay.
In
Well,
pounds.
thanks for clarifying. How many of those pieces are? Is that like 1,000 of them would be sold? Can you tell me how many bits are being sold?
I don't have that information.
Okay. £499.
Wow. MCC are missing a trick.
It's the top 1% gobbling these up.
It's true. I think they're going for the
Who
late.
even can afford a garden in London?
This will be their garden. This will be
Going
the
to
extent
say,
of their garden.
Use as a doormat. Okay, I'm going to revise my guess, which is my right.
Given that there's no postage costs either, because you have to,
Go get it yourself.
and it will perish after one day, presumably.
How much to just lean over the fence and grab a few blades of grass?
Free, but a lifetime ban.
Hey, don't touch with the feet. Don't touch the field. Doesn't count. End of the over, and the score is 85 for 1 after 7. Before we get to my final guess, it's Banstead versus Spencer in the first semi tomorrow. 84 for 1, pardon me, after 7. East Molesey waiting for the winner of this game, which I think we know will be Wimbledon now. And we will start at our regular time, 9 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 in India. I'm going to say £99.
Half it. £50. It's a bargain.
Put me down for 10. We're having a garden. All right, we're going to see some trash, and it's going to be crossway. Oh, it's Wilkins actually with the round armour. He's impersonating James there. And hello to all the Wilkins family as well, but he knew what he was doing. Matthews will finally go for 25, and it's 84 for 2. Well bowled.
Well bowled. Gets the wicket off the first
That's
ball.
what I meant. I meant well bowled, just to be very clear.
Hats off to Sam Baldwin as well. His 2 overs go for just the 9 runs. Just a final word on the Lord's turf. I can't claim the original link. It was sent into one of my cricket chats, and someone wrote, "Does it have a slope?"
Love that. Oh, well, so Weybridge, well, that's only the second wicket they lost. Obviously, they've gone a long way behind the rate. Even 6 a ball wouldn't help them now. Well, it's all academic. I know I had another question about, is it scoring? It's never changed. Just going back to the laws for a sec. But scoring has changed because, for example, boundaries were introduced. It used to be that you just run until you can't run anymore. Assume you can hit the ball as far as you like, and then the field would essentially be infinite. The field would be the whole world. Sometimes I would like to see that brought in just for one. Let's say one day of European Cricket Series here. Here'd be a perfect place. No boundaries. Run. If we were really going to get back to the original, run, and because I think you could run. How many think you could run off a ball that we've seen hit balls across the other pitch? What's that, like a 7?
I reckon
7
so.
or 8?
Tactical placement of fielders with the most endurance as well on
It'd
the
have
boundaries.
to become like golf, so the spectators would not be able to interfere.
They will gather around the ball.
Life ban.
They will run and gather around the ball.
Yeah. And then the fielder needs right of way. Ultra deep square, says Alex. Reverse attempted, not hit by Henry Francis. Okay, so there we go. We got the scoop from Tina. You can buy bits of Lords.
Well, Adyan in the chat saying if his maths are correct, it'd be roughly about 20,000 pieces that they can sell based on the size of Lords. £50 a pop. That's not too bad. That one will be a wide from Tom.
£50. What's that?
50. It's a lot of
£1
pounds.
million? £1 million?
I think so.
We're actually going to break up bits of the commentary table and we'll sell them for £50 each, and I wouldn't mind making £1 million.
All in a day's work.
Got Casper next to me. He's got something which is a bit of a throwback. It's probably going to be 4 down the ground. Nice shot by Francis. His first boundary. But, you know, we don't see too many cherries on cricket bats these days. And he's been playing with a pink ball. And he's got a few cherries on the bat, does Casper. So he's pretty excited about that. You would have loved that with your... when you were growing up playing a bit more red ball cricket, right?
Yeah.
Even in the modern day. Probably plays a bit more red ball cricket than... You ever play red ball these days?
Not so
Even
much
in
anymore.
England is not... I mean, you wouldn't. A lot of people would, obviously. All right, bit of a false shot here. Gert, well, running the half marathon, but he won't be able to stop this one either. Francis with another boundary. That'll finish the 8th over. Just a couple to go in the day now. And Weybridge, 95 for 2.
Well, we'll put the link to the Lord's turf in the chat in case anyone has £50 spare. But yeah, not too much red ball anymore.
Collection only. So if you, for example, you're watching from America,
Well,
or if you're watching from Canada, South America, Australia, South Africa,
we're not far away from Lords. If we all, make me an offer, I'll go collect it for you.
collection fee, put in the mail.
Tend it.
Feels like it's very illegal. It's Wilson looks like he's coming back to bowl the 9th over. Wimbledon look to be cruising towards a spot in the second semi-final tomorrow. Interesting. It does make you think though, what could I sell that's basically worthless to me and make money from?
Well, it's amazing how, what is it now, over 35 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, they're still selling bits of the Berlin Wall. And they've all got graffiti on them. It's an absolute scam.
Do you know that I think I know where the MCC got their pricing model from at £49? Because do you remember at the ECCW last year? I think that was the first week or second week. That one is hit back of the hander and it'll get away from the fielder. So Elks will have to chase that one again. How many will they run there? 5, maybe turn for a 6th. But it'll be 4 runs. It brings up the 100 as well. Also, if you had no boundaries, imagine fielders could be, I'm just protecting the 3 and you could be on the road. Right? I sold my Maximo suits, the early edition ones, because I got new suits. I sold them for €50 and they all went to, shot. Really good shot by Francis. That's going to be a 1 bounce 4. And Sewell attempts the Yorker, and that ball's lost in the forest. It'll be 4 more. Yeah, and they went like hotcakes. I think I underdid it. But all the money went to Share the Meal from the United Nations World Food Programme, our official charity. But I feel like maybe I could have fed more people if I jacked up the price a bit. One of the issues we had, though, was some people that wanted to buy them, it's just they couldn't quite. Well, they could fill it out. And they filled it out a bit too easily. Anyway, it's good. You raise some money from charity and you learn something.
Yeah.
So comeback ball was able to beat Francis and get away for a leg by.
What's the most, here's a random question, what's the most useless thing you've ever bought
on
a whim?
100%. I've got an easy one. But no, by the way, David Swan reckons he remembers years ago he bought a piece of the moon.
Did you, David?
Or was it cheese? I can imagine they brought back moon dust or rocks.
Enough to commercially sell it to David Swan? Maybe not.
Just like sprinkle a couple of granules in some regular dust. That is funny.
That's pure asbestos, let's be honest.
Yeah. Okay. The stupidest thing I've bought, and I've still got, because I cannot throw, I was just in Australia and I've got a few things in storage still there. And I cannot dispose of it, despite having thrown out a lot of stuff since I moved to Europe. I'll tell you in a minute. Not proud to say this, but ended the 9th over, 107 for 2. It was a keytar because I had this idea when I was hosting occasionally. I'd also do a bit of music and stuff as an add-on package because basically the people I was using were useless. And I'm not saying I was a lot better, but I could then collect more fee. And one of my characters was an 80s kind of singer. And I was like, I need a keytar because I can play piano.
Yeah.
Can I play keytar? Jury's out. Turns out I found one in a second-hand shop and I paid 500 Australian for it. And it was the genuine article. Like, it wasn't a rip-off. It was a genuine article. Just turns out that a keytar, number one, like, looks a lot better than it sounds. And also, it didn't have its own audio source. You had to plug it in. So I just sat there just silently pressing keys. But I didn't actually ever use it, as that'll be a single. We'll start last over here. Elk's getting a bowl, so let's see if he can chip in. Or will he get smashed into oblivion and never been seen at the bowling crease again? We're about to find out. Yes, a keytar. And I can't, it's still there. What's your most ridiculous purchase? Tell us, you don't have much time. Oh, Elks, well, maybe. Up in the air. Bit of history here. Oh, and he takes it. Elks has got the wicket and he's off. Well, there you go. He'll be saying, bring me on from both ends, which will be tough because we only use the one end here in the European Cricket Series. But a good catch. Felt like his teammate was close to kind of choking in the big moment. But look at this. It's been a huge wide. It was barely on the pitch. But a wonderful catch out there at deep cover. So all's well that ends well. And for Weybridge, it's going to be the end of the road. But Sam Baldwin takes a great catch out there on the boundary.
I'm not sure about past purchases, but I think my future most useless ever purchase is going to be 41 lots of Lord stuff.
I just think the resale value.
Because at 41 plus, Kenneth has worked out, at that point it's only £25 a piece. And that's a bargain in anyone's book.
I think you're chopping it up.
Yeah.
Chop it up,
resale
dry,
value.
chop it up, dry it. Wow, that's in the air. Oh, Elks is hunting a cheeky twofer here. He looks the part of the spin bowler. His sunglasses game is strong. You know he's not going to bowl fast, so that's obviously off the table. Hides the ball a bit as well. Sneaky. Oh, fielding off the own bowling needs a bit of work. I always love an irregular bowler to finish a dead match.
You're more excited by that wicket than Tom in the chat, who says he's going to be insufferable after that wicket. Well, I can see that.
No doubt about that. 2 to come then. What's 2? Oh. They get one more chance. Mackle getting about here, number 5, but this game was over a while ago. We'll come back to that then. Most useless to purchase. That keytar though, it kind of stays there in the storage locker as a warning to maybe think things through a little bit more. Last ball of quarterfinals day. Oh well, it's an audacious reversage from Francis. Nice little 24 not out for him. So some moments to remember. Elks, well, he'll just probably finish the series with 1 for 8 of his over and will be feeling pretty good about himself. But Wimbledon officially now are our 4th team through to the semi-finals. They'll be the only team to survive from Group B into the top 4. So with just 4 games remaining in this European Cricket Series, we've narrowed it down to the last 4.
Yeah, and congratulations to the hosts. I'm sure they'll come back in their numbers tomorrow as well. The men in pink looking to keep the trophy here at Rains Park, and they're not playing for just not only themselves but the whole of Group B, as otherwise it's been a day dominated by Group A. And well, speaking of domination, this was a dominating win for Wimbledon.
David Swan said, just checked, you can still buy an acre of the moon for $35. Oh well, at least you've given us a few laughs. I mean, for Weybridge, I know it was tough. I think they're a classic case of, as they had a tough matchup. They had some issues, obviously, probably putting their best team on the park for this quarterfinal. And in the end, Wimbledon, they slammed them out of the game, battered them out of the game, despite the best effort of Golding at the top. Just not able to get too close in the end. So this is what's coming up tomorrow. Officially, our lineup card with Banstead versus Spencer to get us going in the first semi-final. Then Wimbledon and East Molesey in the second semi. So Spencer, the only team from outside the top 2 in their group to qualify for finals day. And really, there's some very, very good players on show tomorrow. If you are in the London area, the Greater London area, why don't you tell the boss you got the sniffles like Tina, and then you can come down and you can be here for a bit of history, because it's going to be a great final day of our European Cricket Series in England for 2025. So let's have a look at the highlights. And Golding did kind of put the shivers down the spines of some Wimbledon supporters with a bright start, especially that second over where he was able to take down Lloyd.
Yeah, and well, Golding was out there. We thought the chase was on, but it was always going to be an unlikely one, knowing that, well, Wimbledon have got a fair share of bowling options. But still, he did his best in those first 2 overs. They were 50 odd after 2 overs, and we thought, well, the chase is on here. It's not all power. Bit of nifty reversige there as well, but in the end, when he fell, it was just a matter of, well, could they get anywhere near the total in the end? Not really. That was the one-way shuffle across the stumps. The celebrations were on for Wimbledon, and in the end, it was a bit of a procession as James Crosswaite there knew that was the big wicket, and from there, Wimbledon never really looked back.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Gert almost put off classic catch, but I suppose of all the games, this was the one that you just felt from fairly early in the piece that wasn't really a realistic path back, as we saw Weybridge just kind of crushed under the weight of the required rate. At Wimbledon, look, they did what they came here to do, but they're going to have to play very, very well to win the home series tomorrow. I think they don't really know who's favourite going into tomorrow, and I wouldn't say that any team's out of it. Even Spencer, who have had their ups and downs, you look at some of the players in their lineup, their trend for them is they seem to have played their best cricket at the knockout stages of the tournament. If you could look at last year's performance and this year's, obviously with that big win over Creative earlier today to make it. 43 for Golding was good knock, wasn't it? Can't get better than 3 a ball, but he was just trapped LBW by James Ashby, who's pretty happy about it because it just meant that they were able to cruise a little bit then Wimbledon. No one else really threatened in any serious way. I mean, Matthews was a bit hit and miss and hit 25. Francis, some nice shots there, but really Wimbledon, side like them, very, very experienced, and a side that have been all the way to the highest level of format. They were never going to give it up, and they threw the ball a little bit around and had a bit of fun in the end.
Yeah, Sam Baldwin going for just the 9 runs in his 2 overs, didn't pick up a wicket. Thomas Elks, well, if Tom in the chat has anything to go by, then that one will not be lived down for a while as he manages to pick up a wicket. But it's good news actually for Wimbledon. They were so dominant in that game. They were managing to give a few players a go and seeing who's maybe putting themselves into a bit of form going into tomorrow. Certainly Tim Lloyd, he's on a hot streak at the moment.
He sure is, but also gave up a few with the ball. And apologies, by the way, to Wilkins, who I misidentified as James Crosswaite and his slightly off-spin. But it picked up a wicket, and that's the main thing. Have a look at this Rains Park Sports Complex. I was trying to think, if you had no boundaries, how many runs could you possibly get? And also, that's where the lost ball rule came in, lost ball law, because you hit it in the woods, and instead of running, we'll give you 6, and that's it. Let's welcome you to the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me. Hey, firstly, you're an absolute machine. You're a weapon. How's the battery level?
Oh, I've just said in the chat, I think it's a bit warm, isn't it? Back up to about into the 40s. All that chat of Lord's Turf has really pepped me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the vibe now.
We could buy some and just
nuzzle into
rub the goodness. Well, Tina, hopefully you get a good rest tonight, because I know we've got 4 big games tomorrow. We have the 2 semi-finals, the bronze final, and of course then the ECS final. Quick look at what's coming up tomorrow, of course. If you want to get specific, we've got Croatia as well as the final day here. Banstead Spencer will be a great first semi-final, and Wimbledon East Molesey in the second semi. All teams tomorrow also are guaranteed to play 2 games. So either go through to the final or you go through to the bronze final. But obviously teams want to be in that decider even earlier than we start, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 in India. 2 hours earlier, in fact. We'll start the day 2 in the Croatia series with Rico Full and Phil standing by. Anyway, I want to say a big thank you on behalf of everyone here at the ECN team, obviously doing a great job. Big thanks to the Spanish squad as well. I think they're raring to go. We had action kind of settled down a little bit towards the end, but first day was chaos, I think, with things going everywhere. Chairs were falling over. It was scooters that were getting knocked over. We had a crazy 4 overthrows. We had 3 balls in the tent in the first game as well, so you had to be alert. And something tells me every day it's getting a little bit crazier. And tomorrow will be the craziest of them all. And of course, the most important, because this time tomorrow night, we're giving away the trophy. Yeah,
looking forward to it. I think it's an all-Surrey final day as well. All 4 teams in the Surrey Premier. So we've got big games coming up, and I know it's going to be an absolute slugfest between those 4 sides. I don't think you could pick it at this point either.
No, you can't. And that's the thing, that's this format of the game. Big thanks to all the players. I know with the availability, it can be tough. It's during the week. But I think hopefully everyone enjoyed their opportunity to get out there, and it's something a little bit different for this player group as well. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, it's Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff, reminding you, if you're watching on YouTube, to like this video, subscribe to the channel, join the K-Watchers Club, which watchers just see when we're about to tick over to another K. I'll have to find out with the K watchers here how close we are at the moment. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and also our website, europeancricket.com. You can also catch up. If you missed some of the action in Croatia today, if you were watching this one, you can go back and have a look at either the highlights or even the full broadcast and get your fill of full and fill.
Rather
Are you
you
with
than
me?
Just about. I need to lie down.
My battery's running a bit low. So we're going to go to the highlights. Big thanks to Alex, to Dennis, and Marta, Aaron, all the crew at Two Circles, and all the crew here on the ground, all the spectators and everyone. But now we're out of here early. We're back, though, tomorrow to decide who will take home this series. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, and Tina. And we'll see you tomorrow for more action. Finals day on the way here in Wimbledon in European Cricket Series. Enjoy these highlights of QFT. We'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Back and forth. Move my body.